Good morning and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It's 5 o'clock on the East Coast and 2 o'clock in the morning over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us this morning as we go through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. Now let's take a live look outside here. This is in downtown New York City. Looks pretty hazy, pretty dark there. A pretty gloomy start to the day in New York. But we move to a different live look here, kind of panning out a little bit, get that wider view of the skyline of New York City. But again, they're waiting for the sun to come up there on the East Coast. But as they wait for that, we'll go ahead and get you started with the top stories of the day. We'll go to this. Drama in the nation's capital. The city council is trying to pull back a controversial bill, a crime bill, after battling opposition in Congress. Even some Democrats are worried the legislation could paint them as soft on crime. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
As concerns about crime grow in the nation's capital, federal and local leaders say now is not the time for leniency. At issue is a controversial criminal code bill with measures that include reducing the maximum sentences for crimes like robbery and carjacking and eliminating mandatory minimum sentences for many crimes. D.C.'s mayor vetoed the legislation in January, but the city council overrode her veto.
I've been mayor for 8 years. I have only vetoed 7 bills in that period of time. I don't do it willy-nilly.
Under the Constitution, Congress has final authority over D.C.'s laws. House Republicans stepped in with a measure to revoke the city council changes. Even President Biden said he wouldn't block Congress's moves.
The president expressed concerns on certain provisions of the D.C. crime bill.
Faced with opposition, D.C. City Council chairman says he's withdrawing the criminal code reform legislation to rework the bill and submit it at a later time.
The withdrawal means that it is no longer properly before the Congress.
But the Senate may still push forward with a vote to align with the House this week. All Senate Republicans and potentially as many as 20 Senate Democrats are planning to rebuke D.C.
People should have enough guts to vote their own vote.
If Congress rejects the criminal code bill, it will mark only the 4th time in decades that it has stepped into D.C. affairs. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
We're still waiting to hear whether and when President Biden will announce his re-election bid. Some in his party are hoping he decides not to run. Others want him to carry out promises he made during his previous campaign. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey has the story.
We got more to do. I'm determined to finish the job.
But Biden 2024 is no sure thing.
Are you going to endorse Joe Biden if he runs for re-election?
Oh, there's plenty of time for the election. Let's wait until we see who all the players are.
Only one player so far beating even President Biden to an announcement, Marianne Williamson.
It should be the voters who decide. It should not be the DNC that decides.
A New Hampshire power broker who backed Biden in 2020 is not ready to do it again. Steve Shurtleff, a former Speaker of the New Hampshire House, was asked by AP if he wants Biden to run for re-election and says, in my heart of hearts, no. I think a lot of people just don't want to say it. The president is rallying other 2020 allies, though, including the International Association of Firefighters.
First outfit ever to endorse me.
Energy policy and gas prices could be a major campaign issue, and President Biden is weighing whether or not to let ConocoPhillips move forward with a plan to produce 180,000 barrels of oil a day in Alaska with what's called the Willow Plan.
You're either going to be for the Argentines, the Russians, the Iraqis, the Iranians, people who are going to fill this void, or you're going to be for U.S. because this fuel is going to get used out there in the world somewhere.
But environmental activists, including the Sierra Club, which did back Biden-Harris in the 2020 general, want President Biden to pull the plug and stick to a 2019 campaign promise to end fossil fuel.
What's more important to President Biden, improving energy security or reducing fossil fuels?
First of all, it doesn't have to be one or the other, right? Well, we can try to be both.
The Bureau of Land Management, the Fish and Wildlife Agency, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers have all signed off on this project, but it would eventually put fossil fuels to market. So officials around here are trying to figure out how that could impact President Biden's climate change street cred. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
There has been another violent incident at the site of a proposed law enforcement training center in Atlanta. Nearly 24 people were arrested after throwing weapons in the latest demonstration against the project. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson has the story from Atlanta.
Newly released security footage shows officers retreating and ducking for cover as protesters launch fireworks, rocks, and Molotov cocktails in what police call a coordinated attack. Atlanta police sending a stern message after the department says protesters turned violent and attacked officers at the site of a planned $90 million police training facility, also known as Cop City.
Actions such as this will not be tolerated.
Police detained at least 35 people after they allegedly left a nearby music festival and coordinated the attack. 23 of them are charged with domestic terrorism for their alleged roles in the fiery confrontation that destroyed police vehicles and construction equipment. A majority of the protesters are from outside of Georgia, including 2 from France and Canada.
This is a national network, an international group of people that are organized to come to our state to undermine a public safety training center.
Various groups from the Stop Cop City movement have protested against the training facility in what they say is an effort to militarize Atlanta police on land that should be preserved for nature. Tensions have been high since January after a Georgia state trooper shot and killed a protester who investigators say fired first. Activists say it's the police who are turning the temperature up.
By the end of the day, there will be 40 people that have domestic terrorism charges, many of which just for being in a parking lot.
Meantime, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens says the city is creating a new task force to address concerns around the public safety facility. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
4 U.S. citizens were kidnapped by a group of armed gunmen after crossing the border into Mexico. Fox News senior national correspondent William Lajeunesse has the story.
We are closely following the assault and kidnapping of 4 U.S. citizens in Matamoros, Mexico. These sorts of attacks are unacceptable.
4 Americans kidnapped at gunpoint shortly after crossing into Mexico from Brownsville, Texas on Friday. It happened in the northern Mexican border city of Matamoros. According to the FBI, the group was driving a white minivan with North Carolina plates when they came under gunfire from a group of armed men. They were later dragged out of the van and pushed into a waiting car that fled the scene.
The information we have is that they crossed the border to buy medicine in Mexico, and there was a confrontation between groups, and they were detained.
Mexico's president has indicated this may be a case of mistaken identity, and the group unintentionally was targeted.
The FBI, working very closely with other federal partners and Mexican law enforcement agencies to investigate this.
Matamoros is part of the Tamaulipas state, an area that is home to warring factions of the Gulf drug cartel. It's also one of 6 Mexican states Americans are warned not to travel by the State Department due to violent crime and kidnappings.
The travel advisory for Tamaulipas state remains at level 4. Do not travel. We encourage Americans to heed that.
The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for any information leading to the victims or the arrest of their kidnappers. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
And those are just some of the big stories of the day that we're bringing to you this morning to get you caught up on everything that's going on all around the country and around the world as well. We've got plenty more to get into, though, so stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we'll be right back with plenty more of the top stories. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take a live look here at the White House in Washington, D.C. as they get started there on the East Coast. It is 5:11 over on the East Coast and 2:11 in the morning over on the West Coast. Right before the break, I played that story about the 4 U.S. citizens that were kidnapped along the Mexico-U.S. border. Our Live Now team caught up with a former FBI official to get their take on what exactly happened and will these people be found and what might happen to them. So pretty interesting piece here. So again, this is an interview with our Live Now team with a former FBI official. Take a listen.
A lot to unpack here. A lot of people really alarmed by this, wanting to find out more about what happened here. So for more on this, we want to go out now live to Greg Rogers, who's joining us here on Live Now from Fox, a former FBI agent. Greg, you have a lot of experience from the work that you've done. This also includes narcotics. What can you tell us just about this area in which this happened? How dangerous is it?
It's an incredibly dangerous area. Matamoros, the city, is controlled by the Gulf Drug Cartel. They're a particularly violent drug cartel. They used to be known as the Matamoros Cartel. They began business there in the 30s and have maintained primacy there for almost 100 years. You know, they're in their 93rd year of running that place. It's the state's corrupt. The law enforcement, the military, all with the Gulf Drug Cartel. It's a very, very dangerous place to go. Their primary income is from heroin, methamphetamine, cocaine, and fentanyl coming across the border. But they're also well known for kidnapping and extortion, and it's one of their main businesses.
And specifically talking about the cartels there, you hear cartels, you know it's dangerous, but as someone who has worked with this type of situation before in terms of drugs and narcotics, how can you explain the environment there, what it's like, and really just painting a picture for us of what that atmosphere is like?
It's a, Matamoros, when I say it's run by the drug cartel, I mean, they are, the primary power there. They're not concerned about law enforcement. Most law enforcement's bought off. They're not concerned about the military. They've hired most of their security guards come from the military. They run the place. We don't have a situation like that, thankfully, anywhere in the United States. It's not like they're just have some influence. They own that place. They run Tamaulipas, they run Matamoros, and nothing happens there that that they don't have something to do with. They're actually so brazen that they do kidnappings in Brownsville and McAllen. They come across the border into the United States. They're very powerful, and they're not the least bit concerned about law enforcement, our law enforcement, or theirs.
Well, and hearing that these 4 Americans, it's been indicated that this may be a case of mistaken identity, that this group was unintentionally targeted. How does that happen? I mean, is this just a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time?
I think that's unlikely. Were that the case, I think they'd already have been turned over to Mexican authorities, sadly. But I think that's very unlikely. What happens is, unfortunately, if you go into Matamoros and other cities along the border that are run by other cartels, and you have a United States plate from any state on your vehicle, you're a target. And you just have to know that. It's just a dangerous thing to do.
Well, and being kidnapped in Mexico is obviously scary in itself. The reports that are coming out of this are so troubling. How do we get these 4 Americans home safely? Is this still a rescue mission?
Yes, it's a rescue mission, because what's going to happen if they were kidnapped by the cartel, they're going to, what the cartel's sort of modus operandi is they ask for large amounts of money that most people, and I mean multiple millions, they ask for money that most people don't have access to and can't come up with. And then if you can't do that, they'll also demand that you assist them in getting narcotics into the United States. So it's a very, very dangerous situation. And we don't have, unfortunately, we have agents that work that area, but it's very difficult to have sources in Matamoros, and it's very difficult to do any proactive American law enforcement in those states, because you can't rely on your law enforcement partners on the other side of the border. Someone will give you up.
Well, and speaking of money reward here, the FBI is offering $50,000 for any information that can lead to locating these victims or helping to arrest the kidnappers. Do you think that's enough? If we're talking millions, like you just said previously, is $50,000 even close to being enough to try to get some information here?
No, again, tragically, if you live on that side of the border and you know something, and you cooperate with American law enforcement, the Gulf Cartel they will kill you.
And the region in which this happened is one of 6 Mexican states that the U.S. Department warns against travel for due to the increased risk of crime and kidnapping there. And we just heard from in that last report that the 4 Americans that were there were going there for medical reasons. Obviously, there have been some really awful, deadly stories to come out of some trips that Americans have taken to Mexico. But with this being so dangerous, knowing that these 4 people were going for medical reasons, to your knowledge, is that a common thing to do, especially knowing that this area is known for violent cartels?
It was a lot more common because you can get prescription drugs across the border for, pennies on the dollar, literally. But in recent years, I think our State Department has done a pretty good job of advising people, and people who live on the border, have they know because they have associates and friends and know people who've had difficulty for crossing. So my take on that would be there's easier ways to get medications, and I'm not recommending anybody do anything illegal, but there's all sorts of online pharmacies you can get meds for cheaper, but going into Mexico to save money on medications, into Matamoros, Juarez, those types of cities is just a bad idea. Doesn't matter how much you're saving, you're literally risking your life.
Yeah, what is your advice to people who are listening right now? What should they know about visiting Mexico? Is it just those areas or just in general? What do you think is important for them to know right now?
I would pay very close attention to State Department guidelines about which states not to go to, the states that they absolutely put at the higher levels. You should just stay out of. That's it's very dangerous. You're targeted. If you look like an American, if you're driving a car with American plates, you're just a target. There's no reason to go. I mean, it's just too dangerous right now. There are states that that different drug cartels run, and for the life of me, you just shouldn't go.
Greg, thanks so much. This has been a really informational interview here and a conversation. We appreciate you joining us on Live Now from Fox.
My pleasure.
And that was some insight there from our Live Now team, speaking with a former FBI agent about those 4 U.S. citizens kidnapped along the U.S.-Mexican border. As we learn more details, we'll bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to take another quick commercial break, our second one of the hour here. Got plenty more to get into, so stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, an interesting trend is showing up in the government's job reports. More people are picking part-time jobs on purpose, even as hotels and restaurants struggle to find workers. Younger people are also shunning traditional workday routines. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from the latest from Washington.
A pandemic setback is turning into a comeback.
How are you down there?
The hospitality and leisure industry is hiring, but many of the country's fastest growing employers can't find workers.
We're horribly understaffed. We have one bartender, and she will handle 25 seats at the bar, 2 dining rooms, and our outdoor seating.
Hiring at hotels, bars, and restaurants has helped keep the unemployment rate at a 5-decade low. But a booming labor market is creating a hiring bottleneck. The labor participation rate has fallen, and now Americans are cutting down hours by choice. The number of part-time workers rose by 1.2 million in December and January, according to the Labor Department.
People are reevaluating what they want to do with their lives.
Another significant shift in attitudes toward work. Some younger people are shunning full-time jobs because they don't want to get burned out. It's part of a movement known on TikTok as Bare Minimum Monday.
The mornings are hard. Your brain gives you 10 different reasons to go back to bed.
The idea is to ease into the work week by prioritizing your well-being over a stressful to-do list.
A Monday of full recovery will be very beneficial.
Others aren't on board.
I do know people do not want to work. People are lazy.
This tight labor market has afforded a lot of leverage to workers, but a potential recession could change that, with more layoffs possible on the horizon.
That is going to shift the power dynamic, and you're going to see many of these trends fall by the wayside.
We'll see whether Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell drops hints about slowing the economy with future interest rate hikes when he testifies before a Senate committee on Tuesday. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Northern California starts digging out after another weekend of snowy weather in the Sierra Nevada mountains. Meanwhile, in the south, efforts continue to dig snowbound residents in San Bernardino County. Fox weather correspondent Max Gordon has the story.
I'm concerned about being able to make a living and pay my bills, and take care of my livelihood, if anything, right? And we're all stranded. We feel in prison.
Frustration mounting in Southern California's San Bernardino County. More than a week after back-to-back storms left thousands of people snowbound in several feet of snow, authorities are still working to clear roadways. So far, about 80% of county-maintained roads have been plowed or made passable. Private roads, however, are still covered in some areas because the county can't plow private property.
Roads are iffy. In some spots, they are down to 1 lane, but they're drivable.
While the county has set up several distribution sites for food and basic supplies, residents say they're fed up with the situation. Many worry about missing work and running out of supplies. Meanwhile, up north, residents are also digging out after another weekend of heavy snowfall. Several feet of snow falling in the Sierra Nevada just days after the region was hit hard with blizzard conditions. While some were prepared for this new round of cold and power outages,
it's not unusual on North Bloomfield for us to be out of power due to snow, trees, weather conditions, or an accident or something like that, but it's been a kind of banner year, let's just say.
Others weren't so lucky.
We quickly ran out of gas for the generator.
Forecasters say the next big storm is expected to hit Central California later on this week. In Crestline, California, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
It can cost you a pretty penny to buy an airplane ticket. It's even more costly if you have a large family. But imagine shelling out hundreds for a flight, only to have to pay even more to sit next to your own children. Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez takes a look at a new tool to help save you money.
Nowadays, they just add fees to everything.
From concert tickets to hotel rooms and beyond, Americans are growing tired of hidden fees jacking up the cost of their purchases. But when it comes to your next flight, a new tool is hoping to make ticket prices more transparent, especially for families with young kids. The Transportation Department is now revealing its new family seating dashboard. The tool lets travelers quickly check which airlines allow families with small children to sit together without any extra charges.
As recently as a month ago, no U.S. airlines guaranteed fee-free family seating.
So long as seats are available when a customer books. if an airline guarantees a parent or guardian can sit next to their child, ages 13 and under, at no additional cost. Will be given a green check mark on the dashboard site. As of Monday, only 3 out of 10 U.S. airlines listed on the dashboard earned the coveted mark.
American Airlines, Alaska Airlines, and Frontier Airlines have stepped forward to guarantee that parents can sit with their young children without getting nickel and dimed.
This added feature is on the Transportation Department's pre-existing airline customer service dashboard, where you can also find information on the services airlines offer customers for delayed and canceled flights.
It's nicer when you have it up front and you know exactly what you're going to pay. That's the best way to do it.
Meanwhile, the Biden administration is expected to send Congress legislation in the coming weeks to further address airline junk fees. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
A man in Oregon says he went from a bystander at a house fire to getting right in the mix with first responders when he felt his knowledge may be of use. Fox's Jeffrey Lindblom reports.
Police officers carrying a dog rescued from flames erupting from a Scappoose home on Southeast 3rd Street late Thursday night. The man behind the camera is Guy Auker, who was on his way home when he spotted the smoke, sirens, and lights and took out his camera.
And I was curious. I like to take videos of that sort of thing.
We're told it took responding agencies just 5 minutes to arrive on scene and quickly found out 2 dogs were still inside the home, where crews were able to locate them both in roughly 10 minutes, bringing them onto the front lawn where they began CPR, piquing Auker's curiosity working as a flight attendant.
And so I've been trained on CPR.
And recently he claims to have learned how to do CPR specific to animals in an online video. With that knowledge, Auker says that's about the time that he sprang into action, dropping the phone and instead dropping to his hands and knees alongside one of the officers and performing mouth to mouth, or in this case, mouth to muzzle.
He was doing the chest compressions and then stopped, and then I would give breaths.
Fire crews say the fire was under control in just 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Auker says he and the officer continued CPR for what felt like a long time, until he says the two looked at each other and decided the dog had likely crossed the Rainbow Bridge.
We stopped, and the dog is no longer with us.
However, Auker says the other dog started coming too, and that's when he says first responders put an oxygen mask on the animal and eventually brought it to the vet. Auker says he offered to join them in the squad car to care for the animal if need be.
The trooper's like, no, it's thanks, but I got it. So she took off, and I got in my car and I went home.
Well, pretty wild story there. Well, at least that pup made it out okay. Well, it's 5:30 on the East Coast, 2:30 in the morning over on the West Coast. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner, as we take you through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. I do want to take our third commercial break of this hour as we take a live look outside at New York City as they start the day there in the Big Apple. But we'll be right back in just 2 short minutes with more on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner, as we take a live look outside at Atlanta, Georgia. Looking as they start the day there. That's a beautiful angle there on downtown Atlanta, Georgia. We've got some more news about Atlanta coming up here, and not too long, violent incident at that new proposed Cop City Plaza, as they call it there, a training facility for police officers. Pretty interesting situation there, but we'll get more into that, as I said, later on here on Live Now from Fox. But let's go to this story, a story we've been hitting hard for several weeks now. There's a new 6-point plan to enhance safety operations for the train company involved in the East Palestine, Ohio toxic train derailment. You see it right there. That's when it all started over about 3 weeks ago. Fox News correspondent Garrett Tenney has more.
Federal and state officials are investigating another Norfolk Southern train derailment that occurred in Ohio over the weekend. On Saturday, more than 24 cars fell off the tracks in Springfield, about 50 miles west of Columbus. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine says President Biden and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg called him to offer federal assistance, but officials stress the derailment does not pose a threat to the community since none of the derailed cars were carrying hazardous material.
If you look at rail transportation, whether it's freight or passenger, it is far less dangerous than moving these materials on our nation's roads, which account for about 43,000 fatalities annually.
It's the second Norfolk Southern train to crash within a few weeks. In East Palestine, there are lingering questions about the impact of last month's toxic spill on public health and the environment. Ohio lawmakers are demanding answers.
Well, you know, there's over 1,000 a year. In fact, sometimes it's as high as 1,700 a year. Why is that acceptable?
In response to that crash in East Palestine, Norfolk Southern has agreed to reimburse residents and businesses affected just across the border in Pennsylvania through a $1 million relief fund. On Monday, the company also announced a plan to improve safety on its rail lines, including installing dozens of temperature detectors along the tracks that can provide real-time warnings to train crews. The NTSB says it will issue its own safety recommendations after investigating both derailments. In Chicago, I'm Garrett Tenney, Fox News.
There's still almost a year before the first votes will be cast in either the Republican or Democratic primaries. The trail, however, is already heating up, and we're getting an idea of what the campaign speeches will focus on. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
He's not in yet. President Biden still has not announced his re-election decision, but he's not shying away from campaign-style speeches.
Don't leave till we finish the job. We got more to do. I'm determined to finish the job.
Thank you, thank you. Author Marianne Williamson so far is the only declared candidate in the Democratic primary. It's unclear if any others will run, with the will he or won't he hanging over the party.
He's got an issue with his own base, and I've never seen a sitting president who, in poll after poll after poll, is seen over half of Democratic voters don't want him to run for re-election again.
On the right, former President Trump headlined the closing night of the Conservative Political Action Conference on Saturday.
We are going to finish what we started. We started something that was a miracle.
The biggest threat to President Trump, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis skipped CPAC and instead gave a competing speech with not-so-veiled jabs.
In 4 years, you didn't see our administration leaking like a sieve. You didn't see a lot of drama or palace intrigue. What you saw was surgical precision execution. Day after day after day.
Governor DeSantis has not announced his candidacy yet, but his travel schedule this month suggests he will run, visiting early voting states Iowa, Nevada, and New Hampshire. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Well, turning to weather now, Tennessee saw some intense storms that caused problems for many residents with wind damage and heavy rains, leaving many people with a big mess to clean up. Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez has the details.
A lot of people throughout Tennessee still trying to wrap their heads around this unusual storm. In fact, where I'm standing, Hendersonville, Tennessee, about 30 minutes or so northeast of Music City, they were without power at least through Sunday night. And let me show you why. Take a look at this power pole snapped up at the top there. It looks like those lines may still be holding on, but that's not the case for several hundred of these poles across the metro area. You'll notice the mess of trees beneath it. That is what so many communities look like this Monday morning. But it's not just this minor tree damage. Some have really suffered losses to their homes, if not have lost loved ones. Whether it was a tornado, heavy rain, or destructive winds, Friday was a terrifying day for millions. In Tennessee, a near record low pressure system created tropical storm force winds near Music City. The strongest gust clocked at 79 miles per hour in Clarksville. The evidence and damage scattered around the state. This century-old cedar tree collapsed. Others landed on homes and took out power lines and poles. Well over 100 of them snapped in and around Nashville, leaving hundreds of thousands in the dark. Through the weekend, Nashville Electric Service deployed nearly 100 teams to get the lights back on. As of Sunday night, more than 10,000 customers still had no power in Tennessee. More than 500,000 outages reported in Kentucky, though. Governor Andy Beshear declared a state of emergency ahead of this storm. Still, at least 5 dead there, a dozen across 5 states, and thousands still wondering when the lights will come back on. And you'll notice these uprooted trees behind me. Of the dead, 3 here in the Volunteer State, including a high school student, each killed by a falling tree. In Hendersonville, Tennessee, I'm Nicole Valdez, Fox Weather.
Well, check this story out here. A couple sues a Hawaii-based tour company after being left stranded in the water on their honeymoon. Of all the times that could happen. Fox's LaMonica Peters reports.
Attorney Jared Waskowitz says what should have been a great experience in Maui turned into a nightmare for his clients Elizabeth Webster and Alexander Burkle. While on their honeymoon in September 2021, the couple bought snorkeling tickets with Sail Maui. After about an hour in the water, they realized the boat was sailing away as they tried to swim towards it.
There were no other boats in the area. All they could think to do was swim towards the closest landmass, so they did. It was shallow, there was waves. And they came up on the beach there in Lanai. It's kind of an abandoned beach. Lanai is a small island, not very populated. Nobody was on the beach.
Their attorney says once they reached Lanai, they wrote SOS in the sand and waited. Fortunately, a local couple visiting the beach that day helped them call the tour boat company.
One of the shocking things is that, the vessel didn't even know they were missing until that phone call.
Webster and Burkle have filed a $5 million lawsuit against Sail Maui for negligence. Waskowitz says they had to swim a half mile to get back on land, and if they didn't know how to swim, the situation could have ended much worse.
It's not like it was their first time in the water, but I wouldn't say they had, that kind of open ocean swimming experience, especially at that spot. Apparently they were in shape enough and could do enough to not drown.
Waskowitz says that the company did refund the couple's money and help them get back to Maui. Now, we reached out to the tour boat company, Sail Maui, but we didn't hear back from them in time for this report. LaMonica Peters, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
Pretty wild story there. Wow. Well, it's 5:41 on the East Coast and it's 2:41 in the morning over on the West Coast. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner. I want to take another quick commercial break. It'll be our last one of this hour, but we got plenty more to get into. All the top stories from all around the country and around the world as well. Stick with us right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I want to play this press conference for you. This is, well, remarks from President Biden at the 2023 International Association of Firefighters, their legislative conference there. So I do want to drop into this and play it for you, and we'll hear what the president had to say at this event that occurred yesterday. Take a listen.
Wow, what an honor. Brothers and sisters, good afternoon. My name is Mike Jackson. I'm a federal firefighter at Joint Base Meyer-Henderson Hall, just across the river in Arlington, Virginia. We respond to a number of crises and disasters and security requirements in our nation's capital. Ever since I was a kid, I knew I wanted to be a firefighter. Every time fire trucks drove down the road, I chased them. At 16 years old, I became a junior firefighter, and the rest is history. After being on the job for more than a decade, I was diagnosed with cancer in 2021. My claim, a truth we all know, the cancer is connected to our job, was initially denied. My medical bills climbed beyond $100,000. I watched the impact on my family, specifically my wife, Patty, who's a dispatcher, and my two daughters, Riley and Kenzie. For years, the government has denied federal firefighters presumptive coverage for cancer, heart, and lung diseases that we have rightly earned, putting our lives on the line. This needed to change. Thanks to our next speaker, it has. For decades, the IFF advocated for all this and many more other changes, to no avail. General President Kelly made them a priority. And when President Biden was elected, he finally made the progress we'd been waiting for. President Biden has signed law after law to make sure firefighters get the benefits and support they deserve. Please welcome the person who has spent his whole career personally advocating for the IFF and who time after time has delivered for our members, President Joseph R. Biden.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it very much. Please have a seat if there's one you have. I said that early on in my presidency. I said, have a seat, and then the press, there were no chairs. Press looked at, he's so dumb he didn't even know there's no seats there. Folks, look, I want to thank your president, Eddie Kelly. He's been a friend of mine a long, long time. A lot of you have been great friends and good with my family. You know, I joined many of you virtually in October at the U.S. Fire Administration's Summit on Fire Prevention and Control. I was told that I was the first president since Truman to participate, and I made sure to do it because as long as I can remember, you have been with me from the very, very beginning. First outfit ever to endorse me. There's 3 political parties in Delaware: Democrats, Republicans, and firefighters. Well, you all think I'm kidding. You all think I'm kidding. I'm not kidding, man. That's not a joke. And I got the firefighters, and I won by a landslide of 3,800 votes. Anyway, that was in 1972 when I had a little bit of hair. You know, look, throughout my career, I've tried to be there for you all because you've been with me my whole career. Many of you know that when I first started in politics, you were the first outfit, not this particular firefighting group, but the State Firefighters Association. We're the first group to really jump behind me. And you heard me say that many times, God made man, then he made a few firefighters, because you're all nuts. You're the only ones that run into flames. Everybody runs away from them. The overwhelming human instinct is to run away from danger, but when the bell rings, you run toward it, no matter what. And folks, you know, you put on that helmet, you put on that gear, you jump in the back of that truck, and you jump in the ambulance. You do what you do, and you do it well. And you say you're just doing your job. Well, we know it's not just a job. Being a firefighter is not what you do, it's who you are. It's who you are. It defines you. As a kid in Claymont, Delaware, we moved down from Scranton. It used to be a steel town. There's no steel anymore. There used to be worse steel. And I lived in an apartment complex when we moved down, and up the street was a little Catholic grade school I went to called Holy Rosary. And right across the street was the Claymont Fire Hall. And that was a place where you got buried, you got married, it was the center of the town, for real, not a joke. And a lot of my buddies, we all either became firefighters, cops, or priests. And here I am. I wasn't qualified for any of them. But folks, it's been part of my career my whole life, and I'm not going to go through it all, but you literally, my fire company at home, saved my life. I came back from a trip after being away for a couple of days, and I had these terrible headaches, was diagnosed with having anyway, they had to take the top of my head off a couple times, see if I had a brain. But all kidding aside, what happened was it was a snowstorm, and I had a cranial aneurysm, and I had to be operated on immediately. And the doc who was going to do it was the best doc there was around, who was down at Walter Reed, because he had operated on so many folks. And I couldn't get down. The Republican president, offered me the Marine One to get down, but they couldn't fly because of the weather. So my fire company got me down in the middle of a snowstorm for a 9-hour operation. Saved my life. You saved the life of my sons and my two sons when my wife and daughter were killed right after I got elected. Tractor trailer broadside them, killed my wife, killed my daughter. And my two boys were on top of their dead sister and mom they tell me I never wanted to know the detail, but up to close to 3 hours took my fire company to jaws of life to get them out and get them to the hospital. When I was down doing the last show with Tim Russert, Meet the Press, the last show he had done, lightning struck in a pond behind my house, went up underneath conduit, caught fire underneath the floorboards of my house. And it was during the summer, air conditioning was on, smoke that thick, all 3 stories. The reason I can show you that is because every piece of furniture had to be replaced because of the smoke. But guess what? My fire company was there to go in and save my wife, get her out, the cat, and my 67 Corvette. But in all seriousness, you've been there too many times. And people don't really appreciate what you do until they need you. They don't really understand it. And you're there every single day for families all across the country. And with the climate change becoming so severe, we're calling on you more and more and more. Extreme heat and drought have turned wildfire season into wildfire years. Cities and towns have never had to confront this before, and are now facing it head on. As president, I saw firsthand the devastating wildfires that burned homes and businesses from New Mexico, Colorado, California, Idaho. I met with firefighters, many of whom are never trained to fight wildfires, saving lives and risking their own. They brought boats and rescue equipment after hurricanes in Florida, Puerto Rico, New Jersey, New York, Louisiana, all of which I've been to since I've been president. Rescuing families from ruined homes, ferrying people and pets to safety. You travel far and wide with urban search and rescue and other disaster response teams, and you help your fellow Americans take care of your own. Take care of your own. You don't just show up at disasters. In many of the places I've been in the last year with all these disasters, the very firefighters who were helping out, their homes were burning while they were helping. Their homes were burning. They were still showing up to the job. You show up every single time that bell rings. You respond to hundreds of thousands of fires, medical calls, and other emergencies. When a building collapsed in Surfside because of the foundations going on, it was firefighters pulling people from that wreckage when I was down there. When mass shootings ripped through communities from Michigan State University to Monterey Park and El Paso to Buffalo, you rushed in to save lives with your own law enforcement partners. Look, this is tough work, and you bear the scars, and you paid the price for your courage. Just last week, I lost one of my own. Well, you lost, one of your own in a 4-alarm and fire in Buffalo. Firefighter Jason Arno, 37 years old, just married, young daughter. To Jason's family and the firefighting families here today and around the country who've lost someone's loved ones and colleagues, we can never thank you enough. We can never repay you. I've done more firefighter funerals than I want to acknowledge. The only thing that protects you is more firefighters. More firefighters. In 2022, there were 99 line of duty deaths. I've been to, as I said, far too many firefighter funerals in my life. And I know too many of you are dealing with cancer from chemicals and toxins on the job and in your gear. It's wrong. It's wrong. Well, let me tell you something. I have your back. Eddie just talked to me about the 3 requests he has, and I won't go into them now, but I'm going to push all of them. And I promise you, you've had my back and I'll have yours. You know, when thank you, but I should be clapping for you. You know, when I served in the Senate, I fought to create the Safer Grant Program. As Vice President, I worked to double its funding. In my first months as President, I invested $350 billion from the American Rescue Plan to help states and cities keep firefighters on the job during the pandemic. Cities like Tampa, Dallas, Tulsa, Knoxville used the funding for premium pay, new fire and rescue vehicles, extra staff during peak times. The law also increased federal firefighting grants by $300 million, paying for hundreds of emergency response vehicles, thousands of sets of turnout gear, and there's so much more we have to do. Critical cancer research and putting more local firefighters in the field. And since I spoke at the Summit of Fire Prevention and Control last October, FEMA has funded 400 more firefighting positions, bringing the total to 1,600. Because I know you know, that the things that protects firefighters, again, I'll say it again and again, is more firefighters. My dad used to have an expression for real. My dad was a real gentleman, never went to college, but he was a guy who cared a lot. And my dad used to have an expression. He said, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. So being able to look your child in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay. That's why I fight so damn hard to protect your right to collective bargaining. I mean it. And to make sure you have what you need to manage the risk of your job. Today, emergency response and preparedness standards, including the rules on fire brigades, are outdated and incomplete. They don't address the full range of hazards we face, and they lag behind the latest innovations in protective equipment, industrial standards, and so much more. That's why the Occupational Safety and Health Administration convened a multiple agency panel to draft better standards to protect folks like you, to protect all the rest of it, who protect the rest of us. They're on track to propose an updated rules this fall. And when they finally comes time for you to leave the job and enjoy some hard-earned peace, you should be able to retire with dignity. That's why last year I was proud. I was proud to sign legislation to make sure your disability retirement benefits remain tax-free the whole life. And that's why, as Senator, I fought for the Public Safety Officers Benefit Program and helped strengthen it. As President, I signed legislation extending those benefits to firefighters who are permanently disabled and the families of firefighters who die after experiencing trauma like PTSD on duty. You see so much. You see so much, God love you. I'm not sure how you do it. Because your families make the sacrifice they make every day, right along with you. When you put on that uniform, or when they may be in the area where you may be working out of, they hear that alarm go off, they hear that siren go off, they wonder. They wonder not just who in fact is in trouble, But are you going to be coming home? Are you going to be coming home? Every family dreads the possibility of receiving that phone call. There's a line from the English poet John Milton. It goes like this. He said, "They also serve who only stand and wait." They also serve who only stand and wait. We owe an overwhelming debt of gratitude to your families, your mothers, your fathers, your brothers, your sisters, your husbands, your wives, and your children. We owe them big for supporting you. No matter how much we kid around, guys, joke. And I've been hung out with too many firemen, too many fire events. What you do takes enormous courage. It's a simple proposition. It takes courage. I want to personally thank your families who had to stand and wait while you keep us safe. Much of what we're doing is about your right to be treated fairly, with dignity and with respect. Part of that is making the tax system as fair. By the way, we can make all these improvements and still cut the deficit if we start making people pay fair share. I made a commitment on my watch. No one making under $400,000 will pay an additional penny in taxes. And guess what? I did all we did and all the stuff you guys wanted me doing and some more, and we still cut the deficit in the last 2 years by $1.7 trillion. You know why? For 550 corporations, we made over $40 billion and didn't pay a cent in federal taxes. Now, I'm a capitalist. You want to go make a lot of money, go do it, but at least pay something. So we put an incredible burden on them. We made them pay 15% tax. That's less than you got. You guys pay a hell of a lot more than that. And guess what? We were able to afford everything and still cut the deficit. That's why I'm proposing, you know, there used to be in America, when I started this job, there were, I think, 600, don't hold me the exact number, I think 680 million billionaires in America. Not million, 680 billionaires in America. Now it's about 1,000. You know what their average tax rate is? 3, T-H-R-E-E%. Poor people. That's why I'm proposing a billionaire tax, because no billionaire should be paying a lower tax rate than a firefighter. Nobody. And by the way, they still have hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not like it's going to be a great sacrifice. Dignity and respect also means protecting your health. Toxic substance you're exposed to on the job are almost certainly why cancer is a leading killer to firefighters. You don't have to look much further than 9/11. How hard we all fought to make sure they got covered. We stepped up and did something about that. We should step up now. I have a proposal that started in the last administration I was part of with Barack Obama. It's called the Cancer Moonshot. It's a key part of my unity agenda in the State of the Union to bring together every part of the government to cut the cancer death rates in half and invest in research and development and early detection and screening, better support people facing diagnoses, and end cancer as we know it. We also created a special claims unit at the Department of Labor to process cancer claims, all other claims for federal firefighters, and do it faster. We're going after toxic exposure to PFAS, so-called forever chemicals, that for years have been in your gear, your equipment, your fire supervision agents. You know, they depend, that you depend on to be able to do your job. I signed legislation to fund research aimed at understanding the risk you face from PFAS and how to mitigate it. We banned the Department of Defense from buying gear that contains PFAS as soon as alternative is available. I'm determined to make sure you have the gear that protects you without making you or your family sick. You deserve it. We can do this. I met with every major cancer research facility in the world but one, from Asia to Europe, the Middle East. And guess what? We can do it. We've got to fund it. In December, I was proud to sign the Federal Firefighters Fairness Act, giving more than 10,000 federal firefighters and their families critical workers' compensation and other benefits by making sure certain kinds of heart problems, lung disease, and cancers are presumed to be caused by the job. Got to do it. Excuse, as they used to say when I was a senator, point of personal privilege. I'm wearing a tie that has the insignia of the organization my son set up before he died for abused children. Well, you know, he, like many of you, he spent a year in Iraq. He was given a number of awards. Bronze Star, Conspicuous Service Medal. But the problem was he went one of the healthiest guys in his outfit. He was the Attorney General, gave up his seat so he could go to Iraq with his National Guard unit. But he was downwind from one of those toxic dumps. And he came home with stage 4 glioblastoma, for which there's no cure. And he died. The idea, and that's why I work so hard to get that legislation passed for veterans, that you have to prove beyond a doubt what caused it when it's obvious what was in the air. It's just wrong. Senator Klobuchar and Congressman Pascarell, are working on what they call the Honor Act, to extend public safety officer benefit program to cover firefighters who die from cancer. I support it. Congress should introduce it, pass it, and get it to my desk for me to sign it. Look, no one's saying you didn't know this was a dangerous profession when you joined it. But that's who you are. It's about helping other people. Like I said to a couple of you downstairs, I don't know any other group of people who risk their lives to save someone's home or property, and the next day are out there in a corner with a boot, raising money to help them rebuild their home. Name me anybody who does that. Name me anybody but you guys that do that. It's who you are. You're incredible. But there are things we can do to make your job a little bit safer, like preventing fires in the first place. One of the things you remember I fought like hell to get done. They said we couldn't get it done. We got it done in a bipartisan way, actually. The bipartisan infrastructure law. The largest investment, over $1.2 trillion in our modernizing our nation's infrastructure. Largest investment since the Eisenhower interstate highway system. How can we be the leading country in the world economically and have a second-class infrastructure system? When people hear infrastructure, they think only of roads and bridges, which is important. Well, this includes significant funding for community resilience to wildfires, like clearing trees and brush, creating fire buffers in high-risk areas, and to harness new tools to keep communities safe. These new tools include advancing satellite technology that's going to help us get better predictive evidence of where wildfires are going so we can better position resources to respond. We're rebuilding and reinforcing our water mains in America. Too many firefighters are showing up, and guess what? No water's coming out of that hydrant. We're also repairing roads and bridges all across the country so emergency responders can get to people quickly. Let me give you an example. When I was doing the Recovery Act in the last administration I was in Barack's administration, I was in South Central Pennsylvania. And there was a creek about as wide as this from the buffer there to the wall. And there was a bridge over it, which I guess it might have been, I don't know, 35 yards, 40 yards long. And on one side was a fire station. The other side was a school. Had there been a fire, they couldn't get across that bridge because they couldn't handle the weight of the fire truck. So it had to go, don't hold me to this exactly, but I think it was 8 miles up the creek to get to the bridge they could cross to come back. How many kids would be dead by then? We have to go. We have to fix this. And the Inflation Reduction Act, funny sounding name, makes the most significant investment in history in confronting climate change, including protecting forest health, reducing fire risk in nearby communities to protect you. We made a lot of progress, but there's so much more to do. When you respond to a fire, you don't leave until the fire's out. Well, I'm telling my colleagues, don't leave till we finish the job. We got more to do. I'm determined to finish the job. We passed this legislation. It's out there. It's out there. And we're going to get it done. Make your lives a little bit safer. You can never make them really safe because you do so many incredible things. Let me close with this. When the worst happens, when those alarms go off, when everything and everyone you love is in danger, there's no better sight in the world than a firefighter ready to go to work. So thank you for being who you are, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. It's personal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you to all the heroes you represent. We're on alert, on call, communities all across the country this very minute. You guys are the best, you women are the best, and that's not hyperbole. You're the very best America has to offer. We owe you, and I promise, as long as I'm standing here, I will never forget what you did for me, for the country, and for all of us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you, and may God protect all firefighters. Thank you.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, that was President Biden speaking at the 2023 International Association of Firefighters Conference, giving a speech there in front of all those people. You hear the applause there. Well, we do want to take another quick commercial break, but before we do, we'll have some more coverage in Atlanta, hopefully coming up here on that Cop City situation we were talking about earlier, but we'll have more on that on the other side of the break. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It's 6:13 on the East Coast and 3:13 over on the West Coast as we take a live look outside in Atlanta, Georgia. This is the area where that Cop City situation, that proposed police training facility, under attack as they were just getting things started there. But I do want to bring in Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teichner. He's been on this story and has the latest, as it sounds like some of those folks that were involved in this attack on police at that site will be appearing in court today. Is that correct?
Well, there's some suspects expected to be in court. 23 different people ended up being arrested. They're all facing felony domestic terrorism charges, and these people aren't really locals. In fact, officials are pretty quick to point out that only 2 of them are from Georgia. The rest are from other parts of the state. In fact, you got 2 of them that aren't even from the United States. One from Canada. The other one came here all the way from France.
We see individuals as another group is engaging the officers with rocks, Molotov cocktails, and bottles.
Atlanta police say protesters carried shields and were armed with explosives and projectiles as they carried out what officials call a coordinated attack on officers at the site of a proposed first responder training facility.
The officers are moving to protect additional city assets that are behind this area, and you'll see a firework that was just lobbed at the lieutenant.
Sunday, police say an estimated 100 protesters used a nearby music festival as cover to carry out the attack. Police claim some of the protesters changed clothes in the woods before the clash took place. The protesters allegedly burned a construction vehicle and threw items at officers before running back into the woods.
As some of the individuals that had just previously attacked the work site returned back into the woods, they start changing back into the clothes that they were just wearing moments before.
23 people were arrested and charged with domestic terrorism. Only 2 are from Georgia. 2 of the suspects are from another country. At the same city council meeting where police gave a detailed description of the attack, opponents of the project made sure their voices were also heard.
We are opening our mouths and crying with a loud voice to say that we don't want Cop City.
These are some pretty serious charges that these suspects are facing. If convicted, they would get a mandatory minimum of a 5-year prison sentence, and they could see themselves spending as much as 35 years behind bars. Reporting from Atlanta, Georgia, I'm Mark Teichner for Live Now from Fox.
All right, Mark, thank you so much for that report. We appreciate it. Well, it's 6:16 on the East Coast and 3:16 over on the West Coast. We're going to take another quick commercial break. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, there's drama in the nation's capital, isn't there always? But the head of the city council is trying to pull back a controversial crime bill after battling opposition in Congress. Even some Democrats are worried the legislation could paint them as soft on crime. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
As concerns about crime grow in the nation's capital, federal and local leaders say now is not the time for leniency. At issue is a controversial criminal code bill with measures that include reducing the maximum sentences for crimes like robbery and carjacking and eliminating mandatory minimum sentences for many crimes. D.C.'s mayor vetoed the legislation in January, but the city council overrode her veto.
I've been mayor for 8 years. I have only vetoed 7 bills in that period of time. I don't do it willy-nilly.
Under the Constitution, Congress has final authority over D.C.'s laws. House Republicans stepped in with a measure to revoke the city council changes. Even President Biden said he wouldn't block Congress's moves.
The president expressed concerns on certain provisions of the D.C. crime bill.
Faced with opposition, D.C. City Council chairman says he's withdrawing the criminal code reform legislation to rework the bill and submit it at a later time.
The withdrawal means that it is no longer properly before the Congress.
But the Senate may still push forward with a vote to align with the House this week. All Senate Republicans and potentially as many as 20 Senate Democrats are planning to rebuke D.C.
People should have enough guts to vote their own vote.
If Congress rejects the criminal code bill, it will mark only the 4th time in decades that it has stepped into D.C. affairs. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
We're still waiting to hear whether and when President Biden will announce his re-election bid. Some in his party are hoping he decides not to run. Others want him to carry out promises he made during his previous campaign. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey has the story.
We got more to do. I'm determined to finish the job.
But Biden 2024 is no sure thing.
Are you going to endorse Joe Biden if he runs for re-election?
Oh, there's plenty of time for the election. Let's wait until we see who all the players are.
Only one player so far beating even President Biden to an announcement, Marianne Williamson.
It should be the voters who decide. It should not be the DNC that decides.
A New Hampshire power broker who backed Biden in 2020 is not ready to do it again. Steve Shurtleff, a former Speaker of the New Hampshire House, was asked by AP if he wants Biden to run for re-election and says, in my heart of hearts, no. I think a lot of people just don't want to say it. The president is rallying other 2020 allies, though, including the International Association of Firefighters.
First outfit ever to endorse me.
Energy policy and gas prices could be a major campaign issue, and President Biden is weighing whether or not to let ConocoPhillips move forward with a plan to produce 180,000 barrels of oil a day in Alaska with what's called the Willow Plan.
You're either going to be for the Argentines, the Russians, the Iraqis, the Iranians, people who are going to fill this void, or you're going to be for U.S. because this fuel is going to get used out there in the world somewhere.
But environmental activists, including the Sierra Club, which did back Biden-Harris in the 2020 general, want President Biden to pull the plug and stick to a 2019 campaign promise to end fossil fuel.
What's more important to President Biden, improving energy security or reducing fossil fuels?
First of all, it doesn't have to be one or the other, right? Well, we can try to be both.
The Bureau of Land Management, the Fish and Wildlife Agency, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers have all signed off on this project, but it would eventually put fossil fuels to market. So officials around here are trying to figure out how that could impact President Biden's climate change street cred. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
And we just heard from Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teigner on this particular story. There has been another violent incident at the site of a proposed law enforcement training center in Atlanta. Nearly 24 people were arrested after attacking police in the latest demonstration against the project. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson has the story from Atlanta.
Newly released security footage shows officers retreating and ducking for cover as protesters launch fireworks, rocks, and Molotov cocktails in what police call a coordinated attack. Atlanta police sending a stern message after the department says protesters turned violent and attacked officers at the site of a planned $90 million police training facility, also known as Cop City.
Actions such as this will not be tolerated.
Police detained at least 35 people after they allegedly left a nearby music festival and coordinated the attack. 23 of them are charged with domestic terrorism for their alleged roles in the fiery confrontation that destroyed police vehicles and construction equipment. A majority of the protesters are from outside of Georgia, including 2 from France and Canada.
This is a national network, an international group of people that are organized to come to our state to undermine a public safety training center.
Various groups from the Stop Cop City movement have protested against the training facility in what they say is an effort to militarize Atlanta police on land that should be preserved for nature. Tensions have been high since January after a Georgia state trooper shot and killed a protester who investigators say fired first. Activists say it's the police who are turning the temperature up.
By the end of the day, there will be 40 people that have domestic terrorism charges, many of which just for being in a parking lot.
Meantime, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens says the city is creating a new task force to address concerns around the public safety facility. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
4 U.S. citizens were kidnapped by a group of armed gunmen after crossing the border into Mexico. Fox News senior national correspondent William Lajeunesse has the story.
We're closely following the assault and kidnapping of 4 U.S. citizens in Matamoros, Mexico. These sorts of attacks are unacceptable.
4 Americans kidnapped at gunpoint shortly after crossing into Mexico from Brownsville, Texas on Friday. It happened in the northern Mexican border city of Matamoros. According to the FBI, the group was driving a white minivan with North Carolina plates when they came under gunfire from a group of armed men. They were later dragged out of the van and pushed into a waiting car that fled the scene.
The information we have is that they crossed the border to buy medicine in Mexico, and there was a confrontation between groups, and they were detained.
Mexico's president has indicated this may be a case of mistaken identity, and the group unintentionally was targeted.
The FBI working very closely with other federal partners and Mexican law enforcement agencies to investigate this.
Matamoros is part of the Tamaulipas state, an area that is home to warring factions of the Gulf drug cartel. It's also one of 6 Mexican states Americans are warned not to travel by the State Department due to violent crime and kidnappings.
The travel advisory for Tamaulipas state remains at level 4. Do not travel. We encourage Americans to heed that.
The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for any information leading to the victims or the arrest of their kidnappers. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
And those are some of just the top stories from all around the country and around the world as well. I want to get to this shot here. A live look at New York City. You see, it looks a lot different than when we took this shot before. They are getting quite a bit of snow. It just started snowing there in the Big Apple. So let's try to take another angle, see if we can see it a little bit better. Kind of the same. Still pretty gray there, but they're seeing some of that winter weather there in New York City. I do want to take our 3rd commercial break of the hour here, but stay with us. We've got plenty more to get into here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're taking another live look there at New York City. Can't really see the snow as well from this particular angle, but they are getting a little winter weather there in New York City on the East Coast, where it's 6:27 in the morning, 3:27 over on the West Coast, as we go through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. Take a look at this story here. An interesting trend showing up in the government's jobs report. More people are picking part-time jobs on purpose, even as hotels and restaurants struggle to find workers. Young people are also shunning traditional workday routines. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
A pandemic setback is turning into a comeback.
How are you down there?
The hospitality and leisure industry is hiring, but many of the country's fastest growing employers can't find workers.
We're horribly understaffed. We have one bartender, and she will handle 25 seats at the bar, 2 dining rooms, and our outdoor seating.
Hiring at hotels, bars, and restaurants has helped keep the unemployment rate at a 5-decade low. But a booming labor market is creating a hiring bottleneck. The labor participation rate has fallen, and now Americans are cutting down hours by choice. The number of part-time workers rose by 1.2 million in December and January, according to the Labor Department.
People are reevaluating what they want to do with their lives.
Another significant shift in attitudes toward work. Some younger people are shunning full-time jobs because they don't want to get burned out. It's part of a movement known on TikTok as Bare Minimum Monday.
The mornings are hard. Your brain gives you 10 different reasons to go back to bed.
The idea is to ease into the work week by prioritizing your well-being over a stressful to-do list.
A Monday of full recovery will be very beneficial.
Others aren't on board.
I do know people do not want to work. People are lazy.
This tight labor market has afforded a lot of leverage to workers, but a potential recession could change that, with more layoffs possible on the horizon.
That is going to shift the power dynamic, and you're going to see many of these trends fall by the wayside.
We'll see whether Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell drops hints about slowing the economy with future interest rate hikes when he testifies before a Senate committee on Tuesday. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Northern California starts digging out after another weekend of snowy weather in the Sierra Nevada mountains. Meanwhile, efforts continue to dig snowbound residents in San Bernardino County. Fox Weather correspondent Max Gordon has the story.
I'm concerned about being able to make a living and pay my bills, and take care of my livelihood, if anything, right? And we're all stranded. We feel in prison.
Frustration mounting in Southern California's San Bernardino County. More than a week after back-to-back storms left thousands of people snowbound in several feet of snow, authorities are still working to clear roadways. So far, about 80% of county-maintained roads have been plowed or made passable. Private roads, however, are still covered in some areas because the county can't plow private property.
Roads are iffy. In some spots, they are down to 1 lane, but they're drivable.
While the county has set up several distribution sites for food and basic supplies, residents say they're fed up with the situation. Many worry about missing work and running out of supplies. Meanwhile, up north, residents are also digging out after another weekend of heavy snowfall. Several feet of snow falling in the Sierra Nevada just days after the region was hit hard with blizzard conditions. While some were prepared for this new round of cold and power outages,
it's not unusual on North Bloomfield for us to be out of power due to snow, trees, weather conditions, or an accident or something like that, but it's been a kind of banner year, let's just say.
Others weren't so lucky.
We quickly ran out of gas for the generator.
Forecasters say the next big storm is expected to hit Central California later on this week. In Crestline, California, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
Well, it can cost you a pretty penny to buy an airplane ticket. It's even more costly if you have a large family. But imagine shelling out hundreds for a flight, only to have to pay even more to sit next to your children. Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez takes a look at a new tool to help you save money.
Nowadays, they just add fees to everything.
From concert tickets to hotel rooms and beyond, Americans are growing tired of hidden fees jacking up the cost of their purchases. But when it comes to your next flight, a new tool is hoping to make ticket prices more transparent, especially for families with young kids. The Transportation Department is now revealing its new family seating dashboard. The tool lets travelers quickly check which airlines allow families with small children to sit together without any extra charges.
As recently as a month ago, no U.S. airlines guaranteed fee-free family seating.
So long as seats are available when a customer books. If an airline guarantees a parent or guardian can sit next to their child, ages 13 and under, at no additional cost. Will be given a green check mark on the dashboard site. As of Monday, only 3 out of 10 U.S. airlines listed on the dashboard earned the coveted mark.
American Airlines, Alaska Airlines, and Frontier Airlines have stepped forward to guarantee that parents can sit with their young children without getting nickel and dimed.
This added feature is on the Transportation Department's pre-existing airline customer service dashboard, where you can also find information on the services airlines offer customers for delayed and canceled flights.
It's nicer when you have it up front and you know exactly what you're going to pay. That's the best way to do it.
Meanwhile, the Biden administration is expected to send Congress legislation in the coming weeks to further address airline junk fees. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
A man in Oregon says he went from a bystander at a house fire to getting right in the mix with first responders when he felt his knowledge may be of use. Fox's Jeffrey Lindblom reports.
Police officers carrying a dog rescued from flames erupting from a Scappoose home on Southeast 3rd Street late Thursday night. The man behind the camera is Guy Auker, who was on his way home when he spotted the smoke, sirens, and lights and took out his camera.
And I was curious. I like to take videos of that sort of thing.
We're told it took responding agencies just 5 minutes to arrive on scene and quickly found out 2 dogs were still inside the home, where crews were able to locate them both in roughly 10 minutes, bringing them onto the front lawn where they began CPR, piquing Auker's curiosity working as a flight attendant.
And so I've been trained on CPR.
And recently, he claims to have learned how to do CPR specific to animals in an online video. With that knowledge, Auker says that's about the time that he sprang into action, dropping the phone and instead dropping to his hands and knees alongside one of the officers and performing mouth to mouth, or in this case, mouth to muzzle.
He was doing the chest compressions and then stopped, and then I would give breaths.
Fire crews say the fire was under control in just 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Auker says he and the officer continued CPR for what felt like a long time, until he says the two looked at each other and decided the dog had likely crossed the Rainbow Bridge.
We stopped, and the dog is no longer with us.
However, Auker says the other dog started coming too, and that's when he says first responders put an oxygen mask on the animal and eventually brought it to the vet. Auker says he offered to join them in the squad car to care for the animal if need be.
The trooper's like, no, it's thanks, but I got it. So she took off, and I got in my car and I went home.
And good to hear that that dog is doing well. Well, let's take a live look outside. This is Atlanta, Georgia, with a beautiful sunrise there. A lovely shot of downtown Atlanta. Well, we do want to take another quick commercial break. We'll be right back with plenty more here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 short minutes. Stay with us. Well, there's a new 6-point plan to enhance safety operations for the train company involved in the East Palestine, Ohio toxic train derailment. Fox News correspondent Garrett Tinney has more.
Federal and state officials are investigating another Norfolk Southern train derailment that occurred in Ohio over the weekend. On Saturday, more than 24 cars fell off the tracks in Springfield, about 50 miles west of Columbus. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine says President Biden and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg called him to offer federal assistance, but officials stress the derailment does not pose a threat to the community since none of the derailed cars were carrying hazardous material.
If you look at rail transportation, whether it's freight or passenger, it is far less dangerous than moving these materials on our nation's roads, which account for about 43,000 fatalities annually.
It's the second Norfolk Southern train to crash within a few weeks. In East Palestine, there are lingering questions about the impact of last month's toxic spill on public health and the environment. Ohio lawmakers are demanding answers.
Well, you know, there's over 1,000 a year. In fact, sometimes it's as high as 1,700 a year. Why is that acceptable?
In response to that crash in East Palestine, Norfolk Southern has agreed to reimburse residents and businesses affected just across the border in Pennsylvania through a $1 million relief fund. On Monday, the company also announced a plan to improve safety on its rail lines, including installing dozens of temperature detectors along the tracks that can provide real-time warnings to train crews. The NTSB says it will issue its own safety recommendations after investigating both derailments. In Chicago, I'm Garrett Tinney, Fox News.
There's still almost a year before the first votes will be cast in either the Republican or Democratic primaries. The trail, however, is already heating up, and we're getting an idea of what the campaign speeches will focus on. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
He's not in yet. President Biden still has not announced his re-election decision, but he's not shying away from campaign-style speeches.
Don't leave till we finish the job. We got more to do. I'm determined to finish the job.
Author Marianne Williamson so far is the only declared candidate in the Democratic primary. It's unclear if any others will run, with the will he or won't he hanging over the party.
He's got an issue with his own base, and I've never seen a sitting president who, in poll after poll after poll, is seeing over half of Democratic voters don't want him to run for re-election again.
On the right, former President Trump headlined the closing night of the Conservative Political Action Conference on Saturday.
We are going to finish what we started. We started something that was a miracle.
The biggest threat to President Trump, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis skipped CPAC and instead gave a competing speech with not-so-veiled jabs.
In 4 years, you didn't see our administration leaking like a sieve. You didn't see a lot of drama or palace intrigue. What you saw was surgical precision execution. Day after day after day.
Governor DeSantis has not announced his candidacy yet, but his travel schedule this month suggests he will run, visiting early voting states Iowa, Nevada, and New Hampshire. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Well, Tennessee saw some intense storms that caused problems for many residents, with wind damage and heavy rains leaving many people with a big mess to clean up. You see some of the damage right there. Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez has the details.
A lot of people throughout Tennessee still trying to wrap their heads around this unusual storm. In fact, where I'm standing, Hendersonville, Tennessee, about 30 minutes or so northeast of Music City, they were without power at least through Sunday night. And let me show you why. Take a look at this power pole snapped up at the top there. It looks like those lines may still be holding on, but that's not the case for several hundred of these poles across the metro area. You'll notice the mess of trees beneath it. That is what so many communities look like this Monday morning. But it's not just this minor tree damage. Some have really suffered losses to their homes, if not have lost loved ones. Whether it was a tornado, heavy rain, or destructive winds, Friday was a terrifying day for millions. In Tennessee, a near record low pressure system created tropical storm force winds near Music City. The strongest gust clocked at 79 miles per hour in Clarksville. The evidence and damage scattered around the state. This century-old cedar tree collapsed. Others landed on homes and took out power lines and poles. Well over 100 of them snapped in and around Nashville, leaving hundreds of thousands in the dark. Through the weekend, Nashville Electric Service deployed nearly 100 teams to get the lights back on. As of Sunday night, more than 10,000 customers still had no power in Tennessee. More than 500,000 outages reported in Kentucky, though. Governor Andy Beshear declared a state of emergency ahead of this storm. Still, at least 5 dead there, a dozen across 5 states, and thousands still wondering when the lights will come back on. And you'll notice these uprooted trees behind me. Of the dead, 3 here in the Volunteer State, including a high school student, each killed by a falling tree. In Hendersonville, Tennessee, I'm Nicole Valdez, Fox Weather.
Check this story out here. A couple sues a Hawaii-based tour company after being left stranded in the water on their honeymoon, if you can believe it. Fox's LaMonica Peters reports.
Attorney Jared Waskowitz says what should have been a great experience in Maui turned into a nightmare for his clients Elizabeth Webster and Alexander Burkle. While on their honeymoon in September 2021, the couple bought snorkeling tickets with Sail Maui. After about an hour in the water, they realized the boat was sailing away as they tried to swim towards it.
There were no other boats in the area. All they could think to do was swim towards the closest landmass, so they did. It was shallow, there was waves, and they came up on the beach there in Lanai. It's kind of an abandoned beach. Lanai is a small island, not very populated. Nobody was on the beach.
Their attorney says once they reached Lanai, they wrote SOS in the sand and waited. Fortunately, a local couple visiting the beach that day helped them call the tour boat company.
One of the shocking things is that, the vessel didn't even know they were missing until that phone call.
Webster and Burkle have filed a $5 million lawsuit against Sail Maui for negligence. Waskowitz says they had to swim a half mile to get back on land, and if they didn't know how to swim, the situation could have ended much worse.
It's not like it was their first time in the water, but I wouldn't say they had, that kind of open ocean swimming experience, especially at that spot. So apparently they were in shape enough and could do enough to not drown.
Waskowitz says that the company did refund the couple's money and help them get back to Maui. Now, we reached out to the tour boat company, Sail Maui, but we didn't hear back from them in time for this report. LaMonica Peters, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
And it's 6:45 in the morning on the East Coast, 3:45 a.m. over on the West Coast. Taking a live look outside at New York City as we get you started today with all the big stories from all around the country and around the world as well. I do want to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back in just a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take another look outside, a live look there at New York City. And that's where we'll be turning for our next story here. Now, there's a call for action following a weekend fire that destroyed a Bronx supermarket. Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti is in Fordham Heights with possible solutions to stop the fires being caused by rechargeable batteries. Briella, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Zach. In the wake of one of the city's largest lithium-ion battery fires in recent years, the leaders here in the city are calling for action on the federal level. Later this morning, Congressman Richie Torres is going to be having a press conference at this very location to announce new legislation that would require the Consumer Product Safety Commission to establish a universal safety standard for all e-bike batteries. And this is the massive fire that I was just talking about. It happened here in the Bronx, a 5-alarm fire here in the supermarket behind me, just entirely gutting the whole store and decimating the neighboring laundromat. The inferno left 7 people injured, including 5 firefighters, 1 EMS worker, and 1 civilian. Officials say the cause of this devastation was a single e-bike battery found in a scooter in the back of the store. Now, department officials say there have been more than 400 fires caused by lithium-ion batteries in New York City over the past 4 years. This year alone, at least 24 fires were tied to the rechargeable batteries, resulting in 2 deaths. The City Council passed legislation last week to regulate lithium-ion batteries. The new rules, if approved by the mayor, that is, in the coming days, will ban the sale of unregulated e-bike batteries and require the FDNY to educate New Yorkers about their dangers. And this could very well be a lead-by-example situation where, if this is successful here in New York, other cities, other states, other places across the country may follow suit. So now we're live in Fordham Heights. Zach will send it back inside to you.
All right, amazing that so much damage, that devastating damage, could be done by just a small lithium-ion battery. All right, Briella Tomasetti of Fox 5 New York. We appreciate you joining us this morning. It's 6:50 on the East Coast and it's 3:50 over on the West Coast. I do want to take another quick commercial break, our last one of the hour here, but stay with us. We got plenty more to get to here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm going to play this event for you that we have here recorded. This is Vice President Kamala Harris talking about climate. This was a moderated debate, well, not a debate, a discussion on climate and climate change. So let's dip into that and take a listen.
Jefferson County. As you know, I've spent the last decade representing Jefferson County in the legislature and now in Congress, and it's also the community that I grew up in, so it's very meaningful to be hosting the Vice President of the United States here. Now, I've only been in Washington for a couple of months, but I've spent 15 years working alongside many of you in this room, trying to make Colorado an even better place to live. And you all are here because you know that the most urgent threat that our state faces to enjoying the Colorado way of life and continuing to thrive here is the climate crisis. So that's why we're here today. And I want to thank all of you for taking time out of your day to be with us and for being engaged citizens fighting for a brighter future. And I could not be more excited about our guests today. So, joining us first is one of the best female climbers in the world. She has spent 22 years climbing and also lives here in Colorado. Sasha has been the female overall world champion in climbing, has traveled to over 15 countries in this field, and accomplished more than 30 first and first female ascents around the world. And after reading her bio, I can tell you that her job sounds much scarier than running for Congress. Sasha has seen firsthand the effects of climate change, and she has become a passionate writer, entrepreneur, and fierce activist fighting to protect our planet. Please join me in welcoming Sasha DeJulian. Thank you so much for being with us today, Sasha. And can you believe that we're going to be sitting with the Vice President on stage?
It is truly incredible to be with you. I'm so honored. And my mom, who's here in the front row. I don't think she ever thought when I started doing this random little sport called climbing that I would be here meeting Madame Vice President. So no, I can't believe it.
I can't either. And now it is my incredible honor to introduce a woman who has inspired so many of us, and most importantly, girls across the country who finally see someone like them represented in the White House. But she is an inspiration far beyond the barriers she has overcome. She has spent her life trying to make our nation better, and it is especially passionate and effective in her fight in the climate crisis, to address the climate crisis. From her landmark bills in the Senate on climate equity and increasing access to clean water, to shepherding huge packages through Congress, which, as you know, is incredibly difficult, that address everything from clean energy and electric vehicles to the health and safety impacts of climate change that it has on our daily lives now. I am so thankful for her leadership and beyond proud that she's here visiting the 7th District. So please join me in standing to welcome the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Where's Davis? There he is. Is Davis over there? There. Okay, good, good. Hi, everyone.
Wow, this is truly surreal being up here with you. I know both of you and so many of us in this room today feel the gravity of the situation that we're in. And as a new member of Congress, my top priority is fighting to protect our one and only planet at the national level. So being from a state like Colorado, we're far too familiar with the devastating impacts of climate change, as our water dries up and our wildfire season is year-round. This can be very scary for many of us and threatens the very existence of communities across Colorado. But right now, I have hope for real change. As the White House and Congress are making a historic investment in our climate, we're at a tipping point. How are you thinking about this moment of climate action?
I too am very optimistic for a number of reasons, including that we have leadership like Governor Polis. Where are you? He was here earlier. Attorney General Weiser, who understand the power of these offices if you have a state that is as bold as Colorado, to actually be able to implement policies and show people that beyond a concept or an idea, that it actually works. And it works for the betterment and the improvement of everyone's life for generations also. And so I remain very optimistic because I also couple that with what we've been able to do, our president, Joe Biden, our administration, what we've been able to do that I really do believe is transformational. I've done just the kind of quick math on it. When you combine what we have accomplished with the Inflation Reduction Act, together with the CHIPS Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, we're looking at about $1 trillion that will hit the streets of America on the issue of climate. On the issue of climate. So think about what this means. This infusion of such a substantial amount of resources, which also, by the way, will spur private investment that will then incrementally and actually exponentially grow that number, and what an impact we can have to really fast forward what is long overdue on a number of issues that is both about what we'll do around greenhouse gas emissions, what we will do around water policy. I think we're going to talk about that. I love water policy. Let's talk about that a lot.
It can be
what
dry, but very important.
Exactly. But let's have that conversation, because as a native Californian, all of us as Western states, we understand what it means. I grew up with drought. I grew up with all this, all the impacts of what this means. But let me just get back to the point, which is that this really is a transformational moment. And so when we think about it in terms of what it means for our youngest, be it our children, our young leaders, if you are in high school, in college, what this means in terms of what we will spur in terms of innovation around a clean energy economy, the new jobs that will be created, then what that means in terms of diversifying and upskilling the workforce to take on these jobs. It's very exciting. So I too am optimistic.
And being here to talk about the great work that you've done and what we can expect here in Colorado is so important, because it takes time to implement things. So I just want to thank you for actually being here to highlight these important measures.
Thank you.
And I, too, am truly honored to be in both of your presence. I really appreciate what you both are doing for the environment and the climate. I've been climbing for 25 years, visited over 50 different countries.
My staff got that number wrong. I apologize. I said 22.
25, but I guess that dates myself, maybe. Visit over 50 countries, and I've been able to immerse myself in the most beautiful mountain landscapes and wilderness environments, and through a life lived in the outdoors, I've developed a deep appreciation for the natural beauty of our planet and the diverse global population that cherishes it. But I've also experienced firsthand the devastation of what climate change is doing to these beautiful places. So I joined the Protect Our Winters Alliance to team up with other athletes and advocates to advocate around climate change policy and to protect the safety, but also bolster the green economy of the places that we love. So, Madam Vice President, How has your life shaped your work on climate and the environment?
Well, starting, I guess, from birth, I was born in Oakland, California, and which is in the heart of the Bay Area in California, and the Bay Area takes great pride in being one of the birthplaces of the environmental movement. I grew up learning about, we called it ecology at the time, and so some of us who were born around that time know what I'm saying. And we talked about it in the context of conservation. In fact, I'm going to share with you a very simple story, which is that I went home one day and I said, well, why are conservatives bad, Mommy? Because I thought we were supposed to conserve things. I couldn't reconcile it. Now I can. But you know, it was the movement. Like there was the thing called Save the Bay was a movement. We talked about water. We talked about air, and so I just grew up with it. And I also grew up as a child of parents who were active in the civil rights movement. And of course, that being a bunch of folks who were marching and shouting for equality and justice. And I guess the combination of all of that at the earliest stages of my life caused me to understand the importance of these issues, both in terms of clean air, clean water, cherishing this beautiful planet that we have, but also in terms of principles of equity, understanding the inequities, which, you know, we all understand the difference between equality and equity, right? Equality suggests, well, let's give everyone an equal share, everyone, right? But equity understands not everyone starts out at the same base. And so we need to take that into account and have policies that are motivated by equitable outcomes. And when I was elected District Attorney of San Francisco in 2003, I created one of the first environmental justice units of any DA's office in the country, in large part because at the time, and still there is a community in San Francisco called Bayview Hunters Point, which at the time had a annual household income of about $15,000, 1.5. And not surprising, that community was also the recipient of a lot of dumping and just very bad behaviors, a lot from people outside of the community. And there were high rates of asthma and health outcomes. And so I took that on. I took it on from the perspective saying that not only do we want to encourage good behaviors, but there needs to be a consequence for bad behaviors. And as Attorney General of California, I took that same approach when it came to, for example, a big oil spill in Santa Barbara that many of you probably remember and read about, where there needs to be also accountability and consequence, as well as what we can do to encourage and create incentives for good behaviors. And then fast forward in the United States Senate, some of the work that I did with folks like Michael Bennett at the time and what you all are doing here was around understanding how federal policy around extreme weather and extreme climate had taken into account historically tornadoes and hurricanes, but hey, let's also think about how we're dealing with drought and wildfires, and bringing to bear a perspective from Western states around how it impacts this region of the country a bit differently from other regions of the country. So that's kind of, in a nutshell, the trajectory. And then, of course, now the work that we are doing around pushing for and now implementing these bills and what it can mean. And also what it means globally. You know, talking with, I've now met with the 100 world leaders, over 100, right? Presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, and kings. And almost every time I have interactions and conversations with them, this topic comes up because, of course, this is a global issue. And we hope that we can use the recent accomplishments, those 3 bills and this amount of money and infusion, to really create and accelerate models of how we can grow a clean energy economy, not only for the United States, but globally.
Thank you.
And that's such an important point, is that we're finally leading the world in this space.
Yeah,
we are
that's right.
Long overdue, but we have finally stepped into that role.
That's right. That's right.
All right, now it's my turn. We have our note cards to make sure we don't mess up.
Highlight it.
There were so many great things included in the historic the package that Congress passed. And these new laws are delivering bold solutions with billions of dollars of investments. And I know that we've highlighted some of this, but I just want to emphasize, again, it's about protecting our nation against extreme weather, mitigating against the worst effects of climate change, which we know far too well here in Colorado, and expand access to clean drinking water and achieve sustainable energy independence. This is not only essential for addressing climate change, but we know that this is a national security issue.
Right.
The bipartisan infrastructure law also includes $5 billion to address wildfire resilience, including the smoke impacts that our communities face. And this is absolutely critical, and I think of the communities throughout the 7th District and Colorado, especially in rural Colorado. So all of these bills have a lot of my wish list checked off. These are things that we wanted to get done for a very long time, and you all were able to do it. So what are some of the policies that you're most excited about?
Well, let's talk about water policy. So we also have designated, I believe it's at least $12 billion for Western water issues, right? So that's going to be the resources that we need to diversify water policy. And by that, we all know what that means, right? We need to be equally invested and prioritized in everything from conservation and recycling to water storage, in particular underground storage. What we need to do in terms of thinking about water policy around flood capture. You know, we have grown up with a system that when there are floods, the state of mind is to address the emergency at the moment, which means for many states that are coastal in particular, flush that water into the ocean instead of capturing it. And so thinking about how we will build not only for this moment, but really critically evaluate what we have been doing to understand that some of it just hasn't been very smart, in particular when we are now facing increased drought and these extreme changes. Water policy, you know, we're seeing what some have called the whiplash effect, right? On the one hand, extreme rain. I just left California this morning, looking out the window of the plane at the mountain tops that are behind downtown Los Angeles, feet and feet and feet of snow. And so far, so good that it hasn't been too hot, so that snow then melts all at the same time, which could be disastrous after years and certainly months of drought, which means that the soil cannot absorb all that water if it flushes too quickly. But we're looking at everything from drought to extreme rain and snow. And here in Colorado, I don't need to tell you what that has meant. So thinking about water policy in a way that we take into account these extreme conditions and the fact that we get whiplashed between them. Thinking of it in terms of what that means also as an extension of water policy, and I think of it as an extension of water policy, and certainly an environmental justice issue and an equity issue, things like lead pipes. I have been traveling the country, the communities that have been just screaming, crying, the grandparents, the grandmothers, the grandfathers, do something about these lead pipes because the water that comes through those pipes is toxic and has extreme impact on the health, in particular of children and vulnerable populations, seniors, but also the nature of it is such that it also impacts learning ability. And so then think of the intersection here where we're talking about environmental justice, we're talking about a public health issue, we're talking about an education issue, and we're talking about, as an optimist, an opportunity to use what we're going to do with this infrastructure law to put billions of dollars to get rid of all the lead pipes in America over the next 9 years. And what that will mean in terms of jobs, because we also partnering with folks like IBEW and all of our friends in labor with those great apprenticeship programs that are teaching these highly skilled workers how to do the work that we need to get done in the best interest of all of us. So, you know, water policy can go in all these different, it flows in different directions. Oh, I have puns on water. So,
well,
yeah.
I just want to thank you for your leadership on that as a mom, thinking about what communities are facing around lead pipes and what we're going to face with the consequences of that in the long term. And it's hard to believe in the most wealthy country in the world that we were unable to do this before. But I just want to thank you for finally getting that done.
But and may I also mention, though, on the issue of lead pipes, because it transcends that issue of lead pipes. Remember, lead pipes were installed throughout the country, not just in low-income communities, not just in communities of color. But what, and this is about the principle of equity, but what it could end up, and what would end up happening is a homeowner who has the resources or has equity in their home to take some money out, will then just replace their lead pipes and put in clean pipes, if you have the money. But when you don't have the money, or if you're a renter, or you're living paycheck to paycheck, then they couldn't. And so the significance of what we are doing with the infrastructure law around lead pipes is we're saying this is a public health matter. It affects all of us. Again, look at the intersection around public education, public health, right? All of that. And so we are saying that, therefore, it is in the public interest to use public resources to address it, instead of requiring those renters and those families to do it on their own. So keeping in mind what we have been doing in the last 2 years to also talk about what people have a right to expect their government to address. And especially for all the parents here, the grandparents, the aunties, the uncles, who show up at town hall meetings, who show up at community events, who are talking about why leaders must take seriously what is happening. Keep doing it, because these are the things that come out of that. Truly.
Thank you. This last fall, I spent over a month sleeping under the stars and experiencing really extreme changing weather patterns while going after a new record-breaking first female ascent with my team. Yeah. And something that you really experience while on an expedition is everything is down to the extreme but also minimal. Yeah. You're navigating extreme rockfall, which can be fatal consequences, navigating through sporadic weather patterns, which can lead to really scary storms. And then when I came home to my house in Boulder, Colorado, we were actually evacuated because of a wildfire. And I don't want to stray far from the script because my next question is about water policy, which I'm not going to get in trouble here, but I know you're particularly passionate about water. So love to hear as well your favorite water pun. I think that we got a little hint to that.
They just kind of roll out of me. You know,
but yeah, I'd love to, water is the lifeblood of Colorado, and you're right, it's so interconnected to everything. So I'd love to just hear more on the specifics of water policy.
Well, I'll answer it, and then I'm gonna ask you a question. So one of the aspects of water policy that I also think is very important is it really does highlight the interconnection and interdependence between us all, regardless of geographic borders. And take, for example, the Colorado River. Take, for example, Lake Mead, all of these water sources, what's happening in California, how that affects Colorado, how what's happening in Colorado affects the region. We are so interconnected and interdependent. And to the extent that we fully embrace that point, I think we will be smarter with policy and resources and understand the importance of collaboration. I think about water policy through the context also of another seemingly unrelated issue, but space. So I am the head of the Space Council. I love space. And
so does Ed Perlmutter.
Right? Right. Exactly. And so think about it, right? So there is now technology. In fact, we just recently launched it, satellite technology that is now mapping water around the globe. So we can now see where it is and where it's flowing. This is extraordinary because it is now, this satellite technology from space will allow us here to have a sense of where it's going, what the trends are, and how we should be thinking again about the interconnection and the interdependence. What it will mean when we think about agriculture and the ability of people to grow food. You mentioned earlier, the Congress member mentioned the point about national security and the interconnection between extreme climate, water policy, and national security. Just think about it. Human beings need to eat food to live. Okay, so if a community or a particular geographic location is experiencing extreme drought over years and years, they cannot grow food. They will then leave that place to go somewhere where they can grow food. And they may go to a place that speaks a different language and prays to a different God, which invariably will lead to some degree of conflict. And as you look at the globe and then put it in the context again of what we're going to be able to see with all this technology about where water is going, where we are losing it, and what that will mean in terms of global migration, of which we are seeing the largest amount of global migration that we have seen in generations, and what that might lead to in terms of conflict. It is very real. And so these issues are all connected, and in that way, water policy is one of the factors that when we address it with an intentionality and intensity, we will invariably have an impact on a lot of residual and related issues. Because, you know, when we have the ability to map it and have the data, one of the things, I'm going to Africa at the end of the month, and this is going to be one of my areas of focus, is climate resilience and adaptation. And with this satellite technology, what we can do if we collect the data in a way that is accessible to everyone, not just people who have a PhD, but people who are equally, if not even smarter, who are farmers, giving people access to that technology, that data, so they can then make decisions about when they are planting their crops and what kind of crops to plant, right? So again, these things are all connected in a very important way with multiple layers in terms of impact.
This is something that I think about most immediately, the effects in Colorado.
Yeah.
In the 7th District, it goes all the way to Buena Vista and Salida through Chaffee, all the way to the mountain communities. The Arkansas River is the lifeline there. Mm-hmm. And so they completely rely on the diversion of the Colorado River. Yeah. And we know that we are in a dire position right now with the lack of water. And so you give me hope with what you were highlighting with the new technologies that will be coming about that we can actually utilize to address some of these issues. But I think about the farmers who are there right now who are already going to be facing some of this.
Right.
Well, so the next question, as a mom, and I know there's a lot of moms in the room today. Can I actually get a show of hands for all the moms that are here? Look at that. All right.
Good morning, everyone. You are streaming live now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. The time here on the East Coast is 7:22 a.m., and we're taking a look back as Vice President Kamala Harris talks about tackling climate change. But let's go ahead and switch gears this morning because we have several other top stories that we would like to get to this morning. Let's talk about your health because we're learning more about sugar replacements. One sugar replacement, which is used to add bulk or sweeten other products has been linked to blood clotting, stroke, and has a risk of heart attack. This is according to a new study. Let's go ahead and welcome into the show Mike Sirigliano, who is joining us from Philadelphia. Mike, so talk to us about this warning that has recently been issued.
Well, Rain, first of all, thanks for having me. Bottom line is this. There was a study that came out looking at a compound known as erythritol. Now, erythritol is a naturally occurring kind of a zero-calorie sweetener. And if you go to the supermarket, you can find it everywhere. It's in a lot of things, including things like products like stevia. This is a product that has stevia, which is another plant-based non-nutritive sweetener, if you will, but it's got some erythritol in it. There are products like this one that don't have erythritol in it. Now, in this study, and it was basically an observational study, so one study showed a potential increased risk of stroke, heart attack from the use of erythritol. Now, I happen to have a wonderful nutritionist in my office that sees patients with me every single day. Look, it was a small study. It was a study that is compared to other studies that didn't show a problem. But if you want to be safe, if you want to protect yourself for now until more data comes out, then there are products that don't contain erythritol. But again, this is one study. We need more data. And at this point, as my grandfather used to say, Rain, everything in moderation. They used a lot of erythritol in this study. And in some instances, like if you add it to your coffee, it's going to be small amounts. But again, I've chosen to use products without it until I get more data. And that's what I'm telling my patients if they are concerned.
Dr. Mike, as we continue to study cardiovascular health, we're also learning about how having a good night's rest is also linked to a healthy heart.
No question about it. You know, Rain, that the amount of sleep deprivation in this country, what we call sleep debt, is equaling, you know, what the federal government spends every year. And the problem with this is that it takes a toll. And there are more and more studies showing that if you get less than 5 hours of sleep a night, you increase the risk of not only, Rain, stroke and heart attack, but also increase your risk of cancer. And there's a lot of theories as to why this is. Probably has to do with cortisol and the fact that it disrupts your sleep and it makes you have higher blood pressure, and that leads to an increased risk. So if you want to live to your full biologic potential, you need to get at least 5 hours of sleep, not more than 9, somewhere in the middle, maybe 7. That's the sweet spot.
That's the sweet spot. Okay, that's definitely something to keep in mind as we are about to spring forward during daylight saving time.
I don't like daylight savings time, Rain. Most experts and sleep experts say, forget about it. You don't want to do this to our bodies. This is something that came about, I believe, in looking through history during World War I and World War II. Look, there are a lot of negatives to this. One, the risk of heart attack and stroke and sleep deprivation goes up when we move forward, when we spring ahead. That leads to an increased risk of accidents. And it also has to do with the fact that it messes with, if you will, it affects brain biochemistry like melatonin. Because if there's more daylight at night, which is good if you want to go to a restaurant and everything, but the bottom line is it affects that circadian rhythm, melatonin production, and ultimately leads to things like insomnia and ultimately sleep deprivation.
Right. A few good
Not
things
good.
to keep in mind. Dr. Mike Sirigliano, thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you for having me, Rain. You're the best.
All right, guys, we are quickly approaching the 7:30 mark here on the East Coast. If you're just now joining us, my name is Rain Augustine, and this is Live Now from Fox. We've got you covered when it comes to top stories, breaking news, and live events taking place across the country and the globe this morning. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. Before we do, take this Live Now look from New York City. The time there, 7:28. Live Now from Fox returns right after this. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. The time is 7:30 a.m. Thank you all so much for waking up with us on this Tuesday, March 7th. Taking a Live Now look from Washington, D.C., you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen a preview of the top stories that we plan on covering this morning. First and foremost, Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell will be in the spotlight on Capitol Hill this week as he faces scrutiny over the central bank's Herculean task, fighting inflation with the sharpest interest rates since the 1980s. That, of course, without, or at least trying to, without tipping the U.S. economy into a recession. So Powell is slated to appear before the Senate Banking Committee today and before the House Financial Services Committee a day later as a part of his semi-annual testimony on monetary policy. We're also following more news from Washington, D.C. TikTok may go viral in Congress today as lawmakers are introducing a bipartisan bill to crack down on the Chinese social media giant. We'll check in with Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader as he brings us more about why the White House is so concerned. We're also following a stormy start to March, continuing this week as another round of heavy snow eyes the northern tier and a multi-day flood threat looms in parts of the United States South. Those top stories and more coming up here in just a bit. But for now, let's continue to bring you all the latest news from the Mexico border. Mexican authorities still searching for 4 United States citizens who reportedly went missing in a border city after a deadly shootout. The FBI is reporting that the Americans were kidnapped after a gunman opened fire at their vehicle on Friday. The group was traveling in a white minivan with North Carolina plates and entered Mexico from Brownsville, Texas. U.S. and Mexico officials say that they were then caught in a shootout that killed at least one Mexican citizen. Now, photos from the scene showing the bullet hole shattering the driver's side window of the van, which appears to have crashed into a red SUV. Bullet holes and blood also scattered there on the wall. So violence, again, rampant in the surrounding state that border city in Mexico. And on Friday, shootouts were so widespread in the region that the U.S. consulate issued a danger warning. Let's check in with our Fox News team for more.
We are closely following the assault and kidnapping of 4 U.S. citizens in Matamoros, Mexico. These sorts of attacks are unacceptable.
4 Americans kidnapped at gunpoint shortly after crossing into Mexico from Brownsville, Texas on Friday. It happened in the northern Mexican border city of Matamoros. According to the FBI, the group was driving a white minivan with North Carolina plates when they came under gunfire from a group of armed men. They were later dragged out of the van and pushed into a waiting car that fled the scene.
The information we have is that they crossed the border to buy medicine in Mexico, and there was a confrontation between groups, and they were detained.
Mexico's president has indicated this may be a case of mistaken identity and the group unintentionally was targeted.
The FBI, working very closely with other federal partners and Mexican law enforcement agencies to investigate this.
Matamoros is part of the Tamaulipas state, an area that is home to warring factions of the Gulf drug cartel. It's also one of 6 Mexican states Americans are warned not to travel by the State Department due to violent crime and kidnappings.
The travel advisory for Tamaulipas state remains at level 4. Do not travel. We encourage Americans to heed that.
The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for any information leading to the victims or the arrest of their kidnappers. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
And let's continue to dive deeper on this story. Former FBI official Greg Rogers had an insightful conversation with LiveNOW from Fox's Alexei Petrovich. In case you missed it, let's revisit it here on LiveNOW.
There's a lot to unpack here. A lot of people really alarmed by this, wanting to find out more about what happened here. So for more on this, we want to go out now live to Greg Rogers, who's joining us here on LiveNOW from Fox, a former FBI agent. Greg, you have a lot of experience from the work that you've done. This also includes narcotics. What can you tell us just about this area in which this happened? How dangerous is it?
It's an incredibly dangerous area. Matamoros, the city, is controlled by the Gulf drug cartel. They're a particularly violent drug cartel. They used to be known as the Matamoros cartel. They began business there in the 30s and have maintained primacy there for almost 100 years. You know, they're in their 93rd year of running that place. It's the state's corrupt. The law enforcement, the military, all with the Gulf drug cartel. It's a very, very dangerous place to go. Their primary income is from heroin, methamphetamine, cocaine, and fentanyl coming across the border. But they're also well known for kidnapping and extortion, and it's one of their main businesses.
And specifically talking about the cartels there, you hear cartels, you know it's dangerous, but as someone who has worked with this type of situation before in terms of drugs and narcotics, how can you explain the environment there, what it's like, and really just painting a picture for us of what that atmosphere is like?
It's a, Matamoros, when I say it's run by the drug cartel, I mean, they are, the primary power there. They're not concerned about law enforcement. Most law enforcement's bought off. They're not concerned about the military. They've hired most of their security guards come from the military. They run the place. We don't have a situation like that, thankfully, anywhere in the United States. It's not like they're just have some influence. They own that place. They run Tamaulipas, they run Matamoros, and nothing happens there that that they don't have something to do with. They're actually so brazen that they do kidnappings in Brownsville and McAllen. They come across the border into the United States. They're they're very powerful, and they're not the least bit concerned about law enforcement, our law enforcement, or theirs.
Well, and hearing that these 4 Americans, it's been indicated that this may be a case of mistaken identity, that this group was unintentionally targeted. How does that happen? I mean, is this just a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time?
I think that's unlikely. Were that the case, I think they'd already have been turned over to Mexican authorities, sadly. But I think that's very unlikely. What happens is, unfortunately, if you go into Matamoros and other cities along the border that are run by other cartels, and you have a United States plate from any state on your vehicle, you're a target. And you just have to know that. It's just a dangerous thing to do.
Well, and being kidnapped in Mexico is obviously scary in itself. The reports that are coming out of this are so troubling. How do we get these 4 Americans home safely? Is this still a rescue mission?
Yes, it's a rescue mission, because what's going to happen if they were kidnapped by the cartel, they're going to, what the cartel's sort of modus operandi is they ask for large amounts of money that most people, and I mean multiple millions, they ask for money that most people don't have access to and can't come up with. And then if you can't do that, they'll also demand that you assist them in getting narcotics into the United States. So it's a very, very dangerous situation. And we don't have, unfortunately, we have agents that work that area, but it's very difficult to have sources in Matamoros, and it's very difficult to do any proactive American law enforcement in those states, because you can't rely on your law enforcement partners on the other side of the border. Someone will give you up.
Well, and speaking of money reward here, the FBI is offering $50,000 for any information that can lead to locating these victims or helping to arrest the kidnappers. Do you think that's enough? If we're talking millions, like you just said previously, is $50,000 even close to being enough to try to get some information here?
No, again, tragically, if you live on that side of the border and you know something, and you cooperate with American law enforcement, the Gulf Cartel they will kill you.
And the region in which this happened is one of 6 Mexican states that the U.S. Department warns against travel for due to the increased risk of crime and kidnapping there. And we just heard from in that last report that the 4 Americans that were there were going there for medical reasons. Obviously, there have been some really awful, deadly stories to come out of some trips that Americans have taken to Mexico. But with this being so dangerous, knowing that these 4 people were going for medical reasons, to your knowledge, is that a common thing to do, especially knowing that this area is known for violent cartels?
It was a lot more common because you can get prescription drugs across the border for, pennies on the dollar, literally. But in recent years, I think our State Department has done a pretty good job of advising people, and people who live on the border, have, they know because they have associates and friends and know people who've had difficulty for crossing. So my take on that would be there's easier ways to get medications, and I'm not recommending anybody do anything illegal, but there's all sorts of online pharmacies you can get meds for cheaper, but going into Mexico to save money on medications, into Matamoros, Juarez, those types of cities is just a bad idea. Doesn't matter how much you're saving, you're literally risking your life.
Yeah, what is your advice to people who are listening right now? What should they know about visiting Mexico? Is it just those areas, or just in general? What do you think is important for them to know right now?
I would pay very close attention to State Department guidelines about which states not to go to, the states that they absolutely put at the higher levels, you should just stay out of. That's it's very dangerous. You're targeted. If you look like an American, if you're driving a car with American plates, you're just a target. There's no reason to go. I mean, it's just too dangerous right now. There are states that that different drug cartels run, and it's bad. For the life of me, you just shouldn't go.
Greg, thanks so much. This has been a really informational interview here and a conversation. We appreciate you joining us on Live Now from Fox.
My pleasure. You have a good evening.
You as well. Thanks. And there's a lot to unpack here. A lot of people really alarmed by this, wanting to find out more about what happened here. So for more on this, we want to go out now live to Greg Rogers. Joining us here on Live Now from Fox, a former FBI agent. Greg, you have a lot of experience from the work that you've done. This also includes narcotics. What can you tell us just about this area?
All right, we'll have more on that story throughout the duration of our show. For now, let's take a Live Now look from Orlando, Florida, the site where a teenager fell to his death. We'll have more on this story with a live conversation with Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie in just 2 minutes. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. This next story coming from Orlando, Florida. The Orlando Free Fall Ride, you may remember this story, where a teenager lost his life last year, is coming down after the owner reached an agreement with the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. 14-year-old Tyree Sampson fell to his death from the 400-foot drop tower ride operated by Orlando Slingshots in March of 2020. Now, the Tyree Sampson Act will come up today in a Florida legislative session. Again, as that operator prepares to tear the ride down. Joining us now live from the very site is Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie.
Good morning. Well, we are working to find out exactly when the company will be tearing down the Orlando Free Fall Ride. It was just a few weeks ago that state inspectors were back on the site of the 430-foot tall tower drop, and we actually just saw a few folks back there a few moments ago as well. Now, a state investigation found that someone manually adjusted Tyree's seat, making the harness too wide for the teen to be held properly. Almost 1 year ago this month, the 14-year-old fell more than 100 feet to his death on the Orlando free fall ride. Legislation filed by Senators Geraldine Thompson and Randolph Bracey with the help of Agriculture Commissioner Nikki Fried would require the state to sign off on rides before they open. Known as the Tyree Sampson Act, it would toughen regulations on rides and allow the state to conduct unannounced inspections. It would even allow the state to review employee training and shut down rides that appear unsafe. We spoke with Tyree's father, Yarnell Sampson, last month about the bill.
Unfortunately, we can't get our son back. They should have had some of these measurements in place before. But this fast forward, we're here now. That's a start towards justice for my son, justice for Tyree.
Tyree's dad hopes they can bring change and make a difference in his son's honor. However, a companion records exemption bill would exempt all of the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services records in an active ride investigation from being made public. So what that means is, if passed, we as journalists would not have access to any of that information during an investigation until it is complete, and that could take several months, if not years. Reporting live in Orlando, Amanda McKenzie, back to you.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie for bringing us an update to that story. Very sad story. Taking a live now look from Washington, D.C., drama at the nation's capital. The head of the city council is trying to pull back a controversial crime bill after battling opposition in Congress. Even some Democrats are worried the legislation could paint them as soft on crime. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
As concerns about crime grow in the nation's capital, federal and local leaders say now is not the time for leniency. At issue is a controversial criminal code bill with measures that include reducing the maximum sentences for crimes like robbery and carjacking and eliminating mandatory minimum sentences for many crimes. D.C.'s mayor vetoed the legislation in January, but the city council overrode her veto.
I've been mayor for 8 years. I have only vetoed 7 bills in that period of time. I don't do it willy-nilly.
Under the Constitution, Congress has final authority over D.C.'s laws. House Republicans stepped in with a measure to revoke the city council changes. Even President Biden said he wouldn't block Congress's moves.
The president expressed concerns on certain provisions of the D.C. crime bill.
Faced with opposition, D.C. City Council chairman says he's withdrawing the criminal code reform legislation to rework the bill and submit it at a later time.
The withdrawal means that it is no longer properly before the Congress.
But the Senate may still push forward with a vote to align with the House this week. All Senate Republicans and potentially as many as 20 Senate Democrats are planning to rebuke D.C.
People should have enough guts to vote their own vote.
If Congress rejects the criminal code bill, it will mark only the 4th time in decades that it has stepped into D.C. affairs. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
More news from Washington, D.C. So many questions being asked here. Will President Biden decide to run in 2024? Let's check in with our Fox News team for more.
We got more to do. I'm determined to finish the job.
But Biden 2024 is no sure thing.
Are you going to endorse Joe Biden if he runs for re-election?
Oh, there's plenty of time for the election. Let's wait until we see who all the players are.
Only one player so far beating even President Biden to an announcement, Marianne Williamson.
It should be the voters who decide. It should not be the DNC that decides.
A New Hampshire power broker who backed Biden in 2020 is not ready to do it again. Steve Shurtleff, a former Speaker of the New Hampshire House, was asked by AP if he wants Biden to run for re-election and says, in my heart of hearts, no. I think a lot of people just don't want to say it. The president is rallying other 2020 allies, though, including the International Association of Firefighters.
First outfit ever to endorse me.
Energy policy and gas prices could be a major campaign issue, and President Biden is weighing whether or not to let ConocoPhillips move forward with a plan to produce 180,000 barrels of oil a day in Alaska with what's called the Willow Plan.
You're either going to be for the Argentines, the Russians, the Iraqis, the Iranians, people who are going to fill this void, or you're going to be for U.S. because this fuel is going to get used out there in the world somewhere.
But environmental activists, including the Sierra Club, which did back Biden-Harris in the 2020 general, want President Biden to pull the plug and stick to a 2019 campaign promise to end fossil fuel.
What's more important to President Biden, improving energy security or reducing fossil fuels?
First of all, it doesn't have to be one or the other, right? We can try to be both.
The Bureau of Land Management, the Fish and Wildlife Agency, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers have all signed off on this project, but it would eventually put fossil fuels to market. So officials around here are trying to figure out how that could impact President Biden's climate change street cred. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Thanks, Peter, for that update. Taking a live now look from our XRAD weather forecast. Severe weather still impacting millions of Americans. We'll have that story in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now. Northern California starting to dig out after another weekend of snowy weather in the Sierra Nevada mountains. Meanwhile, in the south, efforts continue to dig snowbound residents in San Bernardino County. Fox weather correspondent Max Gordon has the story.
I'm concerned about being able to make a living and pay my bills, you know, and take care of my livelihood, if anything, right? And we're all stranded. We feel in prison.
Frustration mounting in Southern California's San Bernardino County. More than a week after back-to-back storms left thousands of people snowbound in several feet of snow, authorities are still working to clear roadways. So far, about 80% of county-maintained roads have been plowed or made passable. Private roads, however, are still covered in some areas because the county can't plow private property.
Roads are iffy. In some spots, they are down to one lane, but they're drivable.
While the county has set up several distribution sites for food and basic supplies, residents say they're fed up with the situation. Many worry about missing work and running out of supplies. Meanwhile, up north, residents are also digging out after another weekend of heavy snowfall. Several feet of snow falling in the Sierra Nevada just days after the region was hit hard with blizzard conditions. While some were prepared for this new round of cold and power outages,
it's not unusual on North Bloomfield for us to be out of power due to snow, trees, weather conditions or an accident or something like that. But it's been a kind of banner year, let's just say.
Others weren't so lucky.
We quickly ran out of gas for the generator.
Forecasters say the next big storm is expected to hit central California later on this week. In Crestline, California, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
Switching gears here, Southwest Airlines is studying how they can cut boarding time down so it can add more flights to its schedule. According to the Wall Street Journal, the airline is testing out these new concepts at Atlanta's International Airport. Their goal is to trim the time a plane takes at the gate down by 5 minutes. Passengers who walk through the airport connector to their plane will hear upbeat music. The genres like disco, EDM, and hip-hop are supposed to allegedly make people move quicker, according to the team's research. Also in the works is a pre-boarding area for families and people in wheelchairs to reduce crowding while boarding. These changes won't be widespread for all of Southwest Airlines flights until proven that they work. And speaking of families, right now it can cost you a pretty penny to buy an airline ticket. It's even more costly if you have a large family. But imagine shelling out hundreds for a flight only to have to pay more to sit next to your young children. The Transportation Department says that this is a reality that many parents are already facing. Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez takes a look at the new tool letting parents know which airlines guarantee guardians a seat next to their kids for no extra charge.
Nowadays, they just add fees to everything.
From concert tickets to hotel rooms and beyond, Americans are growing tired of hidden fees jacking up the cost of their purchases. But when it comes to your next flight, a new tool is hoping to make ticket prices more transparent, especially for families with young kids. The Transportation Department is now revealing its new family seating dashboard. The tool lets travelers quickly check which airlines allow families with small children to sit together without any extra charges.
As recently as a month ago, no U.S. airlines guaranteed fee-free family seating.
So long as seats are available when a customer books. If an airline guarantees a parent or guardian can sit next to their child ages 13 and under at no additional cost, will be given a green check mark on the dashboard site. As of Monday, only 3 out of 10 U.S. airlines listed on the dashboard earned the coveted mark.
American Airlines, Alaska Airlines, and Frontier Airlines have stepped forward to guarantee that parents can sit with their young children without getting nickel and dimed.
This added feature is on the Transportation Department's pre-existing airline customer service dashboard, where you can also find information on the services airlines offer customers for delayed and canceled flights.
It's nicer when you have it up front and you know exactly what you're going to pay. That's the best way to do it.
Meanwhile, the Biden administration is expected to send Congress legislation in the coming weeks to further address airline junk fees. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
And this morning, we are continuing to follow the Ohio train derailment. Norfolk Southern announced a new 6-point plan on Monday to enhance safety operations. The company unveiled the initiatives following the train derailment in Ohio. Fox News correspondent Garrett Tinney has more.
Federal and state officials are investigating another Norfolk Southern train derailment that occurred in Ohio over the weekend. On Saturday, more than 24 cars fell off the tracks in Springfield, about 50 miles west of Columbus. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine says President Biden and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg called him to offer federal assistance, but officials stressed the derailment does not pose a threat to the community since none of the derailed cars were carrying hazardous material.
If you look at rail transportation, whether it's freight or passenger, it is far less dangerous than moving these materials on our nation's roads, which account for about 43,000 fatalities annually.
It's the second Norfolk Southern train to crash within a few weeks. In East Palestine, there are lingering questions about the impact of last month's toxic spill on public health and the environment. Ohio lawmakers are demanding answers.
Well, you know, there's over 1,000 a year. In fact, sometimes it's as high as 1,700 a year. Why is that acceptable?
In response to that crash in East Palestine, Norfolk Southern has agreed to reimburse residents and businesses affected just across the border in Pennsylvania through $1 million relief fund. On Monday, the company also announced a plan to improve safety on its rail lines, including installing dozens of temperature detectors along the tracks that can provide real-time warnings to train crews. The NTSB says it will issue its own safety recommendations after investigating both derailments. In Chicago, I'm Garrett Tenney, Fox News.
A United States couple suing a Hawaiian-based tour company after being left stranded in the water on their honeymoon. Fox's Lamanika Peters reports.
Attorney Jared Waskowitz says what should have been a great experience in Maui turned into a nightmare for his clients Elizabeth Webster and Alexander Burkle. While on their honeymoon in September 2021, the couple bought snorkeling tickets with Sail Maui. After about an hour in the water, they realized the boat was sailing away as they tried to swim towards it.
There were no other boats in the area. All they could think to do was swim towards the closest landmass, so they did. It was shallow, there was waves, and they came up on the beach there in Lanai. It's kind of an abandoned beach. Lanai is a small island, not very populated. Nobody was on the beach.
Their attorney says once they reached Lanai, they wrote SOS in the sand and waited. Fortunately, a local couple visiting the beach that day helped them call the tour boat company.
One of the shocking things is that the vessel didn't even know they were missing until that phone call.
Webster and Burkle have filed a $5 million lawsuit against Sail Maui for negligence. Waskowitz says they had to swim a half mile to get back on land, and if they didn't know how to swim, the situation could have ended much worse.
It's not like it was their first time in the water, but I wouldn't say they had, that kind of open ocean swimming experience, especially at that spot. So apparently they were in shape enough and could do enough to not drown.
Waskowitz says that the company did refund the couple's money and help them get back to Maui. Now, we reached out to the tour boat company, Sail Maui, but we didn't hear back from them in time for this report. LaMonica Peters, KTVU, Fox 2 News. Attorney Jared Waskowitz says.
A huge thank you to LaMonica Peters for bringing us that update. Taking a live now look from Washington, D.C. The time there, 8:05 a.m. Let's take a quick break. Live Now from Fox returns right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. While we wait to hear whether or not President Biden will announce his re-election bid, some in his own party are hoping he decides not to run, as others want him to carry out promises that he made during his previous campaign. Our Live Now from Fox team sat down with a White House reporter about Biden's possible re-election and other news coming from Washington, D.C.
Joining us now is Christian Daytalk, White House correspondent with the Washington Examiner. And Christian, thanks so much for being with us. I know we've brought you on a number of times to discuss the latest news of the day there in Washington. Let's start off with this D.C. crime bill. I guess a lot of people are still asking whether or not it's actually going to be voted on in the Senate or taken out of consideration altogether. We know what President Biden thinks about it.
Well, Andrew, Republicans in the Senate certainly plan to push forward with a vote. That could happen as early as later this week, potentially next week, though. And this has been a very prickly issue for President Biden with his reelection campaign coming in the upcoming weeks. We would expect. I don't know if President Biden will go ahead and sign this legislation from the Republicans now that D.C. has rolled back those changes to the criminal code. But let's be honest, this was something he did not want to talk about. He had sort of shed the issue, the idea of being soft on crime, like some of his fellow Democrats over the past 2.5 years. The last thing he wants to do in 2024 is say, you know, Republicans are able to attack him for allowing D.C., the site of the nation's capital, to lessen sentencing for things like carjacking and other violent crimes. This is something that's angered progressives when they're talking about President Biden, and it's something he's taking fire on from both sides of the aisle, really.
Yeah, we know crime has been such a contentious issue in these, previous several election cycles, but especially this one. And President Biden has made it, abundantly clear. We heard that time and again during the 2020 campaign that, he was not for defund the police like a lot of his, fellow colleagues, fellow contemporaries on the Democratic side. So is this a battle the White House really wants to be having right now about crime, especially there in the nation's capital? Christian, you live in D.C. Was this a good idea?
I'm not sure if this was a good idea, Andrew. It was certainly something that was contentious. We saw Mayor Bowser trying to shut it down via veto earlier this year. But crime has become a big problem for the residents of Washington. I want to say that violent crime and shootings in particular have skyrocketed over the last 18 months. And it's not a conversation the White House wants to have, specifically with President Biden's past attempts to tamp down on gun violence specifically. He rolled out a whole number of measures in his first year in office. And of course, last year was able to shepherd that bipartisan gun control bill through Congress. That was a major achievement heading into the midterms. They had sort of thought this issue was behind President Biden heading into his reelection announcement. It's not one they want to dig up and go to war with Republicans yet again.
All right, Christian, you, I believe, were in the briefing room today. We showed the full White House press briefing earlier this afternoon, and Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, was asked about a number of key items in the news. I want to move away from the D.C. crime bill for just a moment. Let's talk about East Palestine, Ohio. Last week, the White House indicated that possibly something is in the works as far as Biden traveling there to visit affected residents. But today, Karine Jean-Pierre was asked about this. She said she had nothing to add. I was struck by that.
Well, it wasn't the White House who said President Biden would be traveling to East Palestine. It was the president himself. He said that up on Capitol Hill after leaving the Senate Democratic lunch with Leader Schumer. He said, quote, "I'm going to get there at some point. Right now, the Biden administration is focusing on the cleanup. They're focusing on the investigation into Norfolk Southern and trying to make sure that these type of tragic accidents don't happen again." That being said, Norfolk Southern has had 4 or even 5 potentially derailments, depending on how you classify it, this year alone. So there clearly is a legislative fix that the Biden administration is itching to get done. That being said, after waiting for this length of time, it's an issue that Republicans, especially those in East Palestine and in Ohio, are hammering the president for. He's in a sticky situation because if he leaves now to go visit East Palestine, it looks like he's bowing to those critics. That being said, President Biden's probably at his strongest when he's wearing his consoler-in-chief hat. He's dealt with tragedy his entire life. He's an extremely empathetic figure on the national scene. We've seen it countless times. You'd think he would have prioritized this trip, given how important Ohio is to the electoral map.
All right, and Christian, just lastly, let's talk about the electoral map and the coming 2024 presidential primary contest. Our sources in the White House that you've spoken to, are they sick of reporters asking whether or not President Biden's going to run for re-election? Is it settled at this point and we're just waiting for it to be official? Or is there some, trepidation, hesitation on the part of Biden and his family about this announcement?
Two things here, Andrew. The first is White House staff are definitely tired of being asked about when the president's going to announce. That being said, I do think he has made up his mind to seek re-election. The First Lady, when she was traveling to Africa just a few days ago, gave a number of interviews where she had said, quote, it's pretty much all been decided at this point in time. All he needs to do is decide a time and place. Now, the president is traveling to Pennsylvania on Thursday. He's traveled there perhaps more than any state since he entered the White House. And of course, he has roots there himself. That is a potential announcement ground, but we haven't had any notification about this being a larger than usual event. And based on the fact that Marianne Williamson has already jumped into the race herself, she announced this past Saturday in Washington, there's no real rush to sort of clear the field. I don't think a number of the larger scale candidates like a Gavin Newsom from California will primary the president, but he is going to have challengers in those early primary contests. We know that for a fact. It's just a matter of time now when he actually makes this thing official.
Yeah, Marianne Williamson announcing that over the weekend. Of course, she did the same thing in 2020. She was one of those Democratic presidential primary candidates on the debate stage as well. So she's doing it yet again. We'll see how far she goes there. But just lastly, speaking of some of these prominent Democrats nationwide who the Biden administration has already tapped to help, him on the campaign trail when that indeed does occur. One of them is Gavin Newsom. One of them is Eric Adams in New York. We just spoke with some of our New York reporters about just that. So is the infrastructure, is the framework of the campaign forming?
It's certainly coming together. You have to look at Cedric Richmond, who was a top White House aide, helmed President Biden's campaign. He was the first co-chair attached to the 2020 effort. And of course, he himself was a congressman before departing Capitol Hill. He's taken up residence at the DNC in a senior consulting position. You would expect him to be the official go-between between the party and President Biden's campaign once it officially gets off the ground. That being said, Gavin Newsom, Eric Adams, I'd look to Congressman James Clyburn from South Carolina, who was instrumental in getting President Biden a huge win on Super Tuesday in South Carolina and the other states back in 2020. So there certainly are a number of senior Democrats ready to help President Biden try and win back the White House again. We don't have an official number of people who have signed up to help with this shadow campaign as it is right now. But I'm sure once the president formally jumps in the ring, you're going to see more and more people jump to the campaign side of this thing.
All right, Christian Daytalk with the Washington Examiner. Christian, always appreciate your insight and reporting. We'll talk again. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew.
Joining us now is Christian Daytalk. White House.
At the time here on the East Coast is 8:15 a.m. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Let's take a quick commercial break before we continue to bring you all top stories from across the globe this morning. Taking a live now look from Ellis Island. You can see there the beautiful Statue of Liberty. Again, the time there is 8:16, bright and early. Thank you for getting your day started with us here at Live Now. We'll continue to bring you all major headlines right after this. All right, and welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, monitoring several top stories taking place today at 10 a.m. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell will be in the spotlight on Capitol Hill this week as he faces scrutiny over the central bank's Herculean task to fight inflation with the sharpest interest rates since the 1980s without tipping the U.S. economy into a recession. Also following this breaking news that we just received into our desk, the Chinese foreign minister just put out a statement warning Washington, D.C. about a potential confrontation between China and the United States. We're also closely following winter weather. We know that a stormy start to March is continuing this week as another round of heavy snow eyes the northern tier of the country, and a multi-day flood threat continues to loom in parts of the United States South. But for now, let's continue to listen in and bring you all the latest when it comes to international topics, international affairs. We have here State Department spokesperson Ned Price briefing reporters and responding to questions on a range of foreign policy issues, including the Biden administration, tensions in the Middle East, relations with China, and political repression in Iran.
And the ROK over the course of this administration. This includes engagements from Secretary Blinken, Deputy Secretary Sherman, Special Representative for the DPRK Sung Kim, and of course from President Biden himself. We look forward to continuing to strengthen our trilateral partnership to help bring about a safer and more prosperous world. With that, Matt.
Great. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
Two things. First, really briefly, do you have anything to add to the statement that your White House colleague just read about the Americans who've been kidnapped in Mexico?
I will admit I didn't see the full extent of her own statement, but I expect she noted that we're closely following the kidnapping of 4 U.S. citizens in Matamoros on March 3rd. The FBI working very closely with other federal partners and Mexican law enforcement agencies to investigate this. I'm sure you saw the FBI put out a reward for their safe return. We're standing ready to provide all appropriate consular assistance. We do also remind Americans about the existing travel guidance when it comes to this particular part of Mexico. The travel advisory for Tamaulipas State remains at level 4. Do not travel. We encourage Americans to heed that advice.
Okay, so essentially, no, you don't have anything to add. But thank you. But do you?
I'm always glad to hear the consistency.
There was a question about whether all 4 were U.S. citizens or not. Has that been confirmed now to your?
We're aware of the kidnapping of 4 U.S. citizens. That's our understanding.
And then separate from that and going back to the Secretary's trip, I just wanted to know, and I'm not really expecting anything here, but just shot
always a good approach.
Shot in the dark here. I'm just wondering, after his 10-minute or less than 10-minute exchange with Foreign Minister Lavrov, if there has been any follow-up to that, or any conversation at a notable level between you guys and the Russians, or if he left that exchange, that encounter, with the idea that there might be in the near future.
Well, we've always had the idea that we are prepared and ready to engage when our interests are implicated, when the interests of our partners and allies around the world are implicated. That's precisely why this wasn't the first conversation between Secretary Blinken and Foreign Minister Lavrov. It wasn't even the first since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion against Ukraine in February of last year.
Well, it was the second.
It was the second. But we have demonstrated, and 2 makes this a consistent pattern. But both in word and we've also made it clear, both in deed and we've made it clear in word, that we are ready to engage when it is in our interests to do so, when it's in the interests of our allies and partners around the world to do so. The Secretary was clear about the 3 priorities that he raised with Foreign Minister Lavrov in that meeting. We've also been clear that we wouldn't expect one specific meeting with Foreign Minister Lavrov would lead to a resolution of the issues that he raised, and that, of course, is putting it very mildly. We remain prepared, ready to engage if it is in our interest. As you know, we do have lines of communication. We have an embassy in Moscow. The Russians have an embassy here. There are other channels from within the State Department, from within other departments and entities within the executive branch. We are going to continue to do what is most effective to advance our interests. We thought that last week, because Secretary Blinken and Foreign Minister Lavrov were in the same room, they were in the same place, it was an opportunity for the Secretary to convey very directly, without any room for misinterpretation, the areas that matter a great deal to us. Whether the Russians will in turn act on that in any way, the jury is still out. Again, we harbor no illusions that a single brief encounter would change their position, but it's important for us to advocate and to advocate effectively for our interests. Sure.
Has the Secretary seen the now infamous clip on the social media in which Lavrov claims that the war was launched by the West against him, his country, and that he's out there to stop it? I was wondering, what was the Secretary's reaction? Was it reflecting the reaction that we have seen from the audience?
I think, Alex, you can't watch that clip. You couldn't have been in the room and heard Foreign Minister Lavrov make those remarks and not to have the same reaction that apparently everyone else in that room had. For those who haven't seen the clip, the room breaks into what can be described as probably uproarious laughter at a statement from Foreign Minister Lavrov that Russia was attacked, and that was the genesis of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We've heard similar statements, outlandish statements like this from Russia before. I think it is clear from the reaction in that room, the fact that the world is under no illusion about how this started, about who is responsible, and perhaps most importantly of all, who could end it if Russia sought to seek an end to this war today, tomorrow.
I'm just wondering if there's any second thought after seeing Lavrov is denying even basic truth.
Alex, we've observed Foreign Minister Lavrov over the course of the past year. I think the Secretary has used the term that the Foreign Minister has an adversarial relationship with the truth. We didn't engage with Foreign Minister Lavrov because we necessarily trust what he has to say or what he has said for that matter. We engaged with Foreign Minister Lavrov just as we've engaged through other channels and through other counterparts because it's in our interests to do so. And again, we are clear-eyed about the potential for any sort of change, near-term change in the Russian posture on this. The point of this brief encounter was not to seek to effect a reversal in the near term over these core issues that matter a great deal to us and to the rest of the world, but it's in our interest to engage in diplomacy and to make clear where the United States stands.
You're prepared to comment on that bit with the laughter. What's your response to the fact that, for those of us who were there, that at the beginning of his address at which this thing happened, he actually got a round of applause from that same audience when he talked about how NATO was and the West were encroaching on Russia and going and raising tensions because they're getting closer. So if you're going to talk about the laughter at that one bit, I'm just wondering what you make of the applause.
Well, to say I was prepared to respond to it, he asked a question and I answered it. Not that this was.
I don't know. I'm not suggesting it was pre-cooked or anything, right. But you did respond to that. So I'm just wondering if you have any concerns at all that very same audience also seemed to be sympathetic to Foreign Minister Lavrov earlier.
Matt, there are misperceptions, and we do our best to counter the misperceptions that are out there, whether they are about the United States, whether they are about our Ukrainian partners, whether they're about NATO. And we make clear at every opportunity we have that NATO is a defensive alliance, pure and simple. NATO has never threatened anyone. That in turn doesn't pose a threat to members of NATO. NATO has expanded as a result of Russian aggression. And it is incumbent on NATO, on the member states as a defensive alliance, to take prudent steps in response to what they're seeing from Russia's very own actions. The Secretary almost every opportunity he gets, makes the point that President Putin, who I think has done a great deal to not only unite NATO, NATO is now stronger, it is more purposeful, it is more determined, but more broadly than that, President Putin has precipitated just about everything he has sought to prevent, and this goes back to 2014. Whether you look at popular opinion of NATO in a place like Ukraine, whether you look at the Wales commitments that resulted from President Putin's aggressive action in eastern Ukraine, his attempts to seize Crimea in 2014, the increase in defense spending that we've seen in the aftermath of Wales, and now in the aspirations of 2 additional European countries to join the world's strongest defensive alliance.
Okay, fair enough. But you seem to be pleased by the fact that people laughed at him when he made this statement about.
Matt, I was simply responding to a question.
I know, but I get that. So I'm asking you another question. I mean, does it not cause you any concern that the same audience was receptive to his argument that you reject, obviously? But I mean, we're talking about an audience of highly educated people in India, non-aligned country with which you are working to increase opposition to the Russian action, or the Russian war in Ukraine, and yet they seemed sympathetic not to the idea that Russia was attacked, but that somehow Russia was provoked or is threatened.
Matt,
I
think I told you at the outset that we have our work cut out for us. It is a task that we have, that NATO has, and that our allies and partners more broadly have, to combat misinformation, to combat disinformation. We know that Russia is sowing disinformation, is sowing lies about the strategic intent of NATO. We believe the best antidote to disinformation and misinformation is information. It's why we get up here and brief every day. It's why the Secretary brings reporters with him everywhere he travels. It's why we do press avails when he's traveling, especially within our emerging partners. All of that is part and parcel of it.
Would you say the same about China?
Would I say what about China?
About promoting disinformation, trying to.
I would.
And just you would. That's it.
Of course, we have seen Russia and the PRC peddle misinformation and disinformation. Yes, Said.
Yeah, thank you. On the issue of diplomacy, I know that the new American ambassador, Lynn Tracy, only submitted her credentials a couple of months ago, and so on. Are there any, so she met with Russian officials and so on.
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time here on the East Coast is 8:30 a.m. Continuing to listen into the United States State Department briefing. Just yesterday, spokesperson Ned Price, as you see here, briefing the media on tensions in the Middle East, relations with China, and political repression in Iran. He's also taking questions when it comes to Russia's war on Ukraine. Now, if you're just now joining us, we can report that Chinese Foreign Minister Qin Gang warned the United States a few moments ago that Beijing and Washington are headed for a, quote, conflict and confrontation if the United States doesn't change course, striking a combative tone at a moment when relations between the rivals are at a historic low. We'll continue to bring you all up to speed on other top stories right after this commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. As the contours of the 2024 campaign start to take shape, one issue is rising to the forefront. Violent crime has gotten a lot of attention from voters and potential candidates, including President Biden.
As concerns about crime grow in the nation's capital, federal and local leaders say now is not the time for leniency. At issue is a controversial criminal code bill with measures that include reducing the maximum sentences for crimes like robbery and carjacking and eliminating mandatory minimum sentences for many crimes. D.C.'s mayor vetoed the legislation in January, but the city council overrode her veto.
I've been mayor for 8 years. I have only vetoed 7 bills in that period of time. I don't do it willy-nilly.
Under the Constitution, Congress has final authority over D.C.'s laws. House Republicans stepped in with a measure to revoke the city council changes. Even President Biden said he wouldn't block Congress's moves.
The president expressed concerns on certain provisions of the D.C. crime bill.
Faced with opposition, D.C. City Council chairman says he's withdrawing the criminal code reform legislation to rework the bill and submit it at a later time.
The withdrawal means that it is no longer properly before the Congress.
But the Senate may still push forward with a vote to align with the House this week. All Senate Republicans and potentially as many as 20 Senate Democrats are planning to rebuke D.C.
People should have enough guts to vote their own vote.
If Congress rejects the criminal code bill, it will mark only the 4th time in decades that it has stepped into D.C. affairs. In Washington, Martha Rivera, Fox News.
While we wait to hear whether or not President Biden will announce his re-election bid, some in his own party are hoping that he decides not to run, as others want him to carry out the promises that he made during his previous campaign. Here's more.
We got more to do. I'm determined to finish the job.
But Biden 2024 is no sure thing.
Are you going to endorse Joe Biden if he runs for re-election?
Oh, there's plenty of time for the election. Let's wait until we see who all the players are.
Only one player so far beating even President Biden to an announcement, Marianne Williamson.
It should be the voters who decide. It should not be the DNC that decides.
A New Hampshire power broker who backed Biden in 2020 is not ready to do it again. Steve Shurtleff, a former Speaker of the New Hampshire House, was asked by AP if he wants Biden to run for re-election and says, in my heart of hearts, no. I think a lot of people just don't want to say it. The president is rallying other 2020 allies, though, including the International Association of Firefighters.
First outfit ever to endorse me.
Energy policy and gas prices could be a major campaign issue, and President Biden is weighing whether or not to let ConocoPhillips move forward with a plan to produce 180,000 barrels of oil a day in Alaska with what's called the Willow Plan.
You're either going to be for the Argentines, the Russians, the Iraqis, the Iranians, people who are going to fill this void, or you're going to be for U.S. because this fuel is going to get used out there in the world somewhere.
But environmental activists, including the Sierra Club, which did back Biden-Harris in the 2020 general, want President Biden to pull the plug and stick to a 2019 campaign promise to end fossil fuel.
What's more important to President Biden, improving energy security or reducing fossil fuels?
First of all, it doesn't have to be one or the other, right? Well, we can try to be both.
The Bureau of Land Management, the Fish and Wildlife Agency, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers have all signed off on this project, but it would eventually put fossil fuels to market. So officials around here are trying to figure out how that could impact President Biden's climate change street cred. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
There has been another violent incident at the site of a proposed law enforcement training center in Atlanta. Nearly 24 people were arrested after throwing weapons in the latest demonstration against the project. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson has more.
Newly released security footage shows officers retreating and ducking for cover as protesters launch fireworks, rocks, and Molotov cocktails in what police call a coordinated attack. Atlanta police sending a stern message after the department says protesters turned violent and attacked officers at the site of a planned $90 million police training facility, also known as Cop City.
Actions such as this will not be tolerated.
Police detained at least 35 people after they allegedly left a nearby music festival and coordinated the attack. 23 of them are charged with domestic terrorism for their alleged roles in the fiery confrontation that destroyed police vehicles and construction equipment. A majority of the protesters are from outside of Georgia, including 2 from France and Canada.
This is a national network, an international group of people that are organized to come to our state to undermine a public safety training center.
Various groups from the Stop Cop City movement have protested against the training facility in what they say is an effort to militarize Atlanta police on land that should be preserved for nature. Tensions have been high since January after a Georgia state trooper shot and killed a protester who investigators say fired first. Activists say it's the police who are turning the temperature up.
By the end of the day, there will be 40 people that have domestic terrorism charges, many of which just for being in a parking lot.
Meantime, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens says the city is creating a new task force to address concerns around the public safety facility. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
Thanks, Charles, for bringing us that very important update. The time here on the East Coast is now 8:40 a.m. Let's switch gears and bring you all the latest weather-related news. Northern California starting to dig out after another weekend of snowy weather in the Sierra Nevada mountains. Now, meanwhile, in the south, efforts are continuing to dig out snowbound residents in San Bernardino County. Fox weather correspondent Max Gordon has more.
I'm concerned about being able to make a living and pay my bills, you know, and take care of my livelihood, if anything, right? And we're all stranded. We feel in prison.
Frustration mounting in Southern California's San Bernardino County. More than a week after back-to-back storms left thousands of people snowbound in several feet of snow, authorities are still working to clear roadways. So far, about 80% of county-maintained roads have been plowed or made passable. Private roads, however, are still covered in some areas because the county can't plow private property.
Roads are iffy. In some spots, they are down to one lane, but they're drivable.
While the county has set up several distribution sites for food and basic supplies, residents say they're fed up with the situation. Many worry about missing work and running out of supplies. Meanwhile, up north, residents are also digging out after another weekend of heavy snowfall. Several feet of snow falling in the Sierra Nevada just days after the region was hit hard with blizzard conditions. While some were prepared for this new round of cold and power outages,
it's not unusual on North Bloomfield for us to be out of power due to snow, trees, weather conditions, or an accident or something like that, but it's been a kind of banner year, let's just say.
Others weren't so lucky.
We quickly ran out of gas for the generator.
Forecasters say the next big storm is expected to hit Central California later on this week. In Crestline, California, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
All right, in other news, it can cost you a pretty penny to buy an airline ticket, and even more if you have a large family. Imagine shelling out hundreds of dollars for a flight, only to have to pay even more to sit next to your young children. The Transportation Department says this is a reality for many parents already facing rising prices. Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez takes a look at the new tool letting parents know which airlines guarantee guardians a seat next to their kids for no extra charge.
Just add fees to everything.
From concert tickets to hotel rooms and beyond, Americans are growing tired of hidden fees jacking up the cost of their purchases. But when it comes to your next flight, a new tool is hoping to make ticket prices more transparent, especially for families with young kids. The Transportation Department is now revealing its new family seating dashboard. The tool lets travelers quickly check which airlines allow families with small children to sit together without any extra charges.
As recently as a month ago, no U.S. airlines guaranteed fee-free family seating.
So long as seats are available when a customer books. if an airline guarantees a parent or guardian can sit next to their child, ages 13 and under, at no additional cost. Will be given a green check mark on the dashboard site. As of Monday, only 3 out of 10 U.S. airlines listed on the dashboard earned the coveted mark.
American Airlines, Alaska Airlines, and Frontier Airlines have stepped forward to guarantee that parents can sit with their young children without getting nickel and dimed.
This added feature is on the Transportation Department's pre-existing airline customer service dashboard, where you can also find information on the services airlines offer customers for delayed and canceled flights.
It's nicer when you have it up front and you know exactly what you're going to pay. That's the best way to do it.
Meanwhile, the Biden administration is expected to send Congress legislation in the coming weeks to further address airline junk fees. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
Now to a story that we've been covering here since day one, the East Palestine, Ohio train derailment. Norfolk Southern announced a new 6-point plan on Monday to enhance safety operations. The company unveiled the initiatives following yet another train derailment in Springfield, Ohio. Fox News correspondent Garrett Tinney has more.
Federal and state officials are investigating another Norfolk Southern train derailment that occurred in Ohio over the weekend. On Saturday, more than 24 cars fell off the tracks in Springfield, about 50 miles west of Columbus. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine says President Biden and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg called him to offer federal assistance, but officials stressed the derailment does not pose a threat to the community since none of the derailed cars were carrying hazardous material.
If you look at rail transportation, whether it's freight or passenger, it is far less dangerous than moving these materials on our nation's roads, which account for about 43,000 fatalities annually.
It's the second Norfolk Southern train to crash within a few weeks. In East Palestine, there are lingering questions about the impact of last month's toxic spill on public health and the environment. Ohio lawmakers are demanding answers.
Well, you know, there's over 1,000 a year. In fact, sometimes it's as high as 1,700 a year. Why is that acceptable?
In response to that crash in East Palestine, Norfolk Southern has agreed to reimburse residents and businesses affected just across the border in Pennsylvania through a $1 million relief fund. On Monday, the company also announced a plan to improve safety on its rail lines, including installing dozens of temperature detectors along the tracks that can provide real-time warnings to train crews. The NTSB says it will issue its own safety recommendations after investigating both derailments. In Chicago, I'm Garrett Tinney, Fox News. Federal and state officials are investigating another Norfolk Southern train derailment that occurred in Ohio over the weekend. On Saturday, more than 24 cars fell off the tracks in Springfield, about 50 miles west of Columbus. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine says President Biden and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg called him to offer federal assistance, but officials stressed the derailment does not pose a threat to the community since none of the derailed cars were carrying hazardous material.
If you look at
All right, we will continue to bring you all the latest on that story. Now to a good news story. We're taking a look back as a Good Samaritan saves a dog from a fire. Here's more.
Police officers carrying a dog rescued from flames erupting from a Scappoose home on Southeast 3rd Street late Thursday night. The man behind the camera is Guy Auker, who was on his way home when he spotted the smoke, sirens, and lights and took out his camera.
And I was curious. I like to take videos of that sort of thing.
We're told it took responding agencies just 5 minutes to arrive on scene and quickly found out 2 dogs were still inside the home, where crews were able to locate them both in roughly 10 minutes, bringing them onto the front lawn where they began CPR, piquing Auker's curiosity, working as a flight attendant.
And so I've been trained on CPR.
And recently, he claims to have learned how to do CPR specific to animals in an online video.
With that knowledge, Auker says that's about the time that he sprang into action, dropping the phone and instead dropping to his hands and knees alongside one of the officers and performing mouth to mouth, or in this case, mouth to muzzle.
He was doing the chest compressions and then stopped, and then I would give breaths.
Fire crews say the fire was under control in just 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Auker says he and the officer continued CPR for what felt like a long time, until he says the two looked at each other and decided the dog had likely crossed the Rainbow Bridge.
We stopped, and the dog is is no longer with us.
However, Ocker says the other dogs started coming too, and that's when he says first responders put an oxygen mask on the animal and eventually brought it to the vet. Ocker says he offered to join them in the squad car to care for the animal if need be.
The trooper's like, no, it's thanks, but I got it. So she took off, and I got my car and I went home.
Heartfelt story there this morning. The time is now 8:49. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more top stories right after this. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking a Live Now look from Washington, D.C. Presidential Campaign 2024 is really coming to the forefront of the conversation. Let's check in with Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft, who had a sit-down conversation with a Florida political expert about a potential DeSantis run.
And so it's no secret that DeSantis has really been on the speaking circuit. Is he just touting his new book, or is this, early moves for an official announcement to get into the ring?
He's clearly going to run. It's going to start in about 60 days. The legislative session starts tomorrow. That goes about 60 days, unless they have budget issues or something like that, but they won't this year. That book is put out for a reason. The book tour has started. DeSantis has gone to Texas, gone to California, drawn big crowds, skipped CPAC, but he was on Donald Trump's mind the whole time. The speech at the Reagan Library, that's sort of your canonical rite of passage for any presidential candidate. DeSantis packed the House. You heard some of the excerpt from his speech. And, what you heard was purposeful, talking about the lack of leaks from the administration. I think that's a contrast to the Trump administration where, it was so leaky, might as well have been a sprinkler system.
Yeah.
And, with DeSantis, with the book, The Courage to Be Free, I reviewed that book when it came out. And it was a very selective narrative. He had 8 pages about the 60 Minutes, contretemps, a lot about COVID-19, less about his family, less about his aborted 2018 campaign or the role of Matt Gaetz or Susie Wiles in that campaign. So he picked the spots in that book. It was short, but it made his point. And, that book's selling well. I don't know how many of the sales are organic, but what's clear is that a lot of people right now are responding to what Ron DeSantis is selling. The only question one might have is, well, is it too early, for Ron DeSantis to actually be peaking? But right now he's holding his own in the polls with Donald Trump, and that's a very good place to be.
Okay, let's talk about the polls, though, and let's talk about holding his own. So this was the CPAC straw poll. Obviously, it's not the most scientific. They just kind of poll the attendees of CPAC in the ballroom there at National Harbor. So this was what it was: 62% for Trump, 20% for DeSantis, and then some of these VP candidates as well. Carrie Lake at 20%, DeSantis at 14%, Haley at 10%. So what does DeSantis, if and when he announces, what does he need to do to take on the juggernaut that is Donald Trump? It seems like those two are going to be, battling it out. We've heard from Donald Trump time and again on Truth Social, lambasting DeSantis, coming up with new nicknames for him. We haven't really heard as much from DeSantis. They've been, like you said, veiled, subtle. Once DeSantis announced, if he does he need to go at Trump's jugular?
He's going to have to. I mean, he's going to have to hit Trump more head on than he's been doing. He's been playing the Reagan 11th commandment, thou shalt not speak ill about another Republican. That only lasts until the legislative session is over, and I think Donald Trump goes, or Ron DeSantis goes on the attack. I do want to point out with the CPAC straw poll, this wasn't the CPAC of previous years. I mean, this was basically a Trump rally. It was a Trump coronation. Nikki Haley got very light response when she spoke. And the fact that DeSantis got 20% at basically a Trump rally is significant.
Okay, but given AG, the fact that he didn't go, is that a political liability? I mean, Pence didn't go as well. Some of these, more high-profile possible contenders bowing out of CPAC this year. Does that say more about CPAC than about these candidates?
It says more about CPAC, because CPAC's become a Donald Trump event. Matched lap, he's got his personal controversies. That's another reason that some Republicans steered clear of the event. I look at statewide polling, and I see DeSantis holding his own, winning in some places like California. A poll that came out in Virginia today, DeSantis was ahead. This is where you want to be, and if you look at the statewide polling, it's more instructive than the national polling because the national sample sizes are so variable. But if you look at, and primaries do not happen on a national basis. They are single state events. Yeah. New Hampshire, the Iowa caucuses, South Carolina, those early primaries are what you really care about. That's how you get momentum. And if you don't do anything in those primaries, you're dead in the water as a candidate.
Yeah.
But Ron DeSantis is definitely holding his own in the primaries he needs to be holding his own in. Yeah. And that's where you want to be.
Okay, let's talk about the book, The Courage to Be Free, and that is just kind of a huge signal once some of these possible contenders have a book on the market. That's somewhat seen as a prelude to an official announcement for a campaign. It's getting reviewed, at least in some outlets. The New York Times, I believe, said it was, somewhat dull. Let's talk about DeSantis's liabilities when it comes to some of these cosmetic and topical concerns. Does he have a sense of humor? Is he charming? Can he work a rope line? Can he, get donors to back him? And also his appearance. We've seen him over the last several days. It seems like he's lost a lot of weight. Is this all an indication?
Yeah, he's lean and mean now, like Jeb Bush was in 2016, where Jeb Bush lost a bunch of weight. Ron DeSantis is basically, he's getting ready. And he's done this kind of thing before, getting ready for a campaign, but losing the weight and streamlining his look, that's a key deal. The book on DeSantis is that he doesn't really have a great sense of humor. He's not a great ad-lib artist. Donald Trump's basically Don Rickles. Ron DeSantis has a sense of humor of a shampoo bottle. That being said, he does have a touch with donors. I mean, he's doing donor events, $1 million, $500,000 a clip. That's where you want to be. And he's also got a statewide political committee that he can move that money over to the national. That's another $75 million. So when I look at Ron DeSantis, he's going to be able to hold his own with Donald Trump in terms of donations. The donors aren't finding Donald Trump this time around the way they did in 2016. In 2020, Trump had a disadvantage against Biden. So I think DeSantis' issue is not going to be donors. It's going to be, sort of that ad-lib skill that Donald Trump has, where Donald Trump can go and basically do a speech off the top of his head for 90 minutes, Ron DeSantis can't do that without tripping up.
Okay.
And even on Fox News interviews, he's had some liability issues. He got caught crossways on Ukraine or on Social Security and Medicare. These are serious issues. So when he does less friendly interviews, I'm curious to see how he actually does.
Yeah, I mean, Trump is calling him a rhino, saying that he wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. And so that's kind of the attack line from Trump. You haven't seen it yet from DeSantis. Maybe we will once he makes it official. What about there, though, AG, in the state of Florida, just lastly, is he going to get criticism? He trounced his Democratic opponent last November, Charlie Crist, for 4 more years in Tallahassee. Do people want him for 4 more years there, or was that a given going into last year's midterms that this was on the table in the future?
It was known. I mean, Charlie Crist brought it up in the debate, trying to get DeSantis to commit to serving the 4 years. DeSantis would not commit. It didn't matter in that election. There's going to be legislative moves to rescind a law that bars somebody from running for the presidency while serving as governor. The political class wants DeSantis to take a shot in the state, and he's going to do it. Very capable Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez. So if DeSantis needs to step away, he has Nunez in the wings. You're going to see a very competitive 2026 field for governor regardless. So the beat goes on what Ron DeSantis does here. So that's what I'm expecting.
Yeah. A.G. Gankarski, I feel like we're going to be talking a lot, at least this spring and summer. A.G., thanks so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you so much to our very own Andrew Kraft for that interview, providing a little bit more context there. All right, it is now 9 o'clock over on the East Coast, and it is 6 o'clock on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I want to get back to some of the stories that we were following just several days ago. This is a big one here. Take a look at your screen. A mother now charged with murdering several of her children there in Italy, Texas, outside of Dallas. Our Fox 4 Dallas team has the latest information, including they were able to speak with the grandmother of the children who were killed.
He had this smile like it would light up the whole room. He was such a beautiful baby. He was such a beautiful baby.
Tanya Reese is talking about her grandson, Legend Chappelle. She says the 6-year-old boy loved basketball and Spider-Man. This picture was taken at his 6th birthday party in October, the last time Reese says she saw him.
It's like I couldn't breathe. I couldn't do nothing. I wanted to fight. I don't know. It's just anger, you know?
Friday, Reese received a call from her son saying Legend had been murdered by his own mother, 25-year-old Shemaya Hall. Investigators say Hall stabbed all 5 of her children, killing 3 of them. 2 of the children were hospitalized. An update on their conditions has not been released.
You couldn't have been that selfish.
Hall sits in the Ellis County Jail facing 3 counts of capital murder. The Ellis County Sheriff's Office tells Fox 4 Monday more charges are coming, but didn't elaborate. 4 p.m. Friday afternoon, a CPS worker called 911 from the house off Harris Street in Italy. According to the Sheriff's Office, a CPS worker inside the home made an emergency call to remove the children from the home before they were stabbed. Hall's family members tell Fox 4 she didn't have custody of her children, and it's unclear why Hall was at the home at the time or what led up to the stabbing. The Ellis County District Attorney's Office is not releasing arrest paperwork that could shed more light on what happened because of the ages of the young victims.
You should have stopped and said, what am I doing? It's wrong. You just kept going and going and going and going and going and going while those kids are screaming and hollering for their life. She didn't curl.
Tanya Reese and her husband showed us paperwork from July showing their attempts to gain custody of Legend. However, Reese says Legend and his siblings ultimately ended up in Italy to stay with a relative on Hall's side of the family.
You cheated us in life, but you're not going to cheat them in death. I'm going to fight. I'm going to keep fighting. And I'm going to fight harder. And I'm not going to rest. I'm not going to rest. I'm not going to leave this world until we get justice for Legend.
That is a story that we will continue to follow right here on Live Now from Fox. I want to get to some of the other headlines here, and we can tell you that the 23 protesters arrested during a violent clash with police at the site of the future Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, nicknamed Cop City, could go before a judge today. Officials say around 5:30 Sunday evening, an estimated 100 protesters left the nearby South River Music Festival, changed into black clothing, then entered the site of that controversial proposed police training center in DeKalb County, Georgia. Video released by the Atlanta Police Department, you saw it there, shows what appears to be fireworks aimed at officers. In the same video, you can see items that include rocks and Molotov cocktails being thrown by protesters in the direction of police. Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teichner has more.
We see individuals as another group is engaging the officers with rocks, Molotov cocktails, and bottles.
Atlanta police say protesters carried shields and were armed with explosives and projectiles as they carried out what officials call a coordinated attack on officers at the site of a proposed first responder training facility.
The officers are moving to protect additional city assets that are behind this area, and you'll see a firework that was just lobbed at the lieutenant.
Sunday, police say an estimated 100 protesters used a nearby music festival as cover to carry out the attack. Police claim some of the protesters changed clothes in the woods before the clash took place. The protesters allegedly burned a construction vehicle and threw items at officers before running back into the woods.
As some of the individuals that had just previously attacked the work site returned back into the woods, they start changing back into the clothes that they were just wearing moments before.
23 people were arrested and charged with domestic terrorism. Only 2 are from Georgia. 2 of the suspects are from another country. At the same city council meeting where police gave a detailed description of the attack, opponents of the project made sure their voices were also heard.
We are opening our mouths and crying with a loud voice to say that we don't want Cop City.
All right, we will continue to follow the latest as those suspects will likely appear in court at some point today. We are keeping in touch with our Fox 5 Atlanta team to get the latest information. Don't forget, coming up here in just about an hour at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, that is when the Federal Reserve Chairman, Jerome Powell, is expected to testify in front of Congress. This will be his first testimony there in front of Congress in about 9 months. We'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's head to just some of the live images that we do have here on our beautiful cameras, and that is Lady Liberty there in the distance. A beautiful start to the day in New York where you can see almost no clouds. Looking pretty good. It is 9:06 on the East Coast and 6:06 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick commercial break and we'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:08 on the East Coast and 6:08 on the West Coast. Let's talk some economic news like we were right before the break there. Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, will testify in just about an hour here before the Senate Banking Committee. This will be Powell's first appearance in front of Congress in about 9 months. I do want to talk all about this, and Christina Skinner is with the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. She is also an expert on financial policy and regulation. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today.
Of course, it's my pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
So first off, what can we expect to hear from Powell?
Well, yes, that's the $1 million question right now, as usual. So as you correctly pointed out, Chair Powell is set to appear before Congress in just about an hour. He'll be testifying on something called the semi-annual monetary policy report. Now, these reports are statutorily required by the Federal Reserve Act, so they happen 2 times a year. And in some years, they might be sort of par for the course or really rather uneventful. But this is not one of those years. There's been a lot of conflicting, some might even say confusing economic data coming in. So people are going to be listening to Chair Powell's testimony very carefully to try and understand in particular where interest rate hikes, if there are to be more hikes, where the path of interest rates is really going to go next. Now, for just a little bit of context, the Fed has been raising interest rates for about a year now. At the end of last year, at the end of 2022, and at the beginning of this year, market watchers thought, okay, these rate hikes, they might be coming to an end. But what we see is that the economy has been incredibly strong, notwithstanding these continuous, and some would say really kind of rapid interest rate hikes. So it's likely we're likely to hear Jay Powell telling Congress, we've been raising interest rates. The economy's been incredibly resilient, notwithstanding these interest rate hikes. So as measured against the risk of entrenching inflation, right, it's likely that Powell's going to tell Congress we have a couple of more interest rate hikes to go, maybe a few more 25 basis point hikes. But I would think you might hear Powell telling Congress that 50 basis point hikes are not off the table either. And we can get into this a little bit more, but I think the key things that you're going to hear Powell talking about, and some of this played in the monetary policy report, but some of this is coming from other economic surveys and reports, are data on inflation, hiring, and consumer spending.
And we can definitely go into more on that because it's a topic that you could discuss pretty much forever and ever because this affects so many people. Tell me, in your opinion, why people should be paying attention today as Powell is testifying.
Right, exactly. Well, again, I think the big thing is that there's just so many different signs coming in from economic data. You know, I think the big picture is that for about a year now, market watchers, Fed watchers, just, you know, everyday Americans have been wondering, are we going to see that recession coming that people have been talking about? And the perplexing thing for many people, experts and households alike, is that we just haven't seen that recession. And ordinarily that would be something that you would expect given the pace and the magnitude at which the Fed has raised its interest rates. But again, the Fed is really focused on, you know, first and foremost, what is going on with inflation, right? So the Fed's primary responsibility, as it perceives it, is to make sure that price levels are stable. So it targets inflation at 2% a year. Now, as many of us know, that number has been much higher for some time, for a little over a year now. So right now, inflation is about 6.4%, depending on which measure you use. And that's clearly still well above where the Fed would like it to see inflation at 2%, right? The Fed is very mindful of things that are affecting households in particular, right? So food prices, for example, we saw rapid rises in food prices last summer. Now, that slowed down a lot, but the prior increases in food prices that we saw haven't gone away. So when you go to the grocery store, your bill, your total sort of checkout is still about 11% higher than it was a year ago. So the Fed is worried about this kind of thing, these kinds of elevated prices becoming stuck, right? So that's what it means when it says it's worried about inflation becoming entrenched. So that's a big one. The other big one we're going to hear about is the labor market.
And something that I think about whenever I hear Jerome Powell speak is that it's a little bit easier to understand what he's saying versus several other people who have been Fed chairs in the past. I mean, it seems as though he's able to simplify what he's talking about and speak to the American people a little bit better than some of the Fed chairs there in the past. Is that your opinion as well?
Absolutely. And I think you really sort of put your finger on it. And this is a concerted effort by the Federal Reserve for the past couple of years to be able to communicate directly with households, right? So for many years, for much of the Fed's history, it sort of prided itself in a way on sort of being very technical, very sort of expert driven in its language and its communication with Congress, which really sort of put a bit of a barrier or a wedge between what was happening at the Fed and what households could understand would sort of be affecting them in terms of monetary policy and how that's transmitted and how that translates into their everyday lives. But the Fed has decided for itself that it's really important that, you know, Main Street understands what it's doing just as much as Wall Street does. And so, of course, the Fed is speaking to Wall Street, right, because it has a job to do in setting expectations and giving the market some assurity and some guidance. But it also really wants people to understand what it's doing and why. And so that's why it's been so sort of plain spoken in many of its speeches, tries to make its reports very readable in terms of, look, here's why we're raising interest rates. This might seem like it's a painful thing for you, but in the long run, inflation is much more painful, right? And I think the way that it's been communicating about the labor market is another great example of that, right? People might look around and say, well, the labor market seems great. Why would we want to raise interest rates and have any risk of dampening or, as the Fed says, softening the labor market even just a little bit? But what the Fed is trying to explain is that, you know, if it can't cool down the market enough, right, then we risk having that imbalance with inflation. Then we risk having those gasoline prices, those food prices, those rental prices continuing to remain high.
And speaking fairly broadly here, how does the economy here in the U.S. compare currently to last year around this time? You kind of touched on this already, but how do the two compare?
Yeah, that's a great question. And yeah, as I sort of alluded to before, I think, you know, the economy certainly seems to, you know, on a relative basis, arguably be stronger than it was last year, simply because as we click through the months, just a little bit of that uncertainty about whether or not there's going to be a recession seems to be somewhat abating, right? We've already weathered the storm of these successive interest rate hikes without suffering too much pain in the labor markets. And I keep referencing the labor markets because that is, of course, what households are thinking about, their jobs, their disposable incomes, their wages, and so on and so forth. And so I think just the fact that we've eliminated some of that uncertainty makes the economy sort of in a stronger place. We haven't really seen those significant dips in GDP. And in fact, we've seen the opposite, right? Right now, we see business surveys coming in saying, you know, notwithstanding the fact that capital market financing is tight right now, we're still growing, we're still hiring, right? And so things look pretty rosy, at least for many sectors of the economy. Now, again, some of the data is conflicting. We've seen certain sectors like tech, financial services, manufacturing in some respects, have a little bit of a squeeze. We certainly saw widespread layoffs in some of those industries, but they haven't necessarily all come at the same time. And we really haven't had widespread layoffs across the economy as a whole. So when you look at things that really most people would consider to be indicators, to be the bellwether of a recession, right? What's happening with their jobs? We haven't seen that yet. And unfortunately, the economy is still pretty robust. And, you know, some of the most recent data we've seen pointing in that direction is consumer spending. Consumer spending looks like it is continuing to be strong. It might even be rising. So again, this is going to be something that it's likely we're going to hear Chair Powell talk about to Congress today.
And this is going to be a loaded question that I don't know if you can even condense down, but what exactly are you going to be paying attention to as Powell is speaking today? You specifically, what do you want to hear and what are you going to try to hone in on?
Great, great question. Let me try and read the tea leaves a little bit. I think I'm really going to be focused on those key indicators that I've been mentioning throughout our conversation. The big one for everyone, myself included, is what is going to happen to the path of interest rates. Now, I think the big difference, the question now is not so much if. I think most people expect that there will be more interest rate hikes, but how much, right? So you heard a couple of Fed bank presidents suggesting that maybe they would have supported a 50 basis point interest rate hike from the last meeting, a little bit higher than the 25 basis point hike. So are we going to go back to a world of 50 basis point hikes, or are we going to see 3 or 4 more 25 basis point hikes? Also, I'm interested to know what the Fed thinks about consumer spending and the labor markets. You hear a lot of conversation about the push and pull between the two sides of the Fed's mandates: price stability, inflation, and maximum employment. Now, it seems like the Fed has been pretty confident that we're at a wonderful place with employment. We're at years, sort of the data is excellent on the unemployment figures. Is the Fed really, really comfortable with the labor market such that it's going to feel confident in its rate hikes? And the other big thing that we haven't talked about is the way that the Fed is handling its balance sheet. So it's been allowing its securities, its treasuries and mortgage-backed securities to run off. So as those securities mature, it's not buying any new ones. So this is a process called quantitative tightening, or QT. And what does the Fed think about the path of QT and how that's affecting the treasury market?
All right, Christina Skinner, a lot to talk about here for sure. Anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
I think I'll leave it there, and we will all just see what Chair Powell has to say in his conversation with the Congressional Committee today. And I'm sure we'll all be watching that quite closely. I know I will be.
Oh, for sure. Same here. Thank you again for taking the time to talk to us.
My pleasure.
All right, so as we mentioned there, coming up in about, I would say, 39 minutes there, we can expect to see Jerome Powell testify before Congress. That starts at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with a look at your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 9:23 on the East Coast, and it is 6:23 on the West Coast. I do want to get to some of the other stories that we are following here, one of which is one that we did bring you as breaking news just yesterday. This involves 4 Americans that were kidnapped over in Mexico. At this point, they still remain missing, but the Associated Press has caught up with some of the family members of those Americans and gathered a few more details. Let's go over what we know so far. So the 4 Americans who traveled to Mexico last week to seek health care got caught in a deadly shootout and were kidnapped by heavily armed men who threw them in the back of a pickup truck. The 4 were traveling Friday in that white minivan right there with North Carolina license plates. They came under fire shortly after entering the city of Matamoros from Brownsville, Texas, at the southernmost tip of Texas near the Gulf Coast. That information coming from the FBI. So Landria Brown of Florence, South Carolina, said that she has been in contact with the FBI and local officials after learning that her younger brother, Zindell Brown, is one of those 4 victims. So Landria Brown said her brother, who lives in Myrtle Beach, and 2 friends had accompanied a 3rd friend who was going to Mexico for a tummy tuck surgery. A doctor who advertises surgeries like that in the city did not answer calls seeking comment. Fox News' William LaJeunesse has the latest for us.
We're closely following the assault and kidnapping of 4 U.S. citizens in Matamoros, Mexico. These sorts of attacks are unacceptable.
4 Americans kidnapped at gunpoint shortly after crossing into Mexico from Brownsville, Texas on Friday. It happened in the northern Mexican border city of Matamoros. According to the FBI, the group was driving a white minivan with North Carolina plates when they came under gunfire from a group of armed men. They were later dragged out of the van and pushed into a waiting car that fled the scene.
The information we have is that they crossed the border to buy medicine in Mexico, and there was a confrontation between groups, and they were detained.
Mexico's president has indicated this may be a case of mistaken identity, and the group unintentionally was targeted.
The FBI, working very closely with other federal partners and Mexican law enforcement agencies to investigate this.
Matamoros is part of the Tamaulipas state, an area that is home to warring factions of the Gulf drug cartel. It's also one of 6 Mexican states Americans are warned not to travel by the State Department due to violent crime and kidnappings.
The travel advisory for Tamaulipas state remains at level 4. Do not travel. We encourage Americans to heed that.
The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for any information leading to the victims or the arrest of their kidnappers. In Los Angeles, William LaJeunesse, Fox News.
And we'll bring you updates as we do get them. Again, we brought you that as breaking news, and we will continue to follow the developments here on Live Now from Fox. Northern California starts digging out after another weekend of snowy weather in the Sierra Nevada mountains. In the meantime, in the south, efforts continue to dig snowbound residents in San Bernardino, California. Fox weather correspondent Max Gordon has the latest.
I'm concerned about being able to make a living and pay my bills, and take care of my livelihood, if anything, right? And we're all stranded. We feel in prison.
Frustration mounting in Southern California's San Bernardino County. More than a week after back-to-back storms left thousands of people snowbound in several feet of snow, authorities are still working to clear roadways. So far, about 80% of county-maintained roads have been plowed or made passable. Private roads, however, are still covered in some areas because the county can't plow private property.
Roads are iffy. In some spots, they are down to 1 lane, but they're drivable.
While the county has set up several distribution sites for food and basic supplies, residents say they're fed up with the situation. Many worry about missing work and running out of supplies. Meanwhile, up north, residents are also digging out after another weekend of heavy snowfall. Several feet of snow falling in the Sierra Nevada just days after the region was hit hard with blizzard conditions. While some were prepared for this new round of cold and power outages,
it's not unusual on North Bloomfield for us to be out of power due to snow, trees, weather conditions, or an accident or something like that, but it's been a kind of banner year, let's just say.
Others weren't so lucky.
We quickly ran out of gas for the generator.
Forecasters say the next big storm is expected to hit central California later on this week. In Crestline, California, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
All right, thank you so much to Max Gordon there with Fox Weather. Don't forget to download the Fox Weather app. Just go to the App Store or Google Play Store, type in Fox Weather, hit that download button. It has all of your weather-related headlines, alerts, and you can track storms just like that one there across the country. It is 9:29 on the East Coast and 6:29 on the West Coast. Another big story that we have been following, that concert stampede over in Rochester, New York. We learned last night, unfortunately, that another person had died. That brings the death toll to 2, and several other people have been injured. Our Fox 5 New York team's Lizette Nunez has more from New York.
You should not go to a concert with the thought of being trampled.
Mayor Malik Evans vowing to get to the bottom of what led to a deadly stampede following a concert in Rochester. The tragedy unfolding Sunday night at Rochester's Main Street Armory. Memphis rap stars Glorilla and Finesse 2 Times had just wrapped up their performances when something prompted dozens of concert goers to rush to the exits.
As people began to exit, the crowd began to surge and rush toward the exit. There are some reports that shots were heard, causing the crowd to panic, but that has not been confirmed. We do not have any evidence of gunshots being fired or of anyone being shot or stabbed at the scene.
2 women died in the stampede. Several others were injured after being trampled. Buffalo Mayor Byron Brown identifying one of the victims as 33-year-old Rondisha Belton, who worked in Buffalo's Traffic Violations Agency. The city of Rochester says they will be doing a thorough investigation into whether the venue had the necessary precautions in place. Police will be looking at crowd size to see if it exceeded capacity.
The question will be, were the appropriate actions taken? Too early to say, but I will tell you that we have a history in my administration of holding venues accountable.
All right, so our Fox 5 New York team's Lizette Nunez with that information. So again, at least 2 people have died after that stampede at a rap concert in Rochester, New York over the weekend. It appears the crowd was sent running by fears of gunfire. Paul Wertheimer is the go-to expert when you discuss crowd control. He's the head of crowd management strategies and joins us live to talk a little bit more about this. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
My pleasure, Joel.
So your thoughts here, just knowing that this has happened yet again?
Well, it's, in my opinion, at this point, a preventable disaster. I think the city has to look at every aspect of this event and the venue, which is a venue that was not designed to hold the concert it holds today. And I think the city has to look, Mayor Evans has to look at how the city regulates venues like this and what went wrong. And when I say what went wrong, they have to look at crowd managers, security. Where were they? How many were there? What was the emergency plan for that event? And was there an attempt to initiate it? And is the what was the capacity? Now, the city says it's investigating the capacity, but you only have to go to the promoter. The promoter knows the capacity, how many tickets were sold and how many comps were sold and how many workers were in the building.
So what can actually be done? You touched on this right there, but what is the solution? Is there one at this point to prevent situations like this from happening?
There is a solution. There has always been solutions. Let's point out that this was a festival seating standing room concert. That's the most dangerous and deadly crowd configuration in live entertainment events. Yet again, another one, just like Astroworld. What has the city or any city have in place to regulate standing room festival seating crowds? What does the city in Rochester have in place that requires an effective emergency plan when something goes wrong at an event. And what is the formula they use for determining standing room crowds at these events? These are some of the issues that have to be addressed that can be initiated by regulations if cities really are worried and are concerned about their audiences.
And you've actually witnessed one of these stampedes up close and personal there, happening, of course, in the 70s. Tell me a little bit about that.
That was the Cincinnati Who concert tragedy on December 3rd, 1979. 11 young people crushed to death trying to get in to see the band The Who, which was then the most popular band in the world. The city of Cincinnati did a yeoman's job addressing safety at live entertainment events, and we produced, as a task force member, the first standards guidance for live entertainment events, which some cities adopted, many still ignore, and these tragedies continue in greater number in the United States.
What can people do when they are in crowds like this if they see a stampede happening? Is there a way to protect yourself?
Well, there are certain limited things you can do, especially in a stampede. Now, a stampede is when people are running from a perceived danger. People at this concert said they heard gunshots, and that's very possible that they did. The police don't know yet, and they can't say yet because it's a 3-story building that takes at least a half a city block in size. It could have happened anywhere. So you can try to hide behind some stable structure to get out of the crowd. You can stay at the pace of the crowd, and you can try to remain standing as people enter. And if there's a stampede towards one exit, look for other exits. Don't follow the crowd necessarily, as occurred here and often occurs. Now, that's why crowd promoters and venue operators have to have emergency plans in place so their staff can help direct people in a crowd to a safe haven. I tell you, let me add one other thing, Joe. I did see a video from inside the event at the main entrance. And what I saw, and believe I saw, is only one door was completely opened out of 4 doors in the main entrance. Another door looked like it was halfway open. That means everybody couldn't get out. All doors are supposed to be unlocked and open for an emergency egress.
Are we going to see something like this happen again? I asked you that question when we had the stampede over in South Korea, I believe, several months ago. We had the situation at Astro World. Is this going to happen again and again?
I've answered that question for decades, unfortunately. And yes, it's going to continue to happen until communities care more about their citizens than they do about the money they make from concerts. So yes, it will occur. And in fact, in the United States, it's occurring with more frequency.
All right, Paul, thank you so much for taking the time to provide some of that feedback there. Anything else that you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
Well, I just wanted to say to Mayor Evans in Rochester, don't let this turn into a Texas and Houston investigation where it just was simply a defensive move and nothing was done to protect the public. Take a new route, follow Rhode Island, follow Cincinnati, follow other communities in the United States that set up independent investigative bodies to get to the facts and to recommend going forward the necessary regulations to protect the public.
All right, Paul, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
My pleasure, Joel. Thank you.
9:37 over on the East Coast and 6:37 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get back into those headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 940 on the East Coast and 640 on the West Coast. TikTok may go viral in Congress today. Lawmakers are introducing a bipartisan bill to crack down on the Chinese social media giant. As Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning, it comes as the White House is concerned about national security risks.
We expect this bill will be introduced in the Senate today. There is growing bipartisan concern from the White House to here on Capitol Hill about the role that TikTok is playing here in the United States. TikTok, owned by a Chinese company, is all about winning the attention of its users. But there is growing scrutiny now coming from both Congress and the White House.
We know certain countries, including China, seek to leverage digital technologies and Americans' data in ways that can present national security risks.
Today, we're expecting a new Senate bill that would give the president new authority to crack down on companies like TikTok. One of the sponsors is Virginia Democratic Senator Mark Warner.
They are taking data from Americans, not keeping it safe. But what worries me more with TikTok is that this can be a propaganda tool to basically the kind of videos you see would promote ideological issues.
The government is now banning the app on federal devices, and there is another effort in Congress to institute a nationwide ban. It all reflects growing tension with China, ranging from the spy balloon incident to the possibility of China's intervention in Ukraine or its increasingly aggressive stance toward Taiwan. But disentangling U.S. users from TikTok will not be easy, even if the concern here in Washington is bipartisan.
TikTok brings me real concern, especially China itself. What do they use it for? Why is TikTok used different in America than it is in China? Why is it limited in China? I mean, it goes back to so many different questions.
Now, for its part, China's foreign ministry says the U.S. is politicizing and weaponizing trade and economic issues. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much. Well, there's still almost a year before the first votes will be cast in either the Republican or Democratic primaries. The trail, however, already heating up, and we're getting an idea of what the campaign speeches will actually focus on. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard in Washington with more.
He's not in yet. President Biden still has not announced his re-election decision, but he's not shying away from campaign-style speeches.
Don't leave till we finish the job. We got more to do. I'm determined to finish the job.
Thank you, thank you. Author Marianne Williamson so far is the only declared candidate in the Democratic primary. It's unclear if any others will run, with the will he or won't he hanging over the party.
He's got an issue with his own base, and I've never seen a sitting president who, in poll after poll after poll, is seen over half of Democratic voters don't want him to run for re-election again. On the right, former President Trump headlined the closing night of the Conservative Political Action Conference on Saturday.
We are going to finish what we started. We started something that was a miracle.
The biggest threat to President Trump, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis skipped CPAC and instead gave a competing speech with not-so-veiled jabs.
In 4 years, you didn't see our administration leaking like a sieve. You didn't see a lot of drama or palace intrigue. What you saw was surgical precision execution. Day after day after day.
Governor DeSantis has not announced his candidacy yet, but his travel schedule this month suggests he will run, visiting early voting states Iowa, Nevada, and New Hampshire. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you so much. I want to get back into the headlines here and talk some economic news. Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, will testify in just about 15 minutes before the Senate Banking Committee. This will be Powell's first appearance in front of Congress in about 9 months. I do want to talk more about this, so let's bring in the expert, Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. He always has the answers to any question I ask. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thanks, Josh. How you doing?
Good, good. So what do we expect to actually hear from Powell?
Yeah, this is the semi-annual report that the Federal Reserve Chairman gives to Congress, because Congress does has oversight over the Federal Reserve. Just 2 weeks ago, and the hot jobs report we had that came out at the beginning of last month, they're looking at being more hawkish. So I think we expect his comments to say that they're not done raising rates, that they're not done with trying to get inflation back down to 2%. And he's also going to stress the point, likely, that we'll see inflation higher for longer than the interest rates higher than longer in order to get inflation back down to that 2%.
And you're obviously going to be listening to his comments very closely here. What are you specifically waiting to hear? What questions do you have?
Right. Well, we know the market knows that this month there's going to be a rate hike. There's going to be a rate hike in May at the next meeting. What I'm looking for from the Federal Reserve Chairman is whether he's indicating more rate hikes beyond that, or could there be a pause and rate hikes at the end of the year to see that lag effect. So when the Federal Reserve makes a move on interest rates, it takes about 9 months in order to get that move in. Now, we've had 8 rate hikes already going all the way back to last year. That takes, again, about 9 months to trickle in. So we should start to see those effects now, which is what's really concerned the Federal Reserve, because you had inflation go up in the last report and you had jobs come in very, very strong. And that is opposite of what they tried to do with those huge rate hikes last year. So that's what I'm looking for is how many more rate hikes he's indicating for this year.
And what's really important here, a lot of people say this is all financial news, it's economics, I can't quite understand it. Why is it important for the American people to be paying attention to something like this?
Because the Federal Reserve doesn't have, let's call it surgical tools to go in and fix certain areas of the economy. They have a blunt instrument like a big bat, and they whack the economy over the head in order to slow it down. So when you raise interest rates, you make money more expensive. Credit card rates are more expensive. Mortgage rates become more expensive. Even adjustable rate mortgage, that goes up. That's more expensive. That prompts people to cut back on spending. When you cut back on spending, you can bring that supply and demand back into balance, because when you cut back on spending, you don't have the demand as much. The supply is still there, so it brings it back into balance. And that's what they're trying to do slowly without causing a recession here. Now, the Federal Reserve Chairman believes there won't be a recession, but when they whack the economy over the head and have made such aggressive rate hikes like they have over the past year and a half, it's going to be very difficult given the data going forward, especially since, again, we saw that hot jobs report and that hot inflation report. So coming forward, that's what you got to look for. There's a jobs report coming out on Friday, and that's very very interesting to see if that jobs report will come back in line or be lower than expectations. And there's an inflation report coming out on the 14th, and we'll see if that's increased or stayed the same. The Fed wants to see that decreasing.
When Powell normally speaks, let's say after or right before an interest rate hike, it's usually fairly short. He doesn't have a lot to say. Is that what we expect today when he is testifying before Congress, or is it likely this is going to be just a little bit longer?
No, this will be 2 hours plus of questions that he's getting. Now, his opening statement might be a little shorter because he wants to get into some of those questions, but senators on that committee have a lot of questions for him to answer, and they get down to the specifics. So we should get some detailed information, because you not only have the question, but you also have follow-ups to really pin him down. The Federal Reserve Chairman likes to be vague about what they generally want to do. The senators want him more specific about what they are going to do.
All right, Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to break it down for us.
Yeah, thanks, Josh.
All right, everyone, you are taking a live look here at the Capitol building there in Washington, D.C. In just about 11 minutes, we do expect to hear from Fed Chairman Jerome Powell. He will testify before Congress. We know from just speaking there with Edward Lawrence that it does appear it could go on for about 2 hours or so. We'll bring all of that to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to our last 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, we'll get back into those headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back. Here on Live Now from Fox. Prosecutors say the ice cream man wanted revenge when he shot 6 innocent people, and the defense attorneys say he never shot anyone. An ice cream man accused of shooting 6 men in a case of mistaken identity now on trial in Tampa. Michael Keatley, seen right there, is charged with murder in the deaths of 2 of those men. It's the second trial for Keatley after the first one ended with a deadlocked jury causing a mistrial 3 years ago. Monday, prosecutors began presenting their case to a new jury. During opening statements, prosecutor Jennifer Johnson said that Keatley was obsessed with revenge and would stop at nothing to get it. Our Fox 13 Tampa team has more on what happened in the courtroom.
Michael Keatley, prosecutors say, was obsessed with revenge.
Obsession with getting revenge is what was on the defendant's mind the early morning hours of November 25th of 2010.
The once friendly ice cream man from Ruskin, they say, suddenly turned into a vigilante killer.
When he shot and killed 2 innocent victims, 2 brothers.
Keatley is accused of a horrific shooting spree that left 2 brothers dead and 4 others severely injured in a case of mistaken identity. Prosecutors say on Thanksgiving Day in 2010, Keatley was out for revenge after he had been robbed and shot during an ice cream route. But they say he targeted the wrong men. Prosecutors say Keatley learned through his own investigation that a man nicknamed Creeper was responsible for robbing him and decided to take lethal action.
That's when, one by one, execution style, the defendant shoots the victims.
But the defense says Keatley isn't the shooter.
They say, Detective Schramm and his partner, they say, we've got someone who puts you at the scene. That's not true.
In fact, they argue he can't even grip a gun after he was injured during the robbery.
Detective Schramm says, we've got somebody who can describe you to a T. However, he does not fit the height, he does not fit the weight, he does not fit the hair color. There is only one conclusion that you must draw, and that is that Michael Keatley is not guilty of all counts.
The jury will hear from the surviving victims in this case who can identify the shooter when this occurred 12 years ago. In Tampa, Gloria Gomez, Fox 13 News.
And our Fox 13 Tampa team will be there in the courtroom and provide updates on what happens as the case is being tried for a second time. In other news here, it's been nearly 2 weeks since massive storms buried the San Bernardino Mountains in several feet of snow. In the days since those storms, residents have begged for help, whether in the form of street plowing, food, or even life-saving medication. Progress is being made, but for some, it's too little too late. San Bernardino County fire officials confirmed to our Fox 11 LA team that they have found 2 people dead on the mountain, both of whom were in hospice care. I want to send it over to our Fox 11 LA team with the latest from San Bernardino.
We went to check on her and she was dead in her home.
The mountains of snow outside and the thought of others trapped in homes has kept Christy Baltizor up for days. She already lost one friend and neighbor in the aftermath of the storm and fears there are many more.
She was not ill. She was not disabled. She was a very active, vibrant, person. There's, in my mind, no other explanation for her death except that she froze.
That's why she says she's screaming on social media for help. Last week, she started a form that auto-populates on a spreadsheet that lets people say where they are and what they need, then shows them on a map. She says what has come in has been staggering. Hundreds of people still trapped and problems mounting.
We are asphyxiating because the heat sources up here are mostly gas, and there's so much snow on the roofs that the exhaust pipes are blocked.
She tells us she has tried giving the data to San Bernardino County agencies, but so far none has accepted it. On Monday, CAL FIRE San Bernardino posted video of them pulling out a patient on a sled on a snow-covered street. And Baltizor says many of the communities on her spreadsheet are also covered in ice. Only its neighbors who are having to come to their rescue.
None of us are first responders. We're just neighbors that care about our neighbors and want to see them again, and we don't want to see them come out of here in body bags.
And sticking with weather here, over in Tennessee, they had thousands upon thousands of people without power as a result of severe storms. We are hearing each and every day that power is being restored to more and more people. Nicole Valdez with Fox Weather breaks down the situation from just outside of Nashville.
A lot of people throughout Tennessee still trying to wrap their heads around this unusual storm. In fact, where I'm standing, Hendersonville, Tennessee, about 30 minutes or so northeast of Music City. They were without power at least through Sunday night. And let me show you why. Take a look at this power pole snapped up at the top there. It looks like those lines may still be holding on, but that's not the case for several hundred of these poles across the metro area. You'll notice the mess of trees beneath it. That is what so many communities look like this Monday morning. But it's not just this minor tree damage. Some have really suffered losses to their homes, if not have lost loved ones. Whether it was a tornado, heavy rain, or destructive winds, Friday was a terrifying day for millions. In Tennessee, a near record low pressure system created tropical storm force winds near Music City. The strongest gust clocked at 79 miles per hour in Clarksville. The evidence and damage scattered around the state. This century-old cedar tree collapsed. Others landed on homes and took out power lines and poles. Well over 100 of them snapped in and around Nashville, leaving hundreds of thousands in the dark. Through the weekend, Nashville Electric Service deployed nearly 100 teams to get the lights back on. As of Sunday night, more than 10,000 customers still had no power in Tennessee. More than 500,000 outages reported in Kentucky, though. Governor Andy Beshear declared a state of emergency ahead of this storm. Still, at least 5 dead there, a dozen across 5 states, and thousands still wondering when the lights will come back on. And you'll notice these uprooted trees behind me. Of the dead, 3 here in the Volunteer State, including a high school student, each killed by a falling tree. In Hendersonville, Tennessee, I'm Nicole Valdez, Fox Weather.
All right, take a live look here over in Washington, D.C. That is where Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, seen right there, is going to be in the spotlight this week. He's facing scrutiny over the bank's task here to fight inflation with the sharpest interest rate increases since back in the 1980s without tipping the U.S. economy into a recession. Powell is slated to appear before the Senate Banking Committee today, here in just about 1 minute, and before the House Financial Services Committee a day later as part of his semi-annual testimony on monetary policy. It looks like this is about to get underway any moment now, so we will make sure to bring you those comments live, raw, and unfiltered. Central bankers are in the midst of the most aggressive campaign since the 1980s to crush persistently high inflation. Although the consumer price index has slowly fallen from a high of 9.1% notched in June, it does remain about 3 times higher than the pre-pandemic level. Markets are closely watching Powell for clues over what comes next in the Fed's inflation fight, including how much higher officials plan to raise rates and what they need to see before stopping those increases. Officials voted in February last month to raise the benchmark interest rate a 1/4 percentage point to a range of 4.5% to 4.75% and signaled that a, quote, couple more increases are on the table this year. That followed a 1/2 point increase at their December meeting and 4 consecutive 75 basis point moves prior to that. The Fed's rate-setting committee meets later on this month. Markets widely expect the Fed to continue raising rates at a quarter-point pace, but a slew of hotter-than-expected economic data reports in recent weeks, including the blowout January jobs report and disappointing inflation data that pointed to the pervasiveness of high consumer prices, has raised the spectrum here of a higher peak rate or steeper increases. Again, Jerome Powell expected to speak any minute now. He is seated. The microphone there is right in front of him, and the cameras getting a lot of pictures there. The Labor Department did report back in February that the Consumer Price Index rose 0.5% in January, the most in 3 months. The annual inflation rate also surprised to the upside at 6.4%. The data has prompted some traders to re-examine their rate hike expectations for the year, with a growing number of investors now betting the Fed could raise rates even higher than previously projected. About 33% of traders expect the Fed to increase the federal funds rate by another 75 basis points by the end of the year. 64% expect rates to increase by 50 basis points. That is according to data from the CME Group's Fed Watch tool. It does appear that things are about to get underway as the photographers that were there in the middle are moving out of the way, and testimony expected to begin any minute now by Jerome Powell. So let's pop up the audio and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Actions affect American jobs and their paychecks. Prices are still too high across many parts of the economy. We know that who feels it the most when the cost of rent and groceries go up? It's not the economic pundits and politicians who lecture us about discipline and stability. It's not the corporate executives who pretend they're making tough choices about prices while reporting record profit increases quarter after quarter and doing more and more stock buybacks. It's the people working hourly jobs to make ends meet. It's seniors on fixed income and Social Security. It's everyone who gets their income from a paycheck each month, not an investment portfolio. It's those same Americans who stand to lose the most if the Fed's actions to curb inflation go too far. No matter what goes wrong in our economy, a global pandemic, a war in Eastern Europe, weather disasters, profits somehow always manage to go up. Workers are left paying the price. As you've noted, Chair Powell, the Fed's tools are only one element in our fight against inflation. It's a complex problem. Interest rates are a single, we know, blunt tool. Raising interest rates can't rebuild our supply chains and fix demand imbalances from the pandemic. Raising interest rates won't end Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine. Raising interest rates won't prevent avian flu from devastating 1/3 of our egg supply, or weather disasters from destroying key crops. And raising interest rates certainly won't stop big corporations from exploiting all of these crises to jack up prices far beyond the increase in their costs. Last year, corporate profits hit a record high. Corporate PR chiefs assure us that these companies just have to raise prices. Their costs are going up. The workers just want to be paid too much. They have no other choice, they tell us. Yet when you look at their profits and their executive salaries and their stock buyback plans, it sure doesn't look like corporations have exhausted every available alternative. It's so brazen, even global bankers called on the Fed to identify this profiteering as one of the biggest drivers of inflation. Paul Donovan, chief economist of global wealth management at UBS, wrote, "The Fed should make clear that raising profit margins are spurring inflation. Companies have passed higher costs on to consumers, but they've also taken advantage of circumstances to expand profit margins. The broadening of inflation beyond commodity prices is more profit margin expansion than wage cost pressures." Think about that. From a chief economist at UBS, I'll say it again, these companies have taken advantage of circumstances to expand profit margins. The broadening of inflation beyond commodity prices is more profit margin expansion than wage cost pressures, unquote. The Fed, understandably, the Fed can't force corporations to change their ways or rewrite the Wall Street business model on its own, but the Fed can talk about it. High interest rates, falling wages, increasing unemployment are all hallmarks of failed policies that end up helping Wall Street, the largest corporations in the country, the wealthiest people in the country. Because let's be clear what we're talking about when people use the economic speak that can cloud this conversation. Cooling the economy means laying off workers. Lowering demand means workers get fewer raises. Of course there are times when the Fed must act. We can't allow inflation to become entrenched. We've seen encouraging trends that isn't happening. And there are other ways we can bring prices down instead of lowering demand. Again, making people poor, laying people off, denying worker raises. We can speed up and strengthen our supply chains. We can bring critical manufacturing back to the U.S. We can rebuild our infrastructure. It's what we're doing with the CHIPS Act, with the Inflation Reduction Act, with the bipartisan infrastructure bill. For the first time in decades, we're finally recognizing the damage that I and many of my colleagues warned the corporate offshoring would do to our economy. Look at East Palestine, Ohio, a community that Senator Vance and I have visited a number of times recently. America learned about this small town last month when a Norfolk Southern train derailed and spewed hazardous material into this community. East Palestine is more than just a disaster headline. Columbiana County was once the center of American ceramics manufacturing, at one time producing 80% of ceramics of dishware in this country. One county produced 80% of it. When I was there last week.
If you are just joining us here, it is 10:07 on the East Coast and 7:07 on the West Coast. Jerome Powell, the Fed chairman, expected to testify before Congress any moment now. But I do actually want to get to some breaking news on a story that we have been following here on LiveNOW from Fox. The Associated Press just reporting here from the Mexican governor that 2 of the missing Americans have been found dead, one of them wounded and one of them unharmed. This is that story that we have been following here as 4 Americans were kidnapped late last week while visiting Mexico. Again, we did just learn from the Associated Press that the Mexican governor is saying 2 of those Americans have been found dead. So 4 Americans who traveled to Mexico last week to seek health care got caught in this deadly shootout and were kidnapped by heavily armed men who threw them in the back of a pickup truck. The 4 were traveling Friday in a white minivan with North Carolina license plates. They came under fire shortly after entering the city there of Matamoros from Brownsville, Texas, which is at the southernmost tip of the state near the Gulf Coast. We were told that a $50,000 reward was being offered for the victim's return and the arrest of those kidnappers here. Zelandria Brown of Florence, South Carolina, saying that she has been in contact with the FBI and local officials there after learning that her younger brother, Zindell Brown, is one of those 4 victims. It is not clear if he is the one of the 2 that was found deceased, injured, or unharmed. Zelandria Brown said her brother, who lives in Myrtle Beach, and 2 friends had accompanied a 3rd friend who was going to Mexico for a tummy tuck surgery. A doctor who advertises surgeries like that in the city did not answer the Associated Press's calls for seeking comment here. Brown said the group was extremely close and they all made the trip in part to help split up the driving duties. They were aware of the dangers they were in Mexico, she added, and her brother had expressed some possible misgivings there. So again, we have learned from the Mexican governor telling the Associated Press that 2 of the 4 Americans who were kidnapped have been found dead. One of them is injured and the other is unharmed. We are waiting to get some more information here, but once we do get it, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on LiveNOW from Fox. Let's head back over into that hearing as Fed Chair Jerome Powell is expected to testify there, but we will keep the breaking news there up on the side of your screen.
Sitting here looking at my prepared remarks, thinking about, there's an opening coming where Vice Chairman Brainer's moving on. I think it's really important for us to make sure that all the information that we need in order to make a good decision on the next nom that we have in a timely fashion. So I would really implore the chair to make sure that happens, that every question, every questionnaire that is asked from the person, we get. Every member of this committee has their questions answered in a timely fashion, and that the staff has their answers in a timely fashion. Listening to Chairman Brown, I thought to myself, fascinating, truly fascinating. I concluded that, well, I know Chairman Brown pretty well. I am sure he is sincere in his rant. But let me just say this. Spending and printing trillions of dollars, caving to the radical left in this country, seeing policies posited and then implemented that led to the worst inflation in 40 years, seeing our inflation at 9.1%, seeing American families struggle because of the weight of the government on their shoulders, seeing the devastation from South Carolina to Ohio. It's unbelievable that the progressives in this country who caused a 9.1% inflation would then turn somewhere besides in the mirror to see the absolute devastation caused by their out-of-control spending is remarkable. Remarkable. To stop the out-of-control inflation caused by the out-of-control spending, the Fed steps in to cool the economy. Well, the definition of cooling the economy is necessary because we've seen the most radical approach to a problem that was in our rearview mirror being used as a Trojan horse to bring in a level of socialism and spending that our nation has not seen in my lifetime. The facts are very simple. When you get to 9.1% inflation in this nation, as a kid who grew up in a single-parent household, mired in poverty, a 40% today, 100% just a year ago increase in the gas prices devastates single mothers around this country. For seniors on fixed income whose savings are being depleted with an average cost just last month of a $433 increase because of inflation. For my friends on the other side of the aisle to look any place besides a mirror, I find stunning. The truth is that when your food prices go up over 20%, when your electricity is up over 20%, you have to ask yourself, where in the world are they? They cannot be in this universe. It must be an alternate universe where, in fact, it's okay for us to see prices go through the roof and our economy not stumble, but fall into a ditch. Why are we in the ditch? Because progressives used the pandemic as a way to usher in a form of spending that takes the money out of the pockets of everyday Americans and puts it in the coffers.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in as Fed Chairman Jerome Powell is expected to any minute now testify before Congress. We will bring you there live, raw, and unfiltered as it does happen. For now, though, I do want to go back to another story that we have been following, and we did get a breaking update here. Take a look at your screen. This is video out of Mexico. 2 U.S. citizens missing since their violent abduction last week in the northern Mexican border city of Matamoros have been found dead, and 2 others are alive. That is according to the state's governor. The governor, Americo Villarreal, said that one of the surviving U.S. citizens was wounded and the other was unharmed. The FBI had reported Sunday that it was searching with Mexican authorities for those missing Americans who had been kidnapped on Friday. A relative of one of them said Monday that they traveled together from South Carolina, so one of them could get a tummy tuck. Shortly after entering Mexico on Friday, they were caught in the crossfire of rival cartel groups. A video showed them being loaded into the back of a pickup truck by the gunman. That is their van that you're looking at right there on your screen. Again, this was the scene just days ago as all of this did play out. 2 U.S. citizens missing since that violent abduction in the northern Mexican border city of Matamoros have been found dead. 2 others are alive. That is again according to the state's governor. As we get more details on this breaking news, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:16 on the East Coast and 7:16 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 10:18 on the East Coast and 7:18 on the West Coast. I do want to get back to this breaking news that we are following here. 2 U.S. citizens missing since their violent abduction last week in the northern Mexican border city of Matamoros have been found dead, and 2 others are alive. That is according to a statement made a short time ago by the state's governor. Americo Villarreal said that 1 of the surviving U.S. citizens was wounded and the other was unharmed. The FBI had reported on Sunday that it was searching with Mexican authorities for those missing Americans who had been kidnapped on Friday. A relative of one of them said that they had traveled together from South Carolina so that one of them could get a tummy tuck from a doctor there. Shortly after entering Mexico on Friday, they were caught in the crossfire of rival cartel groups. A video showed them being loaded into the back of a pickup truck by the gunman. That video right there is video from the active scene as investigators were doing everything they could searching to find these kidnapped Americans. Again, 2 of the U.S. citizens missing since their violent abduction in the northern Mexico border city of Matamoros have been found dead, and 2 others are alive, one of them injured, the other not. As we get more details on that, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. For now, I do want to head back to Washington, D.C., and that is where Fed Chairman Jerome Powell is testifying before Congress. A lot of information could be released here over the next 2 hours. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
The core goods sector has fallen. And while housing services inflation remains too high, the flattening out in rents evident in recently signed leases points to a deceleration in this component of inflation over the year ahead. That said, there is little sign of disinflation thus far in the category of core services excluding housing, a category that accounts for more than half of core consumer expenditures. To restore price stability, we'll need to see lower inflation in this sector, and there will very likely be some softening in the labor market conditions. Although nominal wage gains have slowed somewhat in recent months, they remain above what is consistent with 2% inflation and current trends in productivity. Strong wage growth is good for workers, but only if it's not eroded by inflation. Turning to growth, the U.S. economy has slowed significantly last year, with real GDP rising at a below-trend pace of 0.9%. Although consumer spending appears to be expanding at a solid pace this quarter, other recent indicators point to subdued growth of spending and production. Activity in the housing sector continues to weaken, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. Despite the slowdown in growth, the labor market remains extremely tight. The unemployment rate was 3.4% in January, its lowest level since 1969. Job gains remained very strong in January, while the supply of labor has continued to lag. As of the end of December, there were 1.9 job openings for each unemployed individual, close to the all-time peak recorded last March, while unemployment insurance claims have remained near historical lows. Turning to monetary policy. With inflation well above our longer-run goal of 2%, and with the labor market remaining extremely tight, the FOMC has continued to tighten the stance of monetary policy, raising interest rates by 4.5 percentage points over the past year. We continue to anticipate that ongoing increases in the target range for the federal funds rate will be appropriate in order to attain a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2% over time. In addition, we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. We are seeing the effects of our policy actions on demand in the most interest-sensitive sectors of the economy. It will take time, however, for the full effects of monetary restraint to be realized, especially on inflation. In light of the cumulative tightening of monetary policy and the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation, the committee slowed the pace of interest rate increases over its past 2 meetings. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting, taking into account the totality of the incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and inflation. Although inflation has been moderating in recent months, the process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go and is likely to be bumpy. As I mentioned, the latest economic data have come in stronger than expected, which suggests that the ultimate level of interest rates is likely to be higher than previously anticipated. If the totality of the data were to indicate that faster tightening is warranted, we'd be prepared to increase the pace of rate hikes. Restoring price stability will likely require that we maintain a restrictive stance of monetary policy for some time. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. The historical record cautions strongly against prematurely loosening policy. We will stay the course until the job is done. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. At the Federal Reserve, we will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are 23 of us on this committee. Almost everyone will be here today. I ask each of us to stay as close to the 5-minute mark as we can because we have votes at 11:30. So thank you all for your cooperation. Chair Powell, thank you. Job growth is strong as unemployment remains historically low. You might not know that from the opening statements. Many drivers of inflation, corporate greed, rising inequality, supply chain disruptions, Russia's bestiality, if you will, in Ukraine, won't get better because of interest rate increases. Every indication is that this pandemic economy is different. Should we be worried, Mr. Chair, that the Fed is treating this economic period as it has in the past instead of reacting differently?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've been aware since the very beginning and have discussed this publicly on many occasions that there are some differences this time. We, in particular, have not seen the kind of supply side collapse that we saw at the very beginning of the inflation outbreak. Also, the outbreak of a war which had significant effects on commodity prices a year ago. So all that is different. There are also, though, some similarities. There is a mismatch between supply and demand. You can see that in the goods sector still. You saw it in housing prices going up over 40% since before the pandemic, and you see it in the labor market where we have 1.9 job openings for every opening, for every unemployed person. So we're well aware that this particular situation involves a mix of cycles of forces, not all of which our tools can affect, but there is a job here for us to do in better aligning demand with supply.
Okay, understanding you have limited tools to address inflation, and our conversations in the past show my concern about continued rate increases that may not actually address the root cause of inflation. They hurt workers, and many of us contend we can't follow the same old playbook. Next question. Last year, 3 banking regulators issued proposed updates on the Community Reinvestment Act to account for changes in our banking system. My question is, does the Fed remain committed to work with FDIC and OCC to finalize a CRA rule, and when will that rule likely be finalized?
Yes, we do remain committed, and I believe we are in broad agreement with the other 2 agencies on the revisions to the rule. So now we're in the process of writing all that down, and that'll take some time. And then after that, of course, it will come to the Board of Governors for a vote, and that'll involve briefings and discussions. And I can't give you an exact date, but
as quickly as possible.
Yes, but it will be some months.
Okay, thank you. Banks weathered the shock of the COVID-19 shutdowns mostly because of the fiscal response provided by Congress. We now see a spike in loan delinquencies, an increase in overall risk. Banks are again plowing billions, as many other corporate leaders, always defended by people on that side of the aisle, into stock buybacks, which makes me concerned that if there's a downturn in the economy, banks could end up with too little capital. That's why I'm worried about any potential rollbacks of safeguards or regulations. Can you assure me that the Fed will keep capital requirements strong and exercise more long-term forward thinking than corporate CEOs that seem to be focused on the short term?
I can assure you as to the first part that we'll keep capital requirements strong.
I didn't expect you to comment on give me an opinion about you're looking more forward than companies that look at the short-term benefits of stock buybacks. Mr. Chair, when you last testified, I asked you about the risk posed by crypto assets, stablecoin, the Fed, and other regulated possibilities. How's the Fed evaluating the risks of crypto-related activities by your supervised institutions?
So this is something we've been quite active in this area, and I'll say that we believe that innovation is very important over time to the economy. We don't want to stifle innovation. We don't want regulation to stifle innovation in a way that just favors incumbents and that kind of thing. But like everyone else, we're watching what's been happening in the crypto space, and what we see is quite a lot of turmoil. We see fraud. We see a lack of transparency. We see run risk. Lots and lots of things like that. And so what we've been doing is making sure that the regulated financial institutions that we supervise and regulate are careful, are taking great care in the ways that they engage with the whole crypto space, and that they give us prior notice. And we've issued, along with the FDIC and the OCC, a number of issuances of notices to that effect.
Thank you, and I will close with this. I've long pushed for the Fed to prioritize workers and for the leaders of the Fed to reflect the diversity of our country. We've made progress, but our work is not done. We have a new opening. Understand it's not your job to appoint the new Fed member. We have a number of upcoming vacancies at the reserve banks. I support Senator Reid from Rhode Island, Senator Menendez from New Jersey, and other colleagues who are pushing for more diverse voices at the Fed. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, the chairman and I both have
All right, what you are listening to right there was testimony from Jerome Powell, the Fed chairman, before Congress, the first time that he has testified before Congress in just about 9 months. That's expected to go on for possibly as long as 2 hours, so we will bring you the latest there as we do get it. I do want to get back to some breaking news that we are following here. 2 U.S. citizens missing since their violent abduction last week in the northern Mexican border city of Matamoros have been found dead, 2 others alive. That is according to the state's governor. Americo Villarreal said that one of the surviving U.S. citizens was wounded and the other was unharmed. The FBI had reported Sunday that it was searching with Mexican authorities for those missing Americans who had been kidnapped on Friday. A relative of one of them said Monday that they had traveled together from South Carolina so that one of them could get a tummy tuck from a doctor there. Shortly after entering Mexico Friday, they were caught in the crossfire of rival cartel groups. A video showed them being loaded into the back of a pickup truck by gunmen. Villarreal confirmed the deaths by phone during a morning news conference by the Mexican president, saying details about the 4 abducted Americans had been confirmed by prosecutors. Quote, "Of the 4, 2 of them are dead. One person is wounded and the other is alive. And right now the ambulances and the rest of the security personnel are going for them to give the corresponding support." The governor did not share any additional details about where or how they were found. Mexican officials said a Mexican woman also died in Friday's crossfire. As we get more details on this, we will bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get back into the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to bring you the latest at 10:34 on the East Coast and 7:34 on the West Coast. This breaking news that we have been following. 2 U.S. citizens missing since their violent abduction last week in the northern Mexican border city of Matamoros have been found dead and 2 others are alive. That is according to a statement from the state's governor. Americo Villarreal said that one of the surviving U.S. citizens was wounded and the other was not. The FBI had reported Sunday that it was searching with Mexican authorities for the missing Americans who had been kidnapped on Friday. A relative of one of them said Monday that they traveled together from South Carolina so one of them could get a tummy tuck from a doctor there. Shortly after entering Mexico Friday, they were caught in the crossfire of rival cartel groups, a video showing them being loaded into the back of a pickup truck by the gunmen. Again, 2 U.S. citizens missing since the abduction last week have been found dead. 2 others are alive. As we get more details on that, we will bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered. For now, let's head back over to Washington, D.C., where Fed Chair Jerome Powell is testifying in front of Congress.
That spiked from a year earlier, and an average credit card balance rose to $5,805. Over the past year, the Fed has acted aggressively to tame inflation, and yet we are still seeing price increases. And as we've discussed this several times, but I recognize that it's been an ongoing discussion, but I believe that this further proves that we have long been feeling the effects of a policy-induced inflation resulting from decisions by the Biden administration, primarily cutting off the resources necessary to improve and increase domestic energy production. I continue to be concerned that if you attempt to use the tools that are available at this time for the Fed, then I believe that we're going to have a challenge of not being able to address specifically the challenges brought out when you have a policy is promoting higher prices with regard to energy, as opposed to what you're trying to do, which is to bring down the total overall cost. And I just wanted to ask, I guess, and you're going to think this is something that we've heard before, but do you believe that you currently have the monetary policy tools to actually reduce inflation? And I just put it in this perspective. In January of 2021, the CPI was 1.4% when the Biden administration began. In January of 2022, and this is before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, CPI was at 7.5%, 7.5%. Today, March of 2022, CPI is 8.5%. Wouldn't it be fair to assess that a lot of the policy or the inflation that we've seen here may very well be due to policy decisions by this administration?
Senator, not for us to point fingers. Our job is to use our tools. You asked whether we have the tools to get this job done, and we do over time. There are some things that we can't affect, but over time we can achieve 2% inflation, and we will.
In other words, you've got a limited number of tools available to you, and the limited number of tools that you have are designed to impact simply the reduction in prices and so forth, and yet if there are competing interests out there that are pushing prices higher, you don't have the wherewithal to decide one tool versus another based on whether it's policy-induced or whether it is a matter of a shortage in supplies from outside or whether it's war-related.
That's right. Our tools essentially work on demand, moderating demand, and so that's what we can do.
So if there were policies in place that actually help to reduce inflation, in other words, and by that I'm just going to look at energy alone just as a good example. If policies were in place that were actually allowing energy prices to come down in the United States, then you would have less of a need to use the very blunt tools that you do have right now with regard to increasing rate increases. Is that a fair statement, sir?
In a sense it is, but I would just say on energy,
I'm not trying to get you to a policy discussion with what the president's doing on his energy policy. I just want to make it clear that you have to respond to what's in front of you, and it doesn't matter where the inflation is coming from or what's driving it up. You're simply trying to bring it back down to that 2% number with the only tools that you've really got.
Yes, but I will say on energy, energy has tended over time to fluctuate up and down, and it's not mainly affected by our tools. So the things we look at are really things that are tightly linked to demand in the U.S. economy. Those we can affect.
And I think just the fact that you've been increasing interest rates, and yet inflation continues to ride up, would suggest, just as you've just indicated, that when you have high energy prices, it's tough to impact that part of it with the monetary policy that you've got available to you.
So we focus on everything, but we also focus on core in particular, which doesn't include energy prices. And what's happened is core inflation has come down, but nowhere near as fast as we might have hoped, and it has a long way to go.
Thank you. One last question. Last June, Vice Chairman of Supervision Michael Barr testified before this committee that he would defend the use of the aggregation method as an alternative approach to the insurance capital standards, the ICS, proposed by the IAIS. As the final compatibility criteria set to come out later this year, can you confirm that you share Vice Chair Barr's views on this AM?
I will confirm that, but I'll have to get back to you on the status of that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Rounds. Senator Menendez of New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to take this moment to remind my colleagues that there are more than 62 million Latinos that call the United States home. We are the largest minority group in the country. We account for nearly 20% of the United States population. We contribute almost $3 trillion in GDP. Yet Latinos have no representation in the Federal Reserve's leadership. In the 109-year history of the Federal Reserve, there has never been a single member of the Board of Governors or regional bank president who has the lived experience of being Latino in the United States. And in practice, that means that the voices of nearly 1/5 of our country's people are repeatedly drowned out when the Fed is making critical decisions on economic policy. Decisions that affect whether a Latino family can afford their first home, find a job that pays a living wage, send their children to college, save for a comfortable retirement, or get a loan to expand their business. Right now, the Biden administration has a clear opportunity to make history with its next nomination to the Board of Governors. It has identified a number of highly qualified Latino candidates who have dedicated their careers to the fields of economics, who are committed to the Fed's dual mandate, who will preserve the independence of the central bank. The administration has rightly nominated and advocated for a number of diverse candidates with similar qualifications, both at the Fed and elsewhere. But despite having 5 opportunities over the past 2 years to nominate a qualified Latino economist to serve at the Federal Reserve, this administration has repeatedly chosen not to.
You are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered there, as we are hearing testimony from Fed Chairman Jerome Powell, who did say that rate hikes could actually be higher here than were previously projected. We're going to dip in and out of that all throughout the morning here on Live Now from Fox. For now, let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will pop that audio back up. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Before we get back into Jerome Powell, I do want to bring you the latest on this breaking news that we have been following. 2 of 4 Americans killed in Mexico when their van was caught in the crossfire of rival cartel groups last week. That is according to a top Mexican official. The 2 others are alive, with one of them wounded. Governor Americo Villarreal confirmed the deaths by phone during a morning news conference by the Mexican president, saying details about the 4 abducted Americans had been confirmed by prosecutors. The FBI had reported Sunday that it was searching with Mexican authorities for those missing Americans who were kidnapped Friday. A relative of one of them said Monday that they had traveled together from South Carolina so that one of them could get a tummy tuck from a doctor there. Shortly after entering Mexico on Friday, they were caught in the crossfire of the rival cartel groups. A video showed them being loaded into the back of a pickup truck by those gunmen. Again, we know that 2 of the 4 Americans have been found dead. 2 others are alive. One of the alive Americans there is wounded. Not sure on the extent of the injuries. As we get more details, we will bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. For now, let's head back to Washington, D.C. and pop that audio back up as Jerome Powell, the Fed chairman, is testifying before Congress.
When Congress spends money, it stimulates the economy, does it not?
Well, it would depend on whether that's funded by tax increases or not. But so if there's a spending that's not accompanied by taxes, would have a net at the margin stimulative effect.
Well, and when Congress borrows money to spend even more, that stimulates the economy even more, does it not?
At the margin, yeah.
Okay. If Congress reduced the rate of growth in its spending and reduced the rate of growth in its debt accumulation, it would make your job easier in reducing inflation, would it not?
I don't think fiscal policy right now is a big factor driving inflation at this moment, but it's absolutely essential that we do slow the pace of growth, particularly for the areas of the budget.
All right, let's try to unpack this then. I'm not trying to trick you. You're raising interest rates. You're raising interest rates to slow the economy, are you not?
Yes, to cool the economy off.
And one of the ways you measure your success, other than fluctuation in gross domestic product, is the unemployment rate. Is it not?
Yes, one of the measures.
Okay. So in effect, I'm not being critical. When you're slowing the economy, you're trying to put people out of work. That's your job, is it not?
Not really. We're trying to restore price stability.
No, you're trying to raise
not wages.
You're trying to raise the unemployment rate.
There are a lot of
that mean I know you don't like the phrase, so let me strike it. You're trying to raise the unemployment rate, are you not?
No, we're not trying to raise it. We're trying to realign supply and demand, which could happen through a bunch of channels, like, for example, just job openings.
All right, let me put it another way, okay? The Economist did a wonderful study. They looked at 10 disinflationary periods in America going all the way back to the 1950s. Disinflation is what you're trying to do. It's a slowing in the rate of inflation. Am I right?
Yes.
In other words, prices don't go down, they just don't go up as fast. Deflation is when prices actually go down. You're trying to achieve disinflation, are you not?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Based on history, in the 10 times that we got inflation down, disinflation since the 1950s, in order to reduce inflation by 2%, unemployment had to go up 3.6%. Now that's history, is it not?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but yes, the standard has been that there have been recessions and downturns when the Fed has tried to reduce inflation.
Now, right now, the current inflation rate is 6.4%, and the current unemployment rate is 3.4%. Now, if history is right, I'm not asking you to again, blame anybody, but if history is right, unless you get some help, in order to get inflation down from 6.4% to, let's say, 4.4%, and the unemployment rate is going to have to rise to 7% based on history.
That's what the record would say.
Okay. And to get inflation down to 2.2% based on history, an immutable fact, unemployment would have to go to 10.6%. Would it not?
No, I wouldn't.
That's what the record shows. That's what the history shows.
Yeah, I don't think that kind of a number is at all in play
I mean,
here.
I know you're reluctant to admit it, and you don't want to get in the middle of a policy dispute. But I think it's undeniable. It's undeniable that the only way we're going to get this sticky inflation down is to attack it on the monetary side, which you're doing, and on the fiscal side, which means Congress has got to reduce the rate of growth of spending and reduce the rate of growth of debt accumulation. Now, I get that you don't want to get in the middle of that fight, but the more we help on the
10:52 on the East Coast and 7:52 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Right now, Jerome Powell, the Fed chairman, is testifying there before Congress. We're going to get right back to that in just a second, but I do want to show you some of the other stories that we are following here. A protest on pension there in Paris, huge crowds up to the top right-hand side of your screen. We have also learned, breaking within the last hour or so, that the Mexican president has said 2 of the kidnapped Americans have been found dead and 2 others are alive. We're going to follow all of these stories and more right here on Live Now from Fox. For now, let's head to our last 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, we'll head back to D.C. as Powell does continue to testify. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We'll get back to Washington, D.C. in just a second. But as we do approach the 11 o'clock hour on the East Coast and the 8 o'clock hour on the West Coast, I want to get back to this breaking news here. 2 of the 4 Americans killed in Mexico when their van was caught in the crossfire of rival cartel groups last week. That is according to a top official there in Mexico. The 2 others are alive, with 1 of them wounded. The governor, Americo Villarreal, confirmed the deaths by phone during a morning news conference by the Mexican president, saying details about the 4 abducted Americans had been confirmed by prosecutors. The FBI reported Sunday that it was searching with Mexican authorities for the missing Americans who were kidnapped on Friday. A relative of one of them said that they had traveled together from South Carolina so that one of them could get a tummy tuck from a doctor there. Shortly after entering Mexico Friday, they were caught in the crossfire of those rival cartel groups. A video showed them being loaded into the back of a pickup truck by those gunmen. Again, 2 of the 4 Americans have died, 2 others found alive. As we get more details, we will bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered. The Associated Press here also just putting out some breaking news saying that the Biden administration is going to sue to stop JetBlue from buying Spirit Airlines. That is another story that we will cover here. But again, the Associated Press saying right now that the Biden administration is suing to stop JetBlue from buying Spirit Airlines. For now, let's listen back in as Fed Chair Jerome Powell is testifying before Congress.
Across this nation that are working to put food on the table for their kids, for their babies, had a harder time doing that. This has devastated hardworking Americans, causing a kitchen table crisis in every corner of our country, as the price of food, energy, and housing have all skyrocketed. In response, the Federal Reserve has raised the Federal Reserve Fund rate more than 4 percentage points. Being far from transient, inflation has remained persistent, high, and well above the Fed's long-run goal of remaining under 2%. In the coming year, what factors and indicators are you paying attention to as you and the Federal Open Market Committee decide on whether to increase rates?
So I'd say a couple things to that. First, we're going to be looking at inflation in the 3 sectors that I mentioned: the goods sector, the housing sector, and then the broader service sector. And we need the inflation that's already underway in the goods sector to continue, and that's really important. In the housing sector, we just need the time to pass so that reported inflation comes down, and it's effectively in the pipeline as long as new leases are being signed at relatively small increases. So we'll be watching very, very carefully, though, at the larger service sector, which is 56% of consumer spending, and more than that of what's currently inflation. So that's one thing we'll be watching that very carefully. Also, we raised rates very quickly last year, and we know that if monetary policy, tightening policy, has delayed effects. It takes a while for the full effects to be seen in economic activity and inflation. So we're watching carefully to see those effects come into play. So we're aware that we haven't seen the full effects yet, and we're taking that into account as we think about rate hikes.
So when you're looking at this, obviously not to get into a policy discussion, but if there were an increase of energy production in this country, do you feel like that would help drive down inflation?
Well, I think over time, more energy would mean lower energy prices. But we are very focused on what we call core inflation, because that is what is driven by, really by demand, and our tools are really aimed at demand.
Right, understood. But I feel like the cost of energy is not just what you pay at the pump. It ends up affecting every good across this great nation. Additionally, I'd like to ask you about labor participation. So when you look at the unemployment rate, and we've heard my colleagues discuss people having to be displaced in order for us to maybe get to the inflation rate that we would like as a nation, I'd like to focus on the labor participation rate. So right now it's 62.4%. If there were an increase in people coming back into the workforce, would that be a positive factor with regards to driving us down to the 2% rate that you would want to achieve?
I think that it would. I mean, remember those people coming into jobs. Yes. That would be great, because the economy clearly wants more people than are currently working. Of course, those people would then spend more, so it wouldn't be a zero-sum game. But it would be great for the country and great for them if they were to come into the labor force.
Amen. I believe that increasing in capital requirements on financial institutions would have a chilling effect on the economy and the availability of financial services. And last week, I joined many of my colleagues in sending you a letter that expressed concerns that if the Federal Reserve decides to conduct a, quote, holistic review of capital standards, as we heard Senator Scott talk about earlier. So is the Federal Reserve concerned that the impact to the economy of increasing capital requirements on financial institutions at a time when inflation remains persistently high would cause an issue?
So I think it's always a balance. We know that higher capital makes banks safer and sounder. We also know that you will, at the margin, provide less credit the more capital you have to have. But I think it's never exactly clear that you're at the perfect equilibrium, and it's a fair question, I think, to look at that.
And I know, out of respect for the chairman and trying to stay in my time, I will just end by saying, I heard what you said. Obviously, as you have said, the Federal Reserve is not and will not be a climate policymaker. I just want to thank you for your public statement on that. I agree with you that there's a difference between policymakers and financial regulators, and certainly look forward to working with you in the future.
Thanks, Senator Britt. Senator Warner from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, it's good to see you again. Let me start by saying, depending on who's asking questions, we're either pounding you for how quickly we're going to drive that inflation back to 2%, or pounding you on making sure that we don't push the economy into a recession and drive up unemployment. I got to tell you, and it's these are maybe not the cheap seats, but I actually think you've done a pretty good job in terms of both ratcheting up rates and then starting to tail off a little bit. I think we all were concerned by the January numbers where it popped up a little bit more. I wish, Mr. Chairman, we were actually having this hearing 2 weeks from now, because we're going to have a lot more data later in this week and next week. But I want to net, we've still got ways to go, and the January numbers were concerning. But I do think your tailored approach, we can all second guess, but I think it has been the right approach. I'm going to commend you on that. I want to get two questions in. One of the areas that I am very worried about is commercial debt. I mean, we've got a Bloomberg story here showing, we're going to hit a $6 trillion wall this year on refinancing. Where I'm particularly concerned is the issue around commercial real estate. As we recover from COVID, a lot of things are getting back to normal, but clearly the transformation of where people work is going through a fundamental transition, and I hope people do return more to the office, but lots of folks prefer working elsewhere. That's going to fundamentally change the real estate market on the commercial side, and I do believe we're going to hit potentially a cliff here of a totally unexpected problem in terms of commercial real estate. How are you looking at that issue and recognizing there's lots of bumps coming out of COVID? This one seems to be more unique in nature, and how are you thinking about that issue?
So the first one on commercial debt, business debt generally, it's kind of been moving sideways as a percent of GDP, so you don't see a big spike going on or anything like that. However, of course, there are pockets of concern, and particularly you pointed to the refinancing spike that has to happen, and I've seen those come and go before. Generally, markets can absorb them, maybe at a much higher rate this time, but it's something that we're well aware of and watching carefully. In terms of CRE, I would agree with you. The occupancy of office space in many major cities is just remarkably low, and you wonder how that can be. Now, over time, some of that's going to be made into condominiums and things like that, since we don't seem to have quite enough housing in some places. But the question is, what's the financial stability risk? It's not great for the largest institutions. Don't tend to have a lot of direct exposure to that. Some smaller banks actually do. Medium and small size banks do. We carefully monitor it. We agree that that's an area that requires a lot of monitoring, and I'd say we're on the case. So,
well, that will morph me into my last question. Something we've talked about, and a lot of my colleagues have talked about with the large institutions. I mean, I do think even some of the biggest critics of Dodd-Frank, I think, would acknowledge our banking system is a heck of a lot stronger and was able to withstand COVID in a very healthy way. But what we've also seen evolve is a vast amount of financial institutions move beyond the regulatory perimeter. You know, the fact that we now have way over half of the mortgage origination coming from non-financing institutions, because a lot of the large entities, hedge funds, other funds that may be doing some of this commercial debt or some of the CRE debt. I'd like you to talk generally in the last 40 seconds or so of, you know, how you think about this regulatory perimeter. I'm a big believer, and I know some of my colleagues are, that, you know, that we ought to look less at charter and look at same risk, same regulation, maybe as a guiding principle. And you know, I know Senator Warren's been working on some work. I've been working on some work around crypto around that area. But there's a vast amount of activity that's taking place outside the regulatory perimeter. How should we be thinking about that, and how do we make sure that doesn't create the kind of crisis sneak up that happened in 2008 on the non-regulated side of the house?
I think you articulated the principle very well. It's same activity, same regulation. And that covers crypto and all kinds of other activities. People are going to assume when they deal with something that looks like a money market fund that it has the same regulation as a money market fund or a bank deposit. And so stable coins need some attention in that respect. I just think that's the basic principle. And you're right, so much of intermediation has moved away from the regulated banks really for a long period of time. We got to keep an eye on that.
Thank you, Chair Powell. We can keep looking at. I hope it's.
Thank you, Senator Vance. I'm sorry, Senator Hagerty of Tennessee.
Thank you, Chairman Brown, and thank you very much, Ranking Member Scott, for holding this hearing. Chairman, it's great to see you again here. I appreciate your presence, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you about an item that I'm particularly concerned about, and that's the holistic review that Senator Britt just brought up that Vice Chair Bauer is conducting right now. It's generating a sense that higher capital requirements are on the horizon for us. And as I think about that in the context of what we've weathered, you think about the situation in 2020, it was an acute, real-life stress test, if you will. And I think that our financial system navigated that admirably. In the past, Chair Powell, you told this committee that our financial system has proven resilient through 2020, and that the capital levels at that point in time, and I would note that those capital levels are at multi-decade highs, are in aggregate adequate. And I just wanted to follow up on those prior statements and see if you still feel that way.
So I guess I would say it to you this way. In our system, we have a vice chair for supervision who has statutory responsibilities. And when a new vice chair for supervision comes in, generally they're going to want to take a fresh look. And that's what the former one, Vice Chair Quarles did, and that's Dan Tarullo kind of had the job on an informal basis, and that's what he did. So it's only natural that someone would come in and take a fresh look, and I think that's part of the process. The role of that person is to make recommendations on regulation and supervision to the full board. The role of the board is to consider those when made, and to me, this just comes under that heading.
Well, as the review is underway, and I appreciate that context, one aspect of it seems to us as an apparent willingness to undo the tailoring requirements that were enacted as part of S-2155. And I understand that nothing has been finalized regarding the regulations. It's a concerning prospect if that's the case. The Fed's General Counsel just yesterday alluded to undoing 2155 by, quote, pushing down the Basel requirements on banks that were intentionally given relief in that bill. So I want to be perfectly clear that the banking regulators themselves can't just simply ignore or selectively enforce the laws. And again, I realize that the details of the study haven't been finalized and made public, but if the proposal put forth by Vice Chair Barr is either unduly aggressive or appears to contradict the spirit of S-2155, will you vote for it?
I can't answer that in the abstract, of course, but I would say we're, as an institution, very strongly committed to tailoring, and anything we do is going to reflect, tailoring of institutions according to their risk, and I mean that's a principle that we'll stick with.
I think it's quite important, again, given the legislative intent here and the concerns that we maintain that in the face of what General Counsel said just yesterday. I appreciate your perspective in terms of keeping that in place. I'd like to come with my next question, Chairman Powell, with starting the question by underscoring the importance of the independence of the Fed's monetary policy. Right now, the economic picture is about as uncertain as I can remember. We've had large companies in the private sector who are in the midst of planning layoffs and forecasting serious economic weakness in the quarters to come. Yet, on the other hand, the current economic data seems to be robust. Inflation showed some signs of softening in the past several releases. So I just hope, Chair Powell, that you could briefly tell us how you synthesize these seemingly contradictory data.
So just quickly, at the end of last year, we saw a couple of very promising, modest inflationary readings in November and December. But earlier this year, some of that improvement was revised away. In addition, we got a very strong reading on inflation in January, also a very strong jobs reading, also very strong retail sales. And so, as I pointed out in my testimony, we're looking at a reversal, really, of what we thought we were seeing to some extent, a partial reversal. It's still true. It's still the case that we're seeing progress on inflation. We're seeing goods inflation has come down significantly. There's improvement in housing inflation in the pipeline. There's not a lot of improvement yet to be seen in the largest sector, which is non-housing services. So inflation's running at, core inflation's running at 4.7% on a 12-month basis. I think nothing about the data suggests to me that we've tightened too much. Mm-hmm. Indeed, it suggests that we still have work to do.
In that context, thinking about where the tightening goes and when it might, where and when it might happen, where do you see the terminal Fed funds rate?
All right, what you are watching right there is Jerome Powell, the Fed chairman, testifying before Congress. This is going to go on for a little while, so we've been dipping in and out of that. But I do want to get to some breaking news, because coming up here in just about 18 minutes, we do expect to hear from Merrick Garland, as we have learned from the DOJ here that we do expect the Biden administration to file a lawsuit to stop essentially JetBlue from purchasing Spirit Airlines. So here's everything we know so far. The Biden administration suing to block JetBlue from buying Spirit, saying the deal would reduce competition and drive up airfares for consumers. The Justice Department said the tie-up would especially hurt cost-conscious travelers who depend on Spirit, a budget carrier, to find cheaper options that they could find on JetBlue and other airlines. Attorney General Merrick Garland was scheduled to hold a news conference to announce the lawsuit, a sign of the importance that the administration places on stopping further consolidation in the airline industry. That news conference, as you see on your screen, is scheduled to start in 17 minutes at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and you can watch that live, raw, and unfiltered. JetBlue and Spirit have anticipated the government challenges for weeks now. The government previously requested additional documents and depositions about JetBlue's proposed $3.8 billion purchase of Spirit, the nation's biggest budget airline. Negotiations over a possible settlement did fail. That will happen at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. That is when the DOJ, Merrick Garland there, will be speaking. We'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will get back into Washington, D.C., as we do see Jerome Powell testifying before Congress, the Fed chair, of course. That's been going on now for about an hour and 13 minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get into another story that we have been tracking here. This is the situation over in San Bernardino, California. Look at all that snowfall. Still, people are trapped in their homes. Some people, of course, have been rescued, and unfortunately, it sounds like there were some fatalities, some people passing away there. Folks are coming together, trying to help those who are in need right now. I want to bring in Fox 11 LA's Mario Ramirez with the latest here on how folks are helping each other. Mario, as always, thank you so much for being here.
Josh, good morning. We're in the San Bernardino County mountains, and we've actually made it up to Crestline. This is the first time that we've been able to come up to this mountain community in almost the last 2 weeks because the roads have just been unpassable, and people are still stranded. They are still in desperate need of food and supplies, and you can see here some of the supplies that are going out this morning. You'll notice baby formula, diapers, food, water. That is all going out to people who are still trapped in their homes here in the San Bernardino Mountains. And I have Dougie. He is one of the people who's been leading this effort to get all this stuff to people out here in the mountains. Walk me through what you've seen. This has been a crazy 2 weeks for a lot of people here.
Yeah, it's been crazy. We've lost a lot of people through this, but we've come together as a community. I've got so many people that I never knew before that are showing up every day to grab bags of food to go out to the community, to those that still can't get out. And so it's been amazing to see the community come together under this.
And I know San Bernardino County is holding a food distribution site right next door at the county library. This is all private donations that you've been able to collect. Who are you doing this with, and how much more are you still asking for?
Yeah, this is through Sandals Church. They have just been absolutely amazing. They've been reaching out. We have 14 campuses, so they've been reaching out to a lot of communities who have been coming together, bringing donations to the San Bernardino campus. That's Sandals Church, San Bernardino. And every day we've got a convoy coming up with more food and more supplies for this community.
And I know we talked to one Lake Arrowhead resident who said she went to check on her elderly neighbor, and unfortunately she had passed. She believes she had frozen to death because she was afraid to use her heat with no power. What are you hearing? Are you hearing of stories like that?
Yeah. Unfortunately, we've been hearing a lot of that. Some of the people we've gone out to, no answer at the door. So we've had to call in welfare checks and stuff like that. We've found people that have been burning their own furniture because they had no firewood. And so people are getting cold, and so we're trying to get blankets up here now too to try to help with that and try to get firewood as well.
All right, thanks, Dougie. Appreciate it. It's just incredible to hear the amount of stories that are coming out. People, neighbors digging neighbors out of several feet of snow, Josh. So this is something that we'll continue to cover, but they are still in desperate need of food and supplies here in the mountains. We'll send it back to you.
And Mario, it sounds like unfortunately there have been lives lost during this storm. I know of several of them, as well as possible injuries.
Yes, and you just heard a little bit of Dougie's story there, hearing about people going to doors to do welfare checks with no answer. Now, unfortunately, that is something that'll come out in the coming days as fire officials gather more information. They haven't really been able to access all of the homes here that are tucked away in some of these remote mountain areas. So, unfortunately, it sounds like lives have been lost, and we'll learn more about that in the coming days. Josh.
All right, Mario Ramirez there with Fox 11 LA. Thank you so much, as always, for joining us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, I do actually want to head back to this breaking news that we have been following this morning. 2 of 4 Americans abducted in Mexico last week when their van was caught in a shootout were found dead. That is according to a top Mexican official. The 2 others have been found alive, with 1 wounded. That is according to Governor Americo Villarreal. He did not provide details on the extent of the wounded person's injuries, saying, quote, "Right now, the ambulances and the rest of the security personnel are going to give the corresponding support." The governor offered no additional information about where or how the U.S. citizens were found. The FBI reported on Sunday that it was searching with Mexican authorities for those missing Americans who were kidnapped Friday. A relative of one of them said Monday they had traveled together from South Carolina, so one of them could get a tummy tuck from a doctor there. Shortly after entering Mexico, they were caught amid fighting between rival cartel groups in the city. A video showed them being loaded into the back of a pickup truck by gunmen, and officials said a Mexican woman also died in Friday's crossfire. Villarreal confirmed the deaths by phone during a morning news conference by Mexico's president, saying details about the 4 abducted Americans had been confirmed by prosecutors. We are also told that Lopez Obrador said one suspect was in custody there. Mexico's president complaining about the U.S. media's coverage of the missing Americans, accusing them of sensationalizing it. The abduction does illustrate the terror that's prevailed for years in Matamoros, a city dominated by factions of the powerful Gulf drug cartel who often fight among themselves. The FBI had offered a $50,000 reward for the victim's return and the arrest of those kidnappers. Again, we did learn that one suspect is in custody. Unfortunately, 2 of the 4 Americans have been found dead. The 2 others are alive. We will continue to follow this and bring you the latest here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 11:24 on the East Coast and 8:24 on the West Coast. A live look there in Washington, D.C., as we do expect Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, to speak in about 5 minutes or so. This all comes as the Biden administration is suing to block JetBlue Airways' $3.8 billion purchase of Spirit Airlines, saying the deal would reduce competition and drive up airfares for consumers. The Justice Department said the tie-up would especially hurt cost-conscious travelers who depend on Spirit to find those cheaper options than they can find on JetBlue and other airlines. Attorney General Merrick Garland scheduled to hold that news conference at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time to announce the lawsuit, a sign of the importance that the administration is placing on stopping further consolidation in the airline industry. As that does begin, we will listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. For now, I want to head back to another story we're following. That is where Fed Chairman Jerome Powell is speaking before Congress, testifying here for the first time in 9 months. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
I've never said it was the main cause.
Right. I think the larger point here, based on your response to that first question about growth and profits, is corporations have a decision as to whether or not they're going to pocket more for profit, which they can, or provide higher wages to their employees. And if you actually lowered your profit margins, you could sustain a higher wage increase without violating the 2% inflation. Isn't that right?
Yes. I mean, when I hear profit margins, what we're seeing in the economy is pretty much about shortages and supply chain blockages. And when there's not enough of a product, what happens, and there's a lot of demand, what you see is prices going up. As the supply chains get fixed and shortages are alleviated, you will see inflation coming down. You'll see margins coming down, and that will certainly help with inflation.
Right, but profits are the margin, right? They're going up beyond what they were before. That means that even with the increase of costs because of supply chains, they're making more profits. Which again, that they can do that. But my point is that as a contributor to inflation, as you indicated in response to the first question, let me ask you about the tight labor market because one of the issues in a tight labor market is parents with kids, including a lot of moms who would like to go back into the market, but are not able to do so because of lack of affordable child care. The other issue is immigration, and I know that you've gotten some recent data on how some immigration figures actually have softened a little bit the tightness in the labor market. Can you just talk broadly about those two factors, affordable child care and immigration, more legal immigration, and how they could affect labor force participation and therefore also reduce inflation pressures?
So on the first, we don't make recommendations or evaluate fiscal policy, but I will say there's research that shows that it helps keep women in the workforce when there's child care available, which is, I think, kind of self-evident. The second was
impact of immigration.
Immigration, yeah. So what I talked about with you is actually as part of the January Bureau of Labor Statistics report, which comes the employment report for January, which comes out in early February. There is a section in there about more people. The Census Department has increased its estimate of the workforce by something like 870,000. And a significant part of that has been immigration. And that has moved up participation by a little bit, but it may be part of why we're hearing. It may be part of why we're hearing from in the labor market that the really intense labor shortage pressures that we were hearing about in 2021 and 22 may be alleviating. So that would contribute to that. Clearly, more people. Clearly, the economy is calling for more people with essentially two job openings for every unemployed person, and this can be a source of those people.
Right, and that would reduce the tightness of the labor market and reduce pressures on inflation, right?
May already be doing so.
Thank you.
Senator Kramer of North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here. And I can't resist responding to a few things that my friends on the left have said. For example, in his opening statement, Chairman Brown had a long list of things that raising interest rates won't do. Raising interest rates won't fill in the blank. I'm going to fill in the blank with a couple things. How about raising interest rates won't stop Senate Democrats and President Biden from overtaxing, overspending, overborrowing, overregulating? Chairman Brown said we should rebuild our supply chain by
You are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered there in Washington, D.C., as we do have Fed Chair Jerome Powell answering questions from Congress. He is testifying here, something he has not done in the last 9 months. And the big news coming out of this, he says rate hikes could actually be higher than were previously projected. We'll keep an eye on this and dip in and out, but I do want to remind you that any minute now, we do expect Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, to speak on that JetBlue lawsuit. It's meant to stop JetBlue from purchasing Spirit Airlines. Once he does take the podium, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. For now, let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, if Garland is not speaking yet, we'll pop that audio back up in Congress as Jerome Powell does continue to testify. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. What you are looking at is a live look from Washington, D.C., where any minute now we do expect to hear from Attorney General Merrick Garland. He is going to speak here after the Biden administration sued to block JetBlue Airways' $3.8 billion purchase of Spirit Airlines, saying the deal would reduce competition and drive up airfares for consumers. You can see someone at the podium right now probably giving that 2-minute warning to let us know that Garland will be speaking any minute. The Justice Department said the tie-up would especially hurt cost-conscious travelers who depend on Spirit to find cheaper options than they can find on JetBlue and other airlines. Attorney General Merrick Garland scheduled here at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, so about 3 minutes ago, to hold a news conference to announce the lawsuit, which is a sign of the importance that the administration is placing on stopping further consolidation in the airline industry. JetBlue and Spirit have anticipated the government challenge for weeks at this point. The government had previously requested additional documents and depositions about JetBlue's proposal to buy Spirit, the nation's biggest budget airline. Negotiations over a possible settlement did fail. The Justice Department said in the lawsuit filed in federal district court in Boston that the deal would end direct competition between JetBlue and Spirit and eliminate Spirit, the nation's biggest ultra-low-cost carrier. Quote, if the acquisition is approved, JetBlue does plan to abandon Spirit's business model, remove seats from Spirit planes, and charge Spirit's customers higher prices. The department lawyers wrote this in the filing. They also said JetBlue's plan would eliminate the unique competitive nature that Spirit provides and about half of all ultra-low-cost airline seats in the industry and leave tens of millions of travelers to face higher fares and fewer options. As you can see on your screen, any minute now, we do expect Attorney General Merrick Garland to begin speaking here on that lawsuit filed by the Biden administration. Once that does begin, we'll pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. While we wait, I do want to head back out to D.C. as we do have Jerome Powell, the Fed chairman, testifying before Congress, saying that higher rates could be a thing of the near future and they could be even higher than previously predicted. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Making hard decisions for the good of the economy. We have to get this right. So the question is, how much has inflation decreased since its peak?
It depends on the measure, but it's meaningfully, at least a couple percentage points.
Okay, and has unemployment gone down?
All right, here is Merrick Garland. Let's listen in as he talks about this JetBlue lawsuit.
Attack and the kidnapping of 4 Americans in Mexico on Friday. I've been briefed by the FBI, which is working with Mexican authorities, and senior department officials are working closely with our counterparts at the State Department. During this difficult time, I want to offer my deepest sympathies to the families of the Americans who were attacked and kidnapped. Today, the Department of Justice filed a civil antitrust lawsuit in the U.S. District Court for the District of Massachusetts to stop the merger of JetBlue and Spirit Airlines. We are joined in that lawsuit by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the State of New York, and the District of Columbia. I'm here with Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta and Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General Doha Mekki. Our complaint alleges that JetBlue's proposed $3.8 billion acquisition of Spirit violates Section 7 of the Clayton Act. We allege that if allowed to proceed, this merger will limit choices and drive up ticket prices for passengers across the country. And we further allege that the impact of this merger will be particularly harmful for travelers who rely on what are known as ultra-low-cost carriers in order to fly. Those include working and middle-class Americans who travel for personal as opposed to business reasons and who must pay their own way. By acquiring Spirit, JetBlue will eliminate the largest ultra-low-cost carrier in the United States. Today, JetBlue and Spirit compete on hundreds of routes that serve tens of millions of air travelers every year. Direct competition between the two airlines has intensified in the last 5 years as Spirit has expanded into markets where JetBlue already offered service. On dozens of routes, serving tens of millions of passengers, JetBlue and Spirit have large combined market shares. For example, on the Boston-Miami-Fort Lauderdale route, which serves about 1.5 million passengers annually, JetBlue and Spirit together currently account for nearly 50% of the market. For service between Boston and San Juan, the two airlines account for nearly 90% of the passengers flying the route today. And on some routes, JetBlue and Spirit are the only two carriers providing nonstop service, such as between Miami-Fort Lauderdale and Aguadilla, Puerto Rico. Eliminating the competition between JetBlue and Spirit on these and other routes would eliminate Spirit's unique and disruptive role in the industry and significantly harm consumers. As noted in the complaint, Spirit's own internal documents estimate that when it starts flying a route, average fares fall by 17%. And an internal JetBlue document estimates that when Spirit stops flying a route, average fares go up by 30%. As outlined in the complaint, if the acquisition is approved, JetBlue plans to abandon Spirit's business model, remove seats from Spirit's planes, and charge Spirit's customers higher prices. Spirit executives have recognized the harmful effect the proposed merger would have on consumers. After JetBlue offered to acquire Spirit, Spirit's board of directors warned its shareholders that JetBlue's plans to reconfigure Spirit's planes would, quote, significantly diminish capacity and result in higher prices for consumers. Accordingly, the board of directors further warned, quote, a court will be very concerned that a JetBlue-Spirit combination will result in a higher cost, higher fare airline that would eliminate a lower cost, lower fare airline and remove about half of the ultra-low-cost capacity in the United States. We agree. This proposed merger occurs against the backdrop of an already concentrated airline industry. 4 airlines, American, Delta, United, and Southwest, control close to 80% of the market. We allege that JetBlue's proposed takeover of Spirit will only exacerbate concentration and further stifle competition in the airline industry. JetBlue's elimination of Spirit as an independent company increases the risk that the remaining airlines, including JetBlue, would coordinate to raise prices or reduce capacity on particular routes where Spirit currently operates. In short, if not blocked, the merger of JetBlue and Spirit would result in higher fares and fewer choices for tens of millions of travelers across the country. The Justice Department is suing to prevent that from happening. I want to thank the attorneys and staff of the Antitrust Division for their excellent work on this case. And I want to reiterate that the Department continues to closely examine practices and review proposed mergers to ensure that they are consistent with federal antitrust law. Companies in every industry should understand by now that this Justice Department will not hesitate to enforce antitrust laws and protect American consumers. I will now turn the podium over to Associate Attorney General Gupta.
Thank you. Like the Attorney General, I want to thank the leadership and staff of the Antitrust Division for their incredible work on this matter. I want to especially acknowledge Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General Doha Meki, from whom you'll hear shortly, for her incredible leadership in promoting competition. Our complaint alleges that JetBlue's acquisition of Spirit would particularly hurt those travelers who can least afford to see travel costs rise. Ultra-low-cost carriers like Spirit play a key role in the economy. They make air travel possible so more Americans can take a hard-earned family vacation or celebrate and mourn together with loved ones. We allege that the proposed merger would lead to fewer seats and higher prices for travelers. And we allege that the proposed merger would heighten the risk that remaining airlines would coordinate to raise prices. As Spirit's own presentation put the point, a JetBlue acquisition of Spirit will have lasting negative impacts on consumers. And many of the consumers it hurts will be the most cost-conscious travelers. Our complaint rests on well-established theories of anti-competitive harm. It is also an example of an enforcement action that promotes access to goods and services for all Americans, including those who are most likely to need ultra-low-cost carriers to fly. As a senior Spirit official told Congress in 2020, Spirit's product is designed for highly price-sensitive travelers, like ordinary individual consumers and families who are an underserved segment in today's market. And this case is not unusual. Threats to competition like those alleged here are particularly likely to harm working and middle-class families who may struggle to withstand the price increases that consolidation often brings. The department's commitment to ensuring economic opportunity and fairness means holding those concerns in the front of our minds. Keeping the economy open to all Americans, regardless of income status, is a priority across the department. That effort includes the Civil Division taking on nursing homes who defraud vulnerable seniors, the Tax Division shutting down tax preparers who exploit workers and families, and the Antitrust Division going to court to fight companies that fix their workers' wages. It includes working to improve the bankruptcy process to provide a fresh start to deserving debtors. In recent months, the Civil Division has put out guidance to ensure that student loans are properly treated in bankruptcy, and the U.S. Trustee Program has launched a pilot program so that debtors no longer need to take a day off work to attend a meeting of creditors. And it includes redoubling our environmental justice efforts to ensure that all Americans, regardless of income, background, or place of residence, be it Jackson, Mississippi, LaPlace, Louisiana, or elsewhere, have clean air, safe drinking water, and a healthy environment. This work is more than the sum of its parts. Together, our efforts represent the department's commitment to ensuring that our government and our economy work for everyone. I'll now turn it over to Doha Mekki, who will speak more about the details of our complaint.
Good morning. Thank you, Attorney General Garland and Associate Attorney General Gupta. This morning, we filed a lawsuit to block JetBlue's proposed acquisition of Spirit. Spirit is a disruptive, low-cost airline. It is also the largest and the fastest-growing ultra-low-cost carrier in the United States. As we alleged in the complaint, JetBlue itself has recognized that, quote, competition from Spirit lowers its fares more than competition from other low-cost carriers. Indeed, under federal antitrust law, the transaction is presumptively illegal on more than 150 routes and markets where JetBlue and Spirit fly today. For years, Spirit's business strategy, a unique business strategy, has earned it a reputation for being a disruptor, a maverick, in a commercial airline industry beset by high concentration and oligopolistic practices. Customers throughout the United States benefit from an independent Spirit. Simply put, where Spirit competes, other airlines, including JetBlue, respond by competing vigorously and lowering the price of airfare to attract customers. After spending many years criticizing consolidation in the airline industry, JetBlue appears to have changed its tune. JetBlue has previously warned that, quote, all that power in the hands of a few very deep-pocketed airlines has implications for consumers in the form of reduced options, high fares, and often poor service. Rather than compete to win share, JetBlue has chosen to consolidate and cooperate instead of compete. In 2020, JetBlue committed to what Spirit previously described as a, quote, de facto merger with American Airlines, which you may know is the country's biggest commercial airline. Today, JetBlue has already devoted 75% of its capacity to American Airlines, which we believe comes at a harm to passengers. But JetBlue wasn't done. JetBlue engaged in a public courtship of Spirit, which was rejected more than once until Spirit finally accepted its offer. We agree with JetBlue's diagnosis, but not with its proposed cure. The best way to address consolidation is not more consolidation, it is competition. As we allege in the complaint, flyers of all types benefit from competition that both JetBlue and Spirit offer. JetBlue often touts its, quote, JetBlue effect. but it also has recognized that its own fares and revenues drop significantly when Spirit enters the market. This means that the Spirit effect happens on routes that JetBlue already serves, so that whatever benefit JetBlue entry and the JetBlue effect offer, there are additional Spirit effects when Spirit enters. We filed this lawsuit because the federal antitrust laws protect this competition between JetBlue and Spirit, and because travelers should not have to make false choices between the two airlines. The complaint details the many ways this acquisition threatens competition. Some of those ways are obvious. Travelers will no longer benefit from the head-to-head competition between Spirit and JetBlue that drives down airfares. In an airline industry beset by high concentration, travelers will no longer benefit from the fact that Spirit has no obligation to follow the herd when it comes to the airline industry's too frequent efforts to coordinate their price increases. Travelers who are looking for the lowest fare and more control over how they spend their money will no longer have a chance to choose Spirit's low-priced, unbundled fares. There are also some less obvious ways that this acquisition threatens competition, and they are no less important. The low-priced basic economy options that nearly all airlines offer today did not happen by accident. They came from disruptive choices that Spirit made that the other airlines had to respond to. That innovation and the chance for others that Spirit would bring to the market in the future will be lost unless this acquisition is blocked. JetBlue's acquisition also stops competition that we can't see today. Spirit has grown significantly and had planned to continue doing so. Spirit is already 6 times larger today than it was in 2010. Even while the pandemic went on, Spirit stayed focused on its growth plans. It planned to double its fleet of airplanes by the end of 2025. Absent this acquisition, Spirit had expected to add flights to 5 new cities just this year, and it expected to offer more flights from 4 important JetBlue-focused cities. All that growth would have meant more competition for JetBlue and other airlines, and if this acquisition is completed, all that growth will be over before it even has a chance to start. Travelers know, now in the future, they will be better off if JetBlue and Spirit remain independent competitors. In closing, I want to thank the tremendous team of lawyers, economists, paralegals, and professional staff at the Antitrust Division who investigated this merger and filed today's lawsuit. They are exceptional public servants, and I'm so proud of them. We owe them a debt of gratitude. I also want to thank and acknowledge our co-plaintiffs and our law enforcement partners, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the State of New York, and the District of Columbia, who are once again working alongside us to ensure that consumers in those jurisdictions and around the country benefit from vibrant free markets. Finally, I want to thank our colleagues at the U.S. Department of Transportation. As in prior matters, we have worked closely with them throughout our investigation to determine how to use our respective enforcement authorities to best protect competition and consumers.
Wall Street Journal. How does the government respond to the JetBlue CEO's claim that your mind was made up from the start to block this deal? And then separately, Joa talked about the American JetBlue arrangement. Does that agreement at all contribute to your finding that this particular merger is illegal?
So on the first question, I've read the reports this morning of the arguments that the parties are making. We'll be answering those in our pleadings. And on the second question, the complaint sets out that this merger will exacerbate the problems caused by that alliance, but that even without that alliance, it violates the Clayton Act.
What you are listening to right now is this news conference underway with the Department of Justice AG Merrick Garland speaking about the lawsuit from the Biden administration to block JetBlue's purchase of Spirit Airlines. This has been going on for about 20 minutes or so, and we will bring you the latest on that coming up a little bit later. I do want to bring in Mike Page over at our Phoenix office here to give us a preview of what we can expect coming up here in the next 10 minutes or so when you take over. How you doing today?
Good morning, Josh. Great job this morning. We are going to continue to look for updates in that breaking news story that you first brought us of 2 Americans found dead in Mexico. So we'll be looking for details on that. And coming up in the next hour, also going out to Atlanta, where the suspects in the Cop City riot will be in court today. So we'll be featuring that. And of course, when breaking news happens, you know, right here on Live Now from Fox, we have it covered as well.
That's what we do. All right, Mike, thanks so much. And we're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, it is all yours. We'll be right back.
Speak about it a little bit more, but these proposals have only speculative consequences, as we set forth in the complaint. The barriers to entry to a new entrant in any of the markets are extremely high with respect to gates and landing rights and availability of pilots and planes. So we think the divestitures are offered are speculative, but I'll let Doha answer more specifically.
Thank you, Attorney General Garland. I think all of that is exactly right. I would only add that it is the longstanding policy of the Antitrust Division that when a divestiture is offered to address an otherwise illegal merger, that the divestiture has to fully replicate the competition that would be lost as a result of the merger, which also means replicating the competitive intensity that would be lost as a result of the merger. In airline cases, divestitures of routes don't actually happen. Airlines can divest landing slots and landing rights and gates. And so even if a hypothetical set of merging parties offered to divest a certain gate, there's no guarantee that the divestiture buyer would fly the same route. In other words, they might fly somewhere else.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone there. So that was the big announcement by the DOJ Attorney General Merrick Garland there suing JetBlue there over their proposed acquisition of Spirit Airlines, saying that there would be too much of non-competition there in the airline markets there, especially on more than 40 routes there being offered by Spirit and JetBlue. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We always appreciate you continuing to join us right here. Coming up in just moments at the top of the hour, we'll get you another update to that horrible story out of Mexico, where we found the two at least two of the kidnapped people found dead in Mexico. Mexico, the dead Americans there. So we'll be bringing you that update coming up in just moments here on Live Now from Fox. But in the next 2 minutes here, I just want to point out, showing you the Dow right now slipping big time, now bleeding close to 400 points in the red. That is as the Fed chair, Jerome Powell, is testifying in front of Congress right now, saying that interest rates are likely to keep climbing higher than previously thought before. So let's listen to a little bit of this here on Live Now from Fox.
The issue is, and what concerns me, is that the Fed and other federal banking agencies are not following international norms on digital asset regulation. That's just my comment. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here. I now recognize Senator Smith.
Well, thank you. And Chair Powell, it looks as if Senator Britt and I are the last people standing at this committee hearing. Thank you for passing on the gavel to Senator Lummis. And I want to thank you for your service and for our recent conversation. And before I get into my questions, I would just like to note there's been a good back and forth amongst our committee around some of the big economic challenges and opportunities that we face in this country. And I would just like to note that the programs and the spending that the ranking member and some of our colleagues have blamed for inflation provided critical relief that kept working families and small businesses afloat during a global pandemic. And in fact, many of these policies were passed on a bipartisan basis and signed into law by both Republican and Democratic presidents. And I also just want to add that the laws that the Democrats passed to lower prescription drug costs and healthcare costs and to lower energy costs for Americans are helping to lower basic costs for families, all of which, by the way, was fully paid for. So I return, Mr. Chair, to what you have said to me privately and to all of us publicly, which is what we ought to be looking for is striving for bipartisan solutions to find a path forward. And in fact, Senator Lummis and I were just talking about this yesterday when it came to housing policy. So just want to put that out there. When you and I spoke yesterday briefly, we talked about the Community Reinvestment Act, and I know
Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. It is a new hour here. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here today. We want to continue on with our top story here of the day that we are following for you out of Mexico right now. We are learning that the two kidnapped Americans found dead in Mexico. So that's the two of the four American citizens that were kidnapped in Mexico are dead, while the other two remain alive. That is coming from the governor there, saying that one of the surviving Americans was wounded and the other was not, while two of the four U.S. citizens who traveled to Mexico were found dead. The FBI is still working to return the missing Americans who were abducted after being caught in the crossfire of rival cartels shortly after crossing the U.S. border with Mexico. Dramatic video played out the moment four Americans were kidnapped shortly after crossing into Mexico in what authorities have called a case of mistaken identity. The video of the violent incident shows armed men in body armor dragging one person across the pavement and pushing a woman into the bed of a white truck, then dragging two more men who appear to be wounded across the pavement and loading them into the bed of the same truck. Photos from the scene show a white minivan with North Carolina plates riddled with bullet holes shortly after the kidnappings, with a woman who reportedly witnessed the attack telling the Associated Press she saw the minivan collide with another vehicle before hearing gunfire and seeing armed men approach the van there. So we'll continue to follow this story here for you. A very sad one there indeed. And of course, we'll bring you always the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox. Another thing that we are monitoring right now, take a look here at the Dow. You are seeing it slip big time. We have a stock sell-off there going almost 400 points deep in the red there. That is as the Fed chair, Jerome Powell, right now is speaking in front of the Senate right now on an economic hearing. And what is really driving down the stocks right now is that he said that interest rates will continue to climb there more than previously thought. So we'll continue to look at that and show you the Dow as it continues to trek downward right now. We wish it was going the other way, but we'll follow it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I want to go out to New York City, everyone. This is as New York City will now be welcoming asylum seekers by issuing a 24/7 welcome building center for asylum seekers in the city. Let's listen right here to a little bit of this on Live Now from Fox.
We're here to talk about an issue this morning that really affects all of us as New Yorkers, the recent asylum seeker humanitarian crisis that we've been dealing with. But before I do that, I'd like to acknowledge some of the folks that are in back of me. Today, we have from the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, Commissioner Manny Castro and his team, some members of his team. We have Zach Iscall, the Commissioner of New York City Emergency Management, Pastor Gil Monrose and Fernando Cabrera from the Mayor's Office of Faith-Based Initiative, Efren Ahmed from the Mayor's Fund of New York City, our Chief Housing Officer, Jessica Katz, Doctors Mitch Catt, Ted Long, and Jonathan Jimenez from Health and Hospitals, Commissioner Jess Danhauser from ACS, Chancellor Banks from the Department of Education, Executive Director of Workforce and Talent Development, Abby Jo Siegel, Acting Department of Social Services Commissioner Molly Park, and others from her team, Commissioner Fred Kreitzman, who leads our Mayor's Office of Mayor's Community Affairs Unit, and the Consul General of Mexico is here with us today, Jorge Islas Lopez. Thank you all for being here. Can we give them all a round of applause, please? When we talk about a whole of government approach, this is what we mean. All these different organizations, all these different agencies came together in order to really deal with this. Many faith-based organizations, nonprofits, all volunteering and working to bring us today. As you see, the numbers are staggering. I sometimes think we keep on saying them, so it's hard to get them and to realize them. Today, we are going to have somebody who's going to try to put a face on this and really center us in this work. We know that the situation is not over. And so while today we're going to be talking about a path forward, it's acknowledging what we've done, it's seeing what we want to do now, and then really looking towards the future. Now I'd like to hand it over to the Mayor to get us into the details. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And, you know, having one of the, I think, two significant parts of the conversation today is to the right of me, my amazing Commissioner of Immigrant Affairs, who's a former dreamer. And every time I'm with him and we talk about this, and he relives the journey of coming here with his mom, and he brings that passion to this entire issue. And I really want to thank you, Commissioner, for just the personal touch that you're bringing to us. And to the left of me, I'm having an asylum seeker who's here, standing in City Hall, standing next to the mayor of what I believe is the greatest city on the globe. And that's unimaginable that you can spend months making your way here to a country where others have tossed you to the side. Others did not give you the basic opportunity to participate in the American dream, but New York did. And the men and women behind me played that role, the full government approach. And I always remember when First Deputy Mayor Sheena Wright took us to the Museum of the City of New York, and we looked at those old headlines and articles from previous administrations. And every day I wake up and state, what do I want in that museum? And no matter what anyone has to say about this administration, this has been one of the most compassionate response to a humanitarian crisis. While we were keeping the lights on in this city, while we were making sure that the trains were running on time and dealing with all of the other crises that Siri, shut up. While we're dealing with so many other crises, they did the job. My chancellor, what are we up to, 13,000? 13,000 children had to come into our school system. Mayor Office of Immigrant Affairs, opening Hercs, almost over 100 locations we had to open. January 1st, 2022, we had, no, I can't, Siri. Yeah. When we opened our HERCs, when we started this January 1st, 2022, I was saying we had 35,000 people in our care from all those years. In 1 year, we had to address almost 45, only 37,000. We're now up to 50,000 that we have to manage, get care for, health care for. And no matter where I go, I'm hearing the same thing from the asylum seekers. We don't want to be a burden. We want to work. We want to be part of all that we heard about being in this country. And the national barriers that's preventing this is in the way. And all of this has fallen onto New York City. And we've done our job. And we stood up, and we're going to continue to stand up. And we're going to continue to pivot and shift each level as we move and deal with this unprecedented crises that we are facing. And so today I'm proud to release the road forward.
We are going to continue to stand up, and we are going to continue.
See? Say it for me. Let me say it for me. You know that I could just sit back and let Siri say it. You know that? As technology and the road forward, a blueprint to address New York City's response to asylum seeker crisis. We're hoping that people read through this report and see what our response has been, what is going to continue to be. And as we move forward in the next year to come, this is a serious crisis that we're facing in New York, and I've stated it over and over again. And, you know, we were happy to see that the city council heard our call of taking some of the discretionary dollars. They gave us $1 million out of a $4.2 billion potential call. I think they got to dig a little deeper. We believe that the federal government must, in an expeditious way, move for the $800 million that Senator Schumer and Congressman Jeffries and the New York delegation was able to get in the omnibus bill. We need it. We've got $8 million thus far, but as you know, the numbers are high and we need so much more. And it's crucial that we find innovative ways of doing what I would continue to call the decompression strategy. That decompression strategy must take place in the country, and it must take place throughout the entire state. All of us have an obligation and responsibility of dealing with the crises that we are facing. I declared in October that this was a state of emergency and that we needed to respond effectively to this emergency as we navigated the already fiscal crises that we were facing as a city. And this blueprint that we are releasing today highlights what we have accomplished since the crisis. And it is extremely impressive when you do an analysis of the movement and the compassion that we have shown. It also is going to show the changes we have put in place to move from an emergency response to a steady state of operation. And we have accomplished this over time, as well as what are our asks. Clarity is crucial here. We're very specific on the things that we are asking for. We cannot do this alone. And we have been doing it alone thus far, and that must stop. And doing it alone, not doing it alone, is a federal response. We know we need a real immigration policies, real immigration policies. We know with Title 42 what's going to happen in the next few months. The response can be enormous, and it falls on New York. Other municipalities, asylum seekers pass through, but they end up here in our city. So the response must become on the federal level. We need a response on the state level. And guess what? We need a response on the city level. We need our local electeds to play a more active role. And that active role can't be, you don't want to shelter in your district. It can't be that you don't want to participate in this part. That's why we're elected. We're elected to solve these problems together. In order to move from an emergency response to a steady.
All right, everybody, we are going to take our first break here of this hour. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we'll be talking to a former FBI special agent all about the situation there that happened in Mexico where two kidnapped Americans found dead. We'll be bringing you that update coming up at the bottom of the hour. But when we come back, we'll take you back out to the live hearing going on right now on the economy there. We have the Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaking right now, and it's not helping the markets at all. Coming back in just 2.
agricultural markets. And as you know, energy inflation in particular can appear in the form of higher prices of other goods and services. This feels like a substantial driver of inflation overall. And in my mind, you can't understand the global economy fully without assessing the range of possible outcomes in Ukraine. As we've also seen, the war created new supply chain problems overnight and has caused abrupt price swings in select committees. How is the FOMC assessing the economic impact of the war and the range of potential outcomes in order to inform how it sets monetary policy?
So the principal, I guess there are two things to say. One is that the principal way that the war has affected our economy is really through commodity prices, grain and particularly energy prices. That's the main thing. I think really, and those have both flattened out. Energy prices globally have settled down and they're at a higher level, and and food prices as well to some extent. So the second thing I would say is that it represents a significant risk. So the war in Ukraine, the outcome is uncertain, developments there are uncertain, and you have to think of it as a source of potential risk to the global economy and to our economy. We don't, and we look at alternative scenarios and things like that. We don't really do it from a geopolitical standpoint, but we do, of course, model scenarios where commodity prices are higher and things that would look like what could happen from Ukraine.
Thank you. At home, Arizona families are struggling to navigate this economy. Higher prices are making it more difficult to afford groceries, gas, rent, and airfare. But on the other hand, rising interest rates are crowding out investment and making it more difficult for first-time homebuyers to buy a home. Inflation has also slowed housing development to a halt in Arizona. And as you know, Chairman, housing is a major economic contributor in my state. It's also clear that more spending comes with trade-offs, and it's why tackling inflation has historically been so difficult. and yet it's more important than ever that we get it under control. There's been much debate about a soft landing, where we get inflation under control without triggering recession, versus a hard landing, where inflation comes down but triggers a painful recession. Some economists are currently saying they see no landing right now, that growth is actually accelerating, and that more aggressive actions will be needed to get inflation under control. If true, that would be problematic. What do you think about that assessment?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I think if you look at the data that's been coming in since earlier this year, you have seen stronger labor market conditions, higher inflation, stronger consumer spending, and also we saw some of the low inflation readings from the fourth quarter of last year revised away. If you take all of those, they may be to some extent related to things like seasonal adjustments or a warm January, but nonetheless, they all point in the same direction, and they do suggest that the possibility that we ultimately would need to raise rates higher than had been expected. Of course, we have 2 or 3 more very important data releases to analyze before the time of the FOMC meeting. Those are going to be very important in the assessment we have of this relatively recent data. We'll be looking carefully at that, and all of that will go into making the decision, which we have not made, but making the decision that we'll make about what to do at the March meeting.
Well, thank you. On February 23rd, the Fed, the FDIC, and the OCC released another joint statement on crypto assets and liquidity risks posed to banking organizations. It's clear that regulators see undue risks for banks in the current environment and are taking a more conservative approach. Do you believe that these risks are inherent to crypto assets and how they behave, or is some of the risks a product of the current regulatory and policy landscape for crypto assets in the U.S.?
So we're seeing, really, in the last close to a year now, we've seen just a remarkable set of events in the crypto space. Lots of companies collapsing. We've seen massive fraud. We've seen all kinds of things. I think, we have to be open to the idea that somewhere in there is technology that can be featured in productive innovation that makes people's lives better. However, in the near term, we see in crypto activity lots of things that suggest that regulated financial institutions should be quite cautious. And that's in doing things in the crypto space, and that's what we've issued 3 or 4 releases to the banks, along with the OCC and the FDIC. The Fed has, and they essentially say you really need to be careful here. You need to be careful. It's early days with crypto. There isn't the appropriate regulation. We're learning lots about the risks, and they are many of the same risks that run in other parts of the financial system, but without appropriate regulation.
Thank you, Senator Powell.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sinema. We conclude the hearing. The Fed must make sure that workers and families are at the center of every decision it makes to strengthen our economy. We've heard a lot today about the role that Wall Street plays in our economy too. As you've said, Mr. Chair, we know that higher capital requirements make banks safer and stronger. It allows them to make investments in their workers and their communities and our economy. That's what they should be doing instead of spending billions on buybacks. I look forward, Chair Powell, to working with you to strengthen our economy. For senators who wish to submit questions for the hearing record, these questions are due 1 week from today, Tuesday, March 14th, to Chair.
And that hearing wraps up right there. You can see on the right there, the Dow Jones there now down about 250 points in the red, shaping off about 150 from its session lows. We'll keep an eye on it right here for you. In the meantime, we're going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you out to Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis doing a news conference right now. We'll listen in live on Live Now from Fox. We're back here for you, heavily in demand, right here on Live Now from Fox. Taking out to Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis hosting a news conference. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
We hit most of the high points. We did not hit every single thing that we're going to be pursuing this legislative session. But I think if you look at the campaign and you look after the election, what we've done in the last few months, laying out the key things, that's pretty much what we're going to be working towards. And I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities for a lot of great accomplishments. There's certain things that are really, I think, significant that I didn't necessarily mention. Some of the ESG stuff, very important to Speaker Renner. Yes, we're still pushing on that. Some of the higher education reform is very important. We are going to be pursuing that. Also, and I know most of you here get this, and you're probably not the ones doing it, but it's like, every person in the legislature can file bills, right? I see these people filing bills, and then there's articles with my face on the article saying that, oh, they're going to have to, bloggers are going to have to register for the state, and it's like attributing it to me. And I'm like, okay, that's not anything that I've ever supported. I don't support. I've been very clear about what we're doing, and so people have a right to file legislation. They have a right to do different types of amendments and all that other stuff. But the Florida, a whole 120 of them in the House and however many in the 40 in the Senate, they have independent agency to be able to do things. Like, I don't control every single bill that has been filed or amendment. So just as we go through this session, please, understand that. But I do think it's going to be very, very productive. We were given an opportunity. I mentioned it's vindication to win a big victory and sweep in so many people in the legislature. But really, it gives us an opportunity and it's a responsibility to make sure that that we get this right. So we're looking forward to being able to do that. Okay, we will go. Is Forrest Saunders here? Right. Okay, go ahead.
I was curious what your thoughts are on this 6-week abortion ban that was filed today, basically taking the state from 15 going to 6, but with exceptions for rape and incest. What are your thoughts on that bill?
Yeah, I think those exceptions are sensible, and like I said, we welcome pro-life legislation. Gary?
Yeah, thank you, sir. I wanted to get some clarification on the issue of school choice. Obviously, you're very supportive of school choice and made recommendations in your own budget to expand it. But you made some comments during your budget rollout that I just wanted to roll back to about really to whether or not there should be some limits on who's available to get it, depending possibly on income. And I just wondered if you could clarify that and expand on where your thought process is right now.
Sure. It's a great question, and it doesn't mean if they do something different that I would not support it, but I just view universal school choice as being, if you have a family that's very high income, they have school choice. They don't necessarily need to be eligible for the program. They are eligible. They can go pay tuition and do it. I think there's a philosophical interest among some to say everybody, universal, money falls to students. And I get that. And philosophically, I'm not even opposed to that. But, you just have to make choices about, okay, how much money are you going to do for people already in private school potential? Family can afford it, no problem. Are you then going to send them a scholarship too? And I know the House and Senate are going to be working through that. So as a matter of first principle, I support universal being able to do it, but I also know we're in a situation now in Florida. We have limited number of seats that we could even accommodate in private school. I'd like to see the focus remain on, of course, low income, but even getting into the middle and even some sense even higher middle class. You look at like Miami and some of these places, you could be making $150,000 household of 4 or 5. And that doesn't go as far as it used to, not just with the inflation, just with everything else that's going on. So I wouldn't say that any of that would be a deal breaker for me per se, but I am totally comfortable saying that if everyone in Florida who can afford it can go on their own without getting it, and everyone who can't gets a scholarship, to me that is still universal. Okay, is Libby Dean here? Hi. Welcome. It's your first State of the State, right?
It is my first.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask you, the legislature is moving forward with permitless carry legislation, and you've said that you would support open carry legislation. Is that something that you'd like to see the legislature push for?
So I've been very clear. I support all of it. Now, if you look around the country, 25 states have concealed permitless carry. 37 states have unlicensed open carry. So the open carry is something that has been less of a big deal than the concealed carry. And in fact, Florida is one of only 4 states, California, Illinois, New York, Florida, and the District of Columbia, that do not allow any open carry at all. And so that's typically not the group of states we want to be in, particularly when it comes to exercising core rights. I think if you talk to most people, though, and you go to those 37 states, do you see a lot of people open carrying in those? No, you actually don't. I think it's just people want to know that, hey, this is a constitutional right. I shouldn't be put in jail because I'm exercising it. So I don't think it would change very much, but I do think it would just tell people, yeah, it is a right. Now, I do know that there's people that think in Florida that the concealed is not as big a deal as the open. All I say is that that's the complete opposite how most people have viewed this over the years. They viewed open as less of an issue than the concealed. Why? Because if it's open, people can see what's there. If it's concealed, it makes it easier for somebody to potentially do a crime. Now, I'm going to sign what they do. So if they do a permitless bill and that gets to my desk, I'm not going to veto that because it didn't necessarily include everything I want. Javier.
Governor, what you've accomplished the past 4 years, you've kind of been praised for it. How can you outdo yourself in the following 4 years for what you've done?
Well, the last sentence of my speech, you ain't seen nothing yet. I think that there's a lot of opportunities to do even more. Some of these things got jammed up last time. We'll get across the finish line. There's also new issues that we're now tackling probably more aggressively. So, for example, higher education. You remember when I came in, we worked hard to set up the Institute of Politics at Florida State and then the FIU Adam Smith Center, modeled after the James Madison Center at Princeton. And the idea is, could you have a place that would have kind of classical education? People say it's conservative, but honestly, that used to be universal, that everybody would want that type of an education. And so we tried to do that. Not sure that it was as effective as we wanted, and so now we're looking to do things that are a little bit more significant there. But I think at the end of the day, it's going to be really, really good. So yeah, this will be the most productive legislative session that we've had. And I think if you look, we did very well that first one. People are like, man, good job. And then we did better the next, better the third, and better the fourth. So we've kind of outdid ourselves every year. I think we can do it this time. But after this, if we get all this done, that's going to put us in a really good position going forward. Neil McCabe, are you here? No Neil McCabe? Okay. Do we have Dan from Epic Times? Are you here? No. Christine Sexton, are you here? I'm here. Okay. You got one?
Yeah, I do, Governor. Thank you. In terms of lawsuit reductions, can you tell me what I know the chambers are supportive of it, as are you. There's a lot of bills out there. Can you tell me why things like medical malpractice and nursing home protections aren't in that main bill?
So that's up to the legislature. What I told Paul, the speaker, I said, I'm for legal reform. You guys be as ambitious as you can. I'm for it. Clearly, when you look at how our legal system is set up, it is designed in the state of Florida to invite litigation rather than invite settlement. And you see that part of the reason we've had problems with property insurance, which we've addressed. We're going to have to do more there. Part of the reason we have high auto insurance.
And you're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here. We were listening in there to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to a news conference after the legislative session has begun there in Florida. We'll continue to give you updates on that matter throughout the day as well, right here on Live Now from Fox. Everyone, Mike Pace here. Thanks again for being with us as we always bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. One of the big stories that we are following for you, 2 of the 4 Americans that were kidnapped in Mexico found dead, and we're still getting new reports there on this story that has really captured the attention of many. And now to give us a better insight on this matter, we want to bring in a special guest here to Live Now from Fox. This is Bobby Chacon there, a former FBI special agent. Thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now and giving us insight on this matter. And Bobby, first question to you is, what was your thinking when you heard this headline come through this morning?
Well, unfortunately, it's what some of us had expected in this type of situation, having worked these kinds of matters for many years overseas. they're very rarely resolved in favor of the victim. It seemed like from the beginning this was a violent confrontation, whether it was staged or they happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, as it seems now. It seemed like it was not going to have a very good resolution.
No, not there at all there. So when we hear about these reports there of maybe a case of mistaken identity, what are we looking at as far as cartels that are active in Mexico? And I mean, what's going on there where you can just cross over and then unfortunately be shot as you're driving?
Well, Matamoros is a border town, right? And so it's right across from Brownsville. So literally, it's the same neighborhood almost. There's obviously a country border between the two cities, but it's a very, very close to Brownsville, Texas, and people often travel across the border for shopping or for whatever. Now, Matamoros was the home or is the home base for what's known as the Gulf Cartel, Gulf of Mexico, because it's right there on the Gulf. And in recent years, unfortunately, the DEA and the Mexican government had some success several years ago, probably a decade ago, in removing the head of the Gulf Cartel and some of his top echelon managers. And so that cartel was somewhat decimated for a while, but what that did was it left a power vacuum. And so differing warring factions within the Gulf Cartel have been at war in Matamoros. And that's why the violence has escalated in recent years, because when there was one boss and one cartel in charge, things were a little more calm. And now that was kind of the leadership of that cartel was dismantled, it created a power vacuum. And I think that there is still a violent struggle within the Gulf Cartel to take over who's going to lead that cartel.
And what warnings should Americans heed before going to Mexico when they see stories like this?
Well, I think that the best thing to do is go on the State Department website. They update it very, very often. They updated it within the day of this happening. And look, because the entire country of Mexico is not bad and violent and dangerous. So you need to know where to go in a particular country, just like any country, just like the U.S. There are places you might want a vacation, and there are places you want a vacation. And so I would tell Americans that we're thinking to traveling to Mexico, go on the State Department website and state.gov, I think it is, and do some research on the different areas, because not every area is like Matamoros. This happens to be one of the more violent cities, and because it's where it's situated and because of the cartel struggling to find leadership, that's why it's dangerous. But there are other places in Mexico, certainly, that are fine to go and vacation at.
And as you said, because we have this situation where this vacuum of leadership and the different factions are trying to get an upper edge there, going forward here, are we going to see more of this in these towns where this violence can erupt at any moment, even in broad daylight?
Oh, absolutely. I think the cartels pretty much control of city like Matamoros. And so I think that we have seen it escalating over the last couple of years. And unfortunately, these 4 Americans were down there for a medical procedure that was probably a lot cheaper to have in Mexico. One of them I saw reporting that he had misgivings about going down there with his friend for this procedure. They looks like they were caught. Everybody's calling it a kidnapping, but this is not a traditional kidnapping where someone's taken on purpose for ransom. It seems like these people were caught in a crossfire. They were in the wrong place at the wrong time, and tragedy ensued. Now, what I'm seeing reported is that there are 2 survivors and 2 deceased Americans, and so we'll have to sort all that out. But it seems like they were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and I can tell you, Matamoros is probably the wrong place to be right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And with those 2 Americans that did survive, what would the FBI do for questioning as far as trying to get intel and maybe some just storylines from them? What goes on after they come out of the hospital that the FBI will be asking these 2 Americans?
Well, they'll do a standard witness victim interview, which means you're trying to get a description of the people that shot them or shot at them or took them in the truck, anything they overheard, if any of them have a Spanish language capability, what they overheard, because I'm sure all the language was Spanish, all the conversations. So where they were taken, what type of building they were in a home, were they in a building, were they in a basement, where they were taken. And so you're just trying to extract that kind of information. Now, these are these are American tourists that were down there for a surgical procedure. So they don't know the players, so they won't know who's who. So these are victims that will probably produce very little intelligence as far as their interviews go. Maybe a location where they were taken, how far they drove, they think, and things like that. But generally, they'll want to get them home back to the United States as quickly as possible and the safe confines of their family and friends. I don't think there's going to be a lot of real intelligence coming out of these victim interviews.
And lastly, from the reporting, it's saying that this was a case there of possible mistaken identity. What do you think the cartel saw in this vehicle that may have thought that it should have been someone else? What could have led up to this from your thinking?
Yeah, I don't know if it was mistaken identity or they were simply caught in the crossfire. They might have been, these warring factions of the Gulf Cartel have been at war with each other internally for many years. And so this car in traffic could have been deemed a threat or could have taken a maneuver in traffic that the shooters deemed as being with the other people that they were shooting at, or whatever maneuver they might have made. And it may have been an innocent maneuver to get out of the way, but it was interpreted wrong, and they fired upon that car. And they, obviously now we know, killed 2 Americans. And so I don't know if it was mistaken identity. They thought, because it would really be hard for me to believe that they would think that these 4 Americans were part of their own cartel and were a rival faction. Those people are pretty identifiable, and the vehicles they drive are pretty identifiable. And so I think that this group of Americans was caught in the crossfire. They may have made a maneuver. The driver may have done something innocently that they interpreted as an aggressive maneuver, and so they fired upon them. That's all probably, hopefully will come out in the investigation.
And maybe, Bobby, while I still have you here, maybe describe when Americans are killed anywhere around the world, how that kind of amps up the pressure on the country there where it happened compared to others that die around the world. If you could maybe explain that to our viewers.
Well, sure. Look, the FBI has an office in Mexico City. We liaison with the Mexican National Police and other law enforcement in Mexico all the time. That's their job. We have an office in Mexico City, and we have offices out throughout Mexico and other places. And our job is to maintain relationships with these countries, and that's the ambassador's job, right? The whole State Department exists for that reason, and the embassy has really good relations with the host nations. And when citizens, of our country get killed in their country, they feel a certain responsibility to help. In certain instances, we have jurisdiction through treaties to go in there and investigate and stuff. So it strains relationships, and it shows you how good all of the preparation you put into maintaining those relationships has been, because now the rubber has to meet the road, and those relationships have to come through and provide you with the access to crime scenes, or the access to witnesses, or the access to intelligence files that you have. And so those relationships that you build up over years, really, they come to light, whether they're good or not, in these types of situations. So you really can judge how well the host nation has been, developing that relationship with you when something like this happens. And now you say, can you turn over the files for these people and see what their response is?
Yeah, absolutely. Bobby Chacon, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox and giving us some insight. And thank you so much for your service as well.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
No problem. And of course, we always got you covered right here, everyone, on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone. Here to Live Now from Fox, taking a live look here at the Capitol, where we are awaiting both Democratic and Republican senators to give some updates. We'll be bringing that to you right here on Live Now. And then we also have a White House briefing coming up a little bit later this afternoon. We will bring to you, of course, as always. In the meantime, we're going to go out to a live event right here on the other side of the pond, going out to the UK as the Prime Minister making remarks right now on new legislation aimed at stopping illegal migrants from staying in the UK.
The number of people entering the UK illegally in small boats has more than quadrupled in just the last 2 years. Those illegally crossing the Channel are not directly fleeing a war-torn country or persecution or an imminent threat to life. They have travelled through safe European countries. They are paying people smugglers huge sums to make this dangerous and sometimes tragic journey. Now, the reason that criminal gangs continue to bring small boats over here is because they know that our system can be exploited. That once here, illegal migrants can make a multitude of asylum, modern slavery, and spurious human rights claims to frustrate their removal. And the risk remains that those individuals just disappear into the black economy. Now that is the reality we must deal with. And with 100 million people displaced around the world, if we do not deal with it now, the situation will just get worse and worse. People must know that if they come here illegally, it will result in their detention and swift removal. Once this happens, and they know it will happen, they will not come and the boats will stop. That is why today we are introducing legislation to make clear that if you come here illegally, you can't claim asylum, you can't benefit from our modern slavery protections, you can't make spurious human rights claims, and you can't stay. We will detain those who come here illegally and then remove them in weeks, either to their own country, if it is safe to do so, or to a safe third country like Rwanda. And once you are removed, you will be banned, as you are in America and Australia, from ever re-entering our country. This is how we will break the business model of the people smugglers. And this is how we will take back control of our borders. Now, this bill provides the legal framework needed to deliver this in a way that no other legislation has done before. This is tough, but it is necessary and it is fair. And this legislation will be retrospective. If you come on a small boat today, the measures in this bill will apply to you. And this is just part of what we are doing. I've always been clear that this is a complex problem that can't be solved overnight and will require us to use every tool at our disposal. That is why I've already secured the largest ever small boats deal with France, and patrols on French beaches are already up 40%. I also promised progress on enforcement, and we've increased raids on illegal working by 50%. I've also negotiated a new deal with Albania, which accounted for 1/3 of all small boats arrivals. And that's already delivering. We've returned 500 illegal migrants to Albania, and we are seeing far fewer come as a result. This shows that there is nothing inevitable about illegal migration. Deterrence works, and with will and determination, the government can get on top of it, and we will. Now, this will always be a compassionate and generous country. It is something that we're all rightly proud of. Just look at how we've welcomed Ukrainians and Syrians from refugee camps and embraced Hong Kongers fleeing the Chinese clampdown. But the current situation is neither moral nor sustainable. It cannot go on. It's completely unfair on the British people who have opened their homes to genuine refugees, but are now having to spend nearly £6 million a day to put up illegal migrants in hotels. It's unfair on the people who come to this country legally to see others skipping the queue. And it's devastatingly unfair on those who most need our help but can't get it, as our asylum system is being overwhelmed by those travelling illegally across the Channel. If we can't stop the boats, our ability to help genuine refugees in future will be constrained. Full control of our borders will allow us to decide who to help and to provide safe and legal routes for those most in need. Now, I understand there will be debate about the toughness of these measures. All I can say is we have tried it every other way and it has not worked. So I say again, my policy is very simple. It is this country and your government who should decide who comes here, not criminal gangs. And I will do whatever is necessary to achieve that. Thank you. But we'll take some questions from the media. If we could start with the BBC.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Chris Mason, BBC News. If by the time of the next general election you haven't stopped the boats, will you have failed?
Thanks, Chris. So look, I wouldn't be standing here if I didn't think that I could deliver on this promise. At the beginning of the year, I stood up in front of the British people, made 5 promises, and one of them was to stop the boats. And since I've had this job, I've spent a lot of time thinking long and hard about how to solve this problem. And I'm confident that the bill we're introducing today will help us do that. It will mean that for the first time, we will have a system whereby if people come here illegally, they won't be able to stay, they'll be detained and they'll be swiftly removed. And as we deliver on that, people will see that there is no point in coming here. We will have that deterrence effect. But I've also been clear throughout that this is a complicated problem, right? There is no one silver bullet. And the legislation, of course, it's really important, and that's why today is important, but it's just one of the many things we're doing. We need to cooperate with our allies, particularly the French, which is why the deal that the Home Secretary and I worked on at the end of last year is so important, and we hope to continue deepening and strengthening our cooperation with the French and other European allies. It's why the deal we announced with Albania is so important. And I think it's just pause on that for a second. Albania accounted for around a third of our illegal migrants last year.
And some of you will be seeing our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
People back to Albania, and we're seeing the numbers come down considerably. So that shows to me that if we get this right, it will make a difference. Now, we're in the early stages of it, but we've given it long, hard thought. And I said at the beginning of the year that I only promise what I believe I can deliver, and I will absolutely deliver on what I promise, and that's what we're going to do today.
You said help stop the boats. That's not the same as stopping the boats, is it?
Yeah, but all of these things play their part. It's that no one thing is the answer to this question, right? And that is the point. The legislation is absolutely critical. There is no way to stop the boats without this legislation. But this legislation on its own won't do it. That's why we need all the other things that I've talked about as well. All of those things will help us achieve that goal of stopping the boats. But as I said, I promise what I can deliver, and I will deliver what I promise. And that's what we said we would do. That's what we will do. Right, next we've got ITV.
Prime Minister, you talked about the importance of swift removal. More than 2/3 of asylum seekers don't come from Albania. How is it compatible with the British traditions of humanity and compassion that you are criminalising, incarcerating, potentially forcing statelessness, homelessness, destitution on asylum seekers, many of whom are, as you accept, vulnerable and traumatised, before you have in place agreements with third countries to which you could move in a swift way, your words, those asylum seekers?
This is a country that has always been open, welcoming, compassionate and generous to those in need. Just in the last few years, since 2015, we've welcomed almost 500,000 people to this country. 500,000. from Ukraine, from Syria, from Afghanistan, from Hong Kong. That's our record. That's our compassion. And everyone should be incredibly proud of that. I am. But what is not compassionate is to allow the current situation to persist. There is nothing compassionate about allowing vulnerable people to perish in the Channel. We had a stark reminder of that just a few weeks ago off the coast of Italy when over 50 people died, including children. Right? People being exploited by criminal gangs and smugglers. I was just at Dover earlier today talking to the teams that have to deal with this on the ground, as the Home Secretary and the Immigration Minister see almost every week. There's nothing compassionate about that situation persisting, and there's nothing compassionate or fair about us not being able to help the truly most vulnerable people around the world, because our system is being overwhelmed by those who are jumping the queue and coming here illegally. And they are not the most vulnerable. They are travelling through multiple safe European countries. They are paying people thousands of pounds to get here. So look, I want to move to a system where we break that cycle. We deter people from coming here illegally, jumping the queue. And actually, we as a country can then make sure that we decide who we bring here, how many, and make sure that we target that compassion, that generosity and support on the world's truly vulnerable people. And that's why the legislation that we're announcing today not only does the things that we need it to do to break the cycle and give us the powers we need to send people back, but it also allows Parliament to set a quota on how many people we would welcome here under safe and legal routes, as we've done so brilliantly in the last few years. I think that's a type of system that would command broad support. Right? And I think that's not just the right thing to do, I think it's actually the moral and compassionate thing to do, because the current system is broken and it's not fair on anybody, and the sooner we can put an end to it and focus our support on those who most need it, I think the better off everyone will be.
But if you can't expel them yet, why do you think the small boats will stop?
Well, the legislation is a necessary step on being able to return people either to their own country where it's safe to do so, or to a safe alternative like Rwanda. And I'd say we already are returning people. You mentioned Albania. Albania accounted for 1/3 of all illegal migrants last year because of the deal that we've struck and the new procedures we've put in place. We are now returning hundreds of people back to Albania. And that's right. And that's the right thing to do. We need to focus our resources, focus our generosity and compassion on the world's truly most vulnerable people. That's what I want to do. I think that's what the vast majority of the country wants to do too. At the moment, that's not possible, because we're being overwhelmed with people who are jumping the queue, breaking the laws, and that's not right, and that's what we're going to change. Next, Sky.
Thank you, Prime Minister. 5 years ago, the then Home Secretary, Sajid Javid, said he was going to make this route unviable. Since then, we've seen tens of thousands of people in the last 5 years. Where do you think your predecessors went wrong? Why are you different? And can I also ask, what does success look like to you? Will you be setting targets for where you want the numbers to be in a year's time?
So this is not about dwelling on the past, because the situation has just got far worse. As I said in my remarks earlier, just in the last 2 years, you talked about when Sajid was Home Secretary, so just in the last 2 years, the numbers of people crossing the Channel illegally have more than quadrupled. Right? That is the scale of what is happening, and they're forecast to get worse. And the other thing is not just us, right? So anyone who thinks this is just a UK-specific problem isn't being straight with you. This is happening across Europe, right? Europe last year saw something like 63% increase in the numbers of illegal migrants, one of the highest numbers they've experienced in almost a decade. And that's because globally this is a challenge. And it's only going to get worse unless we do something novel, that we do something bold to try and stop it. And that's what our legislation today does. Now, success is us stopping the boats. Success is us having a system that people come here illegally are returned back to their own country where it's safe, or an alternative. And if we can get that working, as I'm confident that we will be able to, as we already are with Albania, we will see the numbers come down, because people will see that it is not worth their while to risk their lives, to pay gangs thousands of pounds for something that ends up not what they expect. And that is the system that we're going to deliver. Now, we've always said, as I've said to the questions earlier, there's no one silver bullet to this. Right? So not only do we need the legislation to be implemented and make sure that we can implement that as quickly as possible. We also need to cooperate with our allies. We need to make sure that we keep signing returns agreements. We need to step up what we're doing on immigration enforcement, as we are, and raids are increasing dramatically. So those are all the different things that we need to do, and we're going to do all of them. We're firing on all cylinders to grip this problem, and people can judge us on our results. I've only been in this job a few months. We're already making, I think, more progress than we've made in a long time. And as a result of this legislation, I think we now have something that is very powerful. We haven't done anything like this before, and it gives us the tool that we need to implement the system that I described. We've gone further than anyone's gone before. It's right that we're doing that because the situation has got far worse than it was just 2 years ago, but we're responding appropriately. We're responding with tough measures, but they are responsible, they are proportionate, and crucially, they're fair.
But you're not setting specific targets in terms of the numbers.
Well, I think look, people will judge us on our results, and as I said, we're already seeing the results. Illegal migration rates up 50% since we announced the proposals to do that with Robert at the end of last year. Already hundreds of people being returned to Albania. We're getting the asylum backlog down as well, down by 6,000 just in the last couple of months since we've improved all the processes there. New deal with the French at the end of last year, hopefully further cooperation to come. We promised new legislation. I'm standing here today with the Home Secretary introducing it. So we are continuing to deliver the things that we said, and I'm highly confident that as we keep moving forward, people will see a big difference on this. Right, next, LBC.
Theo Usher with LBC. Firstly, Prime Minister, you're meeting the French President Emmanuel Macron later this week. Do you accept that in order to be successful with this policy, you are going to need his fulsome cooperation? What are you prepared to offer him in return? And if I may, just very briefly on Sue Gray, do you still have faith in the integrity of her report into Partygate?
On Sue Gray, as you know, the Cabinet Office is reviewing the circumstances of her departure. I'm not going to preempt their findings, so I'm not going to comment further on that situation. With regard to the French, as you heard me say before, there's no one silver bullet to solving this problem. It is a complex problem, and we need to use all the levers, all the tools at our disposal. And a crucial one of those is cooperating with not just the French, but also with our other European allies. So I was really pleased after I became Prime Minister, having spoken to President Macron, we managed to get the Calais group up and running. Suella, the Home Secretary, attended that. That's fantastic, because that's not just France, that's other Northern European countries coming together to discuss this issue, the shared challenge that we all face, and how we can work together to solve it. Right, that meeting happened, and actually there's some very tangible things coming out of that about data sharing and cooperation of our enforcement agencies, which is great. Specifically with the French, we announced a new deal, the biggest deal that we've had, for more patrols on beaches, up 40%, significant. And better cooperation and collaboration between our teams. Again, I've just got back from Dover talking to them about the benefit and the difference of that collaboration works. And I'm very grateful, actually. I put on record my thanks as the Home Secretary. I know she's been over there and spoken to them herself. I'm very grateful to the cooperation and support and collaboration of the French teams on the ground. They work very closely with our teams, and because of the work that they do, they help intercept around about half of all the attempted crossings, and that number varies, and at the moment it's on the way up, which is great news. But that's part of the conversation that we'll be having on Friday, is how can we strengthen and deepen and broaden that cooperation. But this is ultimately a shared challenge, and actually you're seeing across Europe, France is looking at new laws to tighten up their asylum regime. Germany has appointed a special commissioner on asylum. Italy is looking at new laws to talk about how they regulate search and rescue operations in the Mediterranean, because many countries are facing the same challenge. And actually, if we work together, it's going to be easier for us to deal with it, particularly on upstream cooperation of our law enforcement agencies, because the best thing we can do is try and disrupt the gangs, right at the beginning at source before people end up arriving here. And that's the kind of work that we can do more of, and hopefully we'll be having that conversation on Friday as well. But I'm very grateful to the teams in France for the support.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. That was the UK Prime Minister there speaking about his hopes there to stop illegal migrants from staying in the country there. And you can see there, right there, stop the boats there on the podium. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone always continuing to join us right here. Your host, Mike Page. And we are going to go out to another live event here. We're going to go out to the Capitol right now, where we do have Senator Bernie Sanders. He just broke the news that the Starbucks CEO, Howard Schultz, has agreed to testify at a Senate hearing after a subpoena threat. That hearing will now take place March 29th. We are going to listen right here to the news conference there by Senator Bernie Sanders there, after he has been trying for some time to try to get the CEO to come to that hearing to talk about the coffee chain's alleged union busting measures. And let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Efforts completed, not one contract signed. The Help Committee intends to make clear that in the United States, we must not have a two-tier justice system in which billionaires and large corporations can break the law with impunity. They're powerful. They have all kinds of lawyers. Why do they have to break the law while working class people are held accountable for their actions? I look forward to hearing from Mr. Schultz as to when he intends to end his illegal anti-union activities and begin signing fair first contracts with his unions. Starbucks' strategy is quite clear. It is to stall, stall, and stall. They understand that it is cheaper to break the law than to follow it. In August, the NLRB filed a complaint against Howard Schultz for illegally withholding benefits from unionized stores, threatening pro-union employees, and telling his workers that it would be futile to join a union. So bottom line is, we have a billionaire running a multinational corporation breaking federal labor law, and we intend to put an end to that. Thank you.
Senator, Starbucks, in their negotiations with your committee, had suggested that it didn't make sense for Schultz to come because he's leaving the company at some point and that they offered someone else. Why did you think it was important to hear from Mr. Schultz himself when he's not going to be the CEO of the company?
First of all, he will remain on the board. He is the CEO today, and he would be the CEO when we invited him. Schultz is the founder of the company, very successful company. It is clear to everybody that it is Mr. Schultz who sets the policy of that company. He's been clear about it. And it is he who has got to defend his actions and not send some subordinate. Yes.
Senator Sanders, are you satisfied with this development that he's agreed to come
Yep.
testify? And also, I heard you a little bit elaborating on what you'd like to hear, but can you give us even more finer idea of what you're hoping to get from this?
I'll tell you what I want. I want Mr. Schultz to tell us that at long last he is going to stop his illegal activity, that he's going to sit down with the union and negotiate a contract. That's what I want, nothing more than that. To obey the law. I don't think it's asking too much. You know, we talk, and I'm sure from this podium, a whole lot of people have talked about their fears about the future of American democracy. Well, there are a lot of people out there who think that democracy doesn't work for them, that there's laws that impact working class people. You cause a, you know, you and you're a billionaire and you're surrounded by lawyers and consultants, you can break the law. That's what this is about. It's saying to Mr. Schultz and everybody else, we got a set of laws in this country. You are breaking those laws, not acceptable. Obey them. Sit down, negotiate a contract with your workers. Yeah.
What tools does Congress have at its disposal to make Starbucks comply with this, or would your committee be taking additional steps to try to force them to comply with the law if the
It's a very good question. I can't give you, it's exactly the question we are addressing right now. But I hope we don't have to do that. You know, I hope that Mr. Schultz understands that the American people are sick and tired of corporate greed. They are tired of corporations breaking the law with impunity, and that has got to end. I hope he understands that. Okay, maybe last question, yeah.
Yeah, are you still holding the investigation vote
Yeah.
tomorrow?
We are going to hold the investigation, no vote, but we are going to be hearing from three very prominent labor leaders. We're going to be hearing from Liz Schuller, who's head of the AFL-CIO, Mary Kay Henry, who's head of SEIU, one of our large aggressive unions, and Sean O'Brien, who's head of the Teamsters. And what they're going to be talking about is making it clear that what Starbucks is doing is certainly not unique. This is what's going on all across the board, from Amazon, Apple, all kinds of companies are attempting, who are acting illegally, trying to prevent workers from organizing unions. So that would be.
So you're not launching a formal investigation into the major corporations' labor
Not at
law
this
violations?
point. Not at this point. Tomorrow we'll be having that hearing. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Sanders addressing there the news that the Starbucks CEO agreeing to testify at a Senate hearing. That's on March 29th. And, of course, we'll have it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We continue to wait for more senators to be speaking at the Capitol. That should be coming up in the next couple of moments. We're also keeping an eye out of Atlanta right now, where the suspects accused there of the Cop City riot over the weekend. They're accused of domestic terrorism. Will be in court here in moments. We'll be bringing that to you as well. So we got a lot of moving parts here, and also waiting for a White House briefing. So it's going to be a busy couple of hours here on Live Now from Fox. Just sit back and relax with us as we'll be bringing you the top stories, breaking news elements, all right here on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. We continue to roll on here, giving you top stories, top videos, and, of course, breaking news when it happens, all right here on Live Now from Fox. Next up, we are going out to the Capitol on the Senate floor. Just moments ago, Senator Chuck Schumer talking on the floor and calling out Fox News' Tucker Carlson for his show last night, in which we've seen unseen video, never before seen video of the January 6th riot. We are going to listen to some of those remarks right here on Live Now from Fox.
Ran a lengthy segment last night arguing the January 6th Capitol attack was not a violent insurrection. By diving deep into the waters of conspiracy and cherry-picking from thousands of hours of security footage, Mr. Carlson told the bold-faced lie that the Capitol attack, which we all saw with our own eyes, was somehow not an attack at all. He tried to argue it was nothing more than a peaceful sightseeing tour. Can you imagine? A nonviolent demonstration, a perfectly fine and appropriate instance of people expressing their opinion. I, so many others who were here in the Capitol, and millions of Americans are just furious with Tucker Carlson and Kevin McCarthy today. Many of my staff were here at the Capitol on January 6th. Their lives were put in danger, as were the lives of many of my colleagues, as well as police, maintenance staff, reporters, countless others. At one point, I was within 30 feet of the rioters. One of them, I was told, shouted out, "Let's get him," before my detail pulled me away and we ran in the other direction. To say January 6th was not violent is a lie pure and simple. I don't think I've ever seen a primetime cable news anchor manipulate his viewers the way Mr. Carlson did last night. I don't think I've ever seen an anchor treat the American people and American democracy with such disdain. And he's going to come back tonight with another segment. Fox News should tell him not to. Fox News, Rupert Murdoch, tell Carlson not to run a second segment of lies. You know it's a lie. You've admitted it's a lie. And Speaker McCarthy is every bit as culpable as Mr. Carlson. Speaker McCarthy's decision to share security footage with Fox looked like a mistake from the very beginning. But after last night, it looks like a disaster. Speaker McCarthy has played a treacherous game by catering to the hard right. He's enabled the big lie and has further eroded away at our precious democracy. When people don't believe elections are on the level, that's the beginning of the end of this bold experiment in democracy that has gone on for more than 200 years. It's all the more shameful because Speaker McCarthy knows precisely what kind of customer Mr. Carlson is. He's not surprised by this outcome. What a low point for Speaker McCarthy. What a low point for Fox News. As reporting on the Dominion lawsuit shows, Mr. Carlson had no problem admitting behind the scenes that the big lie is pure garbage. When Sidney Powell went on the air to push the stolen election narrative, Mr. Carlson told fellow anchor Laura Ingraham that Sidney Powell is lying. His words by the deposition. Mr. Carlson's own producer texted him that, quote, "I don't think there is evidence of voter fraud that swung the election." They know full well they've been lying, and they're doing it anyway. We all, Americans of all types and stripes and corners of this country, Democrats, Republicans, independents, need to take a stand and call out Mr. Carlson's conduct for what it is, a dangerous, unforgivable attempt to destabilize our democracy and rewrite the history of the worst attack on our Constitution since the Civil War. It's an insult to every police officer who was on the scene that terrible, fearful day. It's an insult to the memory of every single person who perished in connection to the attack, especially to the memory of Brian Sicknick. Nonviolent? Ask the Sicknick family. It makes me sick just thinking about what his family must be going through this morning. And it's an insult to everyone who cares about our democracy and wishes to preserve the dream of our founders in our day, in our age. I hope every member of this chamber will call out Fox and Mr. Carlson for defending the insurrectionists. And again, I am disappointed and angered in Speaker McCarthy's decision to share sensitive security footage with Mr. Carlson. Speaker McCarthy was here that day. He knows what actually happened. His staff and members suffered like everyone else, but he chose cheap political expediency over truth and preservation of democracy. I condemn Mr. Carlson for siding with the enemies of democracy. I strongly condemn Speaker McCarthy's actions and fiercely oppose his decision to share this footage with Carlson. I urge Fox News to order Carlson to cease propagating the big lie on his network and to level with their viewers about the truth behind the efforts to mislead the public. Conduct like theirs is just asking for another January 6th to happen. Now on another subject. As East Palestine continues grappling with the aftermath of last month's derailment, and after a second derailment in Ohio last weekend, Norfolk Southern announced yesterday a new 6-point plan they claim will, quote, immediately enhance the safety of its operations, unquote. But here's the question all of us should be asking. Why weren't these protocols already in place? When Norfolk Southern CEO Alan Shaw comes before the Senate on Thursday, this is just one of the important questions he must answer. Here are a few others. What steps is Norfolk Southern taking to prevent future disasters like the one in East Palestine? Why did Norfolk Southern spend years lobbying against safety regulations intended to prevent accidents like the one last month? How will Norfolk Southern ensure communities along train routes with hazardous materials get the resources they need to respond to articles, the resources and the information they need? And why did Norfolk Southern launch a $10 billion stock buyback program last year when that money could have gone to upgrading safety equipment, hiring more workers, or paying their workers better wages? We need answers to these questions. We need an honest, candid discussion about how we can prevent accidents like this in the future. Part of that discussion must acknowledge a plain truth. Republicans have spent years listening to the rail lobby and opposing safety rules in the name of boosting rail company profits. I'm talking about the Trump administration loosening brake maintenance and inspection regulations, attempting to deregulate train crew size and nullify a rule to implement safety programs. And I'm talking about Republicans in this chamber pushing for, quote, the self-regulation of railroads and leaving safety up to the whims of the free market, to allow the transportation of more hazardous materials without proper oversight, to encourage the automation of track inspection at the expense of safety. All of these create dangers. We don't know yet all the details of what exactly happened in East Palestine, but we know these deregulatory actions make things less safe. I hope that we can work together, Democrats and Republicans, to put a much-needed, long-overdue check on big rail and make sure another East Palestine never happens. And I commend the bipartisan legislation led by the senators from Ohio, Senator Brown, a Democrat, Senator Vance, a Republican, to move things forward. Budget. For the last 2 months, Democrats have highlighted the contrast between our vision and the Republican vision for our country. Republicans, meanwhile, have spent all this time trying to prove us right. In a few days, President Biden will release his budget for the 2024 fiscal year. Americans can expect the president to present a bold, optimistic, and responsible path for the nation. The president's plan is going to show how we can lower the deficit in a responsible manner. His plan will strengthen Social Security and keep Medicare solvent for another 2 decades. And the president's plan will preserve his promise not to raise taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year. This isn't just talk, because Democrats have already shown we can do these things. We've already lowered the deficit by hundreds of billions of dollars. We've already lowered the cost of prescription drugs like insulin, and we hope to build on that promise in the near future. And the president explained this morning in an op-ed in the New York Times that he plans to build on the progress we made last year in the Inflation Reduction Act by making Medicare solvent through the year 2050. Isn't that great news for the American people, even younger people who will need it before 2050? He'll expand the list of drugs Medicare can negotiate. He'll take profits that used to go to big pharma and put it towards deficit reduction. Many Americans think it would be just a great idea to take the money that normally goes to big pharma and put it towards deficit reduction and towards keeping Medicare solvent longer. This common sense step will help millions of ordinary Americans. Now, Republicans to their credit, are being very helpful about erasing any doubt about which party is fighting for the working people and the middle class. While Democrats are for keeping taxes low for most Americans, Republicans tried to push a national sales tax that would have sent taxes surging by 30% for millions. While Democrats want to make the wealthy pay their fair share, House Republicans passed their first bill, a proposal to carve out the IRS and make it easier for wealthy tax cheats to avoid detection. And while Democrats will protect Social Security, Republicans, like the senior senator from Wisconsin, decided to go on the radio the day after the State of the Union and call Social Security a Ponzi scheme. Can you imagine? If my Republican colleagues have a problem with what I'm saying, there's an easy solution. Speaker McCarthy needs to stop dodging and show us the Republican plan. It's now March 7th. 2 months have passed already in this year. The ceiling X date is approaching. Republicans have said they'll release a plan. They say they want spending cuts in return for just paying our debts, which we've already incurred. Where's their plan? What's the holdup? The president will release his budget very soon, and the onus is on Speaker McCarthy to respond with a serious plan of his own. That's a budget plan. Doesn't deal with deficit reduction because we think that should occur without hostage-taking, without any brinksmanship, as it's been done 3 times in the past few years. So, Speaker McCarthy, respond with a plan, one that can unite the fractured and chaotic factions of the Republican Congress. And I'll have more to say on this later, but I'm just very proud that the Senate will vote to confirm a highly qualified judicial nominee, whom I recommended, Arun Subramanian. If confirmed, he will be the first South Asian judge in the Southern District of New York, which has one of the largest, if not the largest, South Asian population in the country. He's a great judge. I'm looking forward to him serving well on the bench, and I'll have more to say about him before his vote this afternoon. I yield the floor and note the app.
Watching live now from Fox, everyone. That was Senator Chuck Schumer there on the floor making those remarks there, and we are still awaiting other senators to be speaking a little bit later at the Capitol, both from the Democratic side and Republican side. And of course, the White House briefing coming up pretty soon. We'll have that for you as well. Let's take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now.
Not.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now. We take you on to the other side of the aisle here. We have Senator Mitch McConnell making floor remarks ahead of a White House briefing and other updates from across the country.
The murder rate in Washington is 34% higher today than it was at this time last year. Auto thefts are up 110% right here in the nation's capital. Longtime D.C. residents are locking their car doors at every red light. Tourists visiting their own capital are worried about walking the streets. Just yesterday, the chief of Metropolitan Police lamented that the average homicide suspect that his department encounters has already been arrested, listen to this, 11 times before. 11 times. Here's what the police chief said. What we've got to do, if we really want to see homicides go down, is keep bad guys with guns in jail. Because when they're in jail, they can't be in communities shooting people. That's the police chief here in the nation's capital. But the radical politicians who run the city tried to do exactly the opposite. The liberal city council cooked up a soft-on-crime overhaul of the criminal code that would have made it even easier for repeat offenders to get back out on the streets. It would have brought the mandatory minimum sentences for crimes like robbery and carjacking down even lower than they already are. And it would have gummed up an already backlogged and dysfunctional criminal justice system by massively expanding jury trials, listen to this, for misdemeanors. It's like these local Democrats have never met a single criminal they actually want locked up behind bars. It is truly remarkable. This is exactly why our laws give Congress the final say over how our nation's capital is governed. Because we can't have the craziness and dysfunction of a few local politicians jeopardizing the basic public safety in the federal district that houses our national government. So Republicans wrote a resolution to overturn this nonsense. And bear in mind, this limited resolution would not even toughen criminal penalties. At this point, we're talking about keeping things where they are and stopping even further backsliding. The first step is to use this legal tool to stop the unhinged local politicians from making the totally unacceptable status quo even worse. But even so, this is a bridge too far for the vast majority of Washington Democrats. Just a month ago, the White House issued an official statement opposing House Republicans' common sense resolution, saying, quote, Congress should respect the District of Columbia's authority to govern its own local affairs, end quote. And listen to this, 82% of House Democrats fell in line behind the Biden administration and voted no. But then something amazing happened. I think somebody at the White House may have shown the president his latest poll numbers on this issue. Fewer than 1 in 3 Americans approve of the way he's handling crime, because Washington Democrats started panicking and reversed themselves on a dime. The president came here last week, pulled a 180, and told our Democratic colleagues he won't veto the resolution after all. Now there appears to be a different kind of jailbreak brewing right here in the Senate. And a number of Democrats may jump ship at the 11th hour, trying to act like they've been tough on crime all along. But our colleagues will not be getting off the hook that easily. It's not an act of heroic political courage for Democrats to help Congress do our basic minimum job and stop the D.C. Council from making an unacceptable status quo even worse. And none of our colleagues get to erase their entire records with this one vote. Remember, just last summer, every single Senate Democrat went on record against a proposal to redirect a portion of their massive taxing and spending spree to fight surging crime. So let the record reflect what actually gets Washington Democrats' attention and what does not. It did not get their attention when rates of violent crime in America's major cities were accelerating this time last year. It did not get their attention that compared to pre-pandemic levels, homicides nationwide are up 34%. It hadn't gotten Democrats' attention when the streets of our own federal district are where repeated offenders are driving spikes in carjacking and murder. But now that even the mainstream media are beginning to hold them to account for their negligence, now Washington Democrats are finally trying to change their tune. Innocent citizens getting shot in our streets didn't do it. But when Democrats take political shots in the press, that finally gets their attention. So look, Mr. President, we'll welcome any of our Democratic colleagues who can recognize basic sanity and want to be on the winning side for our Republican resolution later this week. But local, state, and national Democratic Party officials will not be getting off the hot seat as quickly or as easily as they've got convicted felons getting back on the streets. Washington, D.C. is only 0.2% of our nation's population. What about New York, Chicago, San Francisco, Portland, Philadelphia, even Louisville? Don't these citizens deserve some sanity as well? Don't the families and children and elderly people and young women of these communities deserve to walk their streets with safety and security too? We cannot only have public safety in this country in exceptional cases when a Republican House and a narrowly divided Senate can force Democrats to do the right thing against their will.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
Abortion is now banned in Texas. The women behind me have suffered unimaginably because of these bans. And today we are filing a lawsuit on their behalf against the state of Texas. Our president and CEO is going to tell you more about this lawsuit, and then you'll hear from each of the plaintiffs about what they went through and why they have decided to join this lawsuit. At the end, we will have time for questions as well. I will now hand it over to Nancy Northup, who has been president and CEO of the Center for Reproductive Rights for 20 years.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Northup, President and CEO of the Center for Reproductive Rights. The Supreme Court's unwarranted reversal of Roe v. Wade has resulted in a health care crisis in states across the nation, including here in the state of Texas. It is now dangerous to be pregnant in Texas. Doctors and hospitals are turning patients away, even those in medical emergencies. Patients are being denied necessary, life-saving obstetrical care. Why? Because abortion is a crime in Texas, punishable by up to 99 years in prison. What the law is forcing physicians to do is weigh these very real threats of criminal prosecution against the health and well-being of their patients. We filed this lawsuit last night to stop the unnecessary pain, suffering, injury, and life-threatening complications caused by Texas's abortion ban. We filed this lawsuit so that patients will not be hindered, delayed, or denied necessary obstetrical care, including abortion care. This is the first lawsuit of its kind. It is the first lawsuit in which individual women have sued a state for the harm that they endured because abortion care has been criminalized in the wake of Roe's reversal. 5 women have come forward to sue the state of Texas in this case: Amanda Zarowski, Lauren Miller, Lauren Hall, Anna Zagarian, and Ashley Brandt. Each of them suffered severe complications during their pregnancies. These 5 women are joined in this lawsuit by 2 obstetricians, Dr. Damla Karzan and Dr. Judy Levinson, who can no longer practice medicine as they were trained because Texas abortion bans pose catastrophic risks to their liberty. What we are seeking is a ruling from the court that clearly permits doctors to provide a pregnant patient with abortion care when, in the doctor's good faith judgment and in consultation with the patient, the doctor determines that the patient has a physical, emergent medical condition that poses a risk to their life or health. No one should be forced to wait until they are at death's door to receive health care. Such a ruling that we are seeking is the correct interpretation of Texas's abortion bans. It is also required under the Texas Constitution, which protects life, liberty, equality, and the right to be free from sex discrimination. These rights are guaranteed to every Texan, and they do not disappear because they are pregnant. Right now, abortion bans are exposing pregnant people to risks of death, illness, and injury, including the loss of fertility. Contrary to the stated purpose of furthering life, abortion bans are making it less likely that every family who wants to bring a child into the world will be able to do so and survive the experience. These women you will hear from today represent only the tip of the iceberg. This is the first lawsuit in the nation, but tragically, it is unlikely to be the last. This lawsuit, Zarowski versus Texas, seeks to rightfully return the life and death medical decisions to patients and their doctors, and not leave them up to politicians and state officials. Now I would like to ask Amanda to come to the mic.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Amanda Zarowski, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about my experience with the Texas abortion bans. Thank you for being here. Indulge me for a moment and close your eyes. Picture someone you hold incredibly dear. Can you see them? Good. Now imagine someone telling you that you are going to lose that person in the very near future, but they can't tell you exactly when or how. And on top of that, there's a very high likelihood that you will get extremely sick, maybe even near death, as you wait for that person you love to die. Sounds like a pretty sick and twisted plot to a dystopian novel, but it's not. It's exactly what happened to me while pregnant in Texas. About 6 months ago, I was thrilled to be cruising through the second trimester of my very first pregnancy. I was carrying our daughter, Willow, who had finally blissfully been conceived after 18 months of grueling fertility treatment. My husband and I were beyond thrilled. Then, on a sunny August day, after I had just finished the invite list for the baby shower my sister was planning for me, everything changed. Some unexpected and curious symptoms arrived, and I contacted my obstetrician to be safe and was surprised when I was told to come in as soon as possible. After a brief examination, my husband and I received the harrowing news that I had dilated prematurely due to a condition known as cervical insufficiency. Soon after, my membranes ruptured, and we were told by multiple doctors that the loss of our daughter was inevitable. I asked what could be done to ensure the respectful passing of our baby, and what could protect me from a deadly infection now that my body was unprotected and vulnerable.
All right, everyone. So that was the update there with the latest lawsuit against the state of Texas. Now individual women can and have been now suing Texas there over their abortion policies. We do want to go out to some breaking news.
That's a helicopter.
Now in Los Angeles area here of a possible person stuck under a bridge. And we want to go to Stu Mundell, who filed this report for us. Sky Fox, high up above right now as they continue to showcase this breaking news element here of firefighters on the scene.
These guys right there, the water moving about 8 to 10 miles an hour. They're saying it's almost 2 feet high. Now that is quite a bit of water and definitely could cause some kind of drowning. You see a number of fire trucks right there. I'm going to take a chance here. We know there was a helicopter hovering over the wash just on the other side of the freeway, just in case that that victim breaks free and they're unable to catch him. You can see right there, that's going to be one of the LA City firefighting helicopters. Also another firefighting professional in that helicopter waiting to basically rappel down if that victim gets free from where they are right now. But as it stands, they have not made contact with this person to rescue them. LA City firefighters standing ready, and apparently they're trying to get that person out from underneath this overpass. Right now, though, it's a very tense situation, and of course, hopefully this ends very well. With the number of firefighters here, I can't see it ending any other way. I'm Stu up in Skyfox over Pacoima. Back to you all in the studio.
All right, thanks again. Always to Stu Mundell, high above right there, and we'll continue to track this breaking news story for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, our last one right here, and we have several live events already happening right here. We have the White House briefing underway, and we also have suspects there in the Cop City riot that happened over the weekend. They are all now in court here, so we will play out some of that for you as long as the audio and video quality is good. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Atlanta here, where the suspects in the Cop City riot that happened over the weekend appearing now in court here. 23 were charged with domestic terrorism after attacking the facility where it was going to be a police training ground and a fire department training ground as well. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Kate, she is a witness as well. All right, Lisa Wolf. Lyra G. Foster.
That would be an attorney.
All right, let's bring her in and see who presents. Person Lisa Wolf may have brought in. And we will formally start the proceedings once we confirm who's here and what they're here for. All right, we have, well, now I don't know how this person got brought in. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you if the right people get brought in. So Lowry should be brought in.
Your Honor, I have a witness appearing as well. Do we need to let them in now, or do I let you know when?
That's why I've been going down this list. There's a bunch of people who I'm not sure who they are here. Some have been identified as witnesses. If they are, leave them in the waiting room unless until we get to your case. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So you can let me know at that time. So what I think I'll do, since we don't know who's whom, I will let the people in who appear to be attorneys into here. And when you're on a case, if you have a witness, we'll let them out. Let anyone know they can watch on the YouTube live stream if that is going to be called. All right?
Thank you.
Okay, so Foster, could you put video? Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are you representing anyone on the calendar today?
Yes. Beeman, Beater, and Dorsey.
Okay, have you filed an entry in these cases?
Yes, we just got it over maybe a half an hour before the hearing.
Okay. All right. So we are right now trying to sort through people in the waiting room, whether they are attorneys or witnesses. We're going to leave the attorneys here, but I just don't want to leave any attorneys in the waiting room. And so I'm going through the list, making sure we do not have any attorneys in the waiting room. So if you know of any attorneys who you do not see on the screen, let me know, okay?
Sure.
All right. And then if you have any witnesses, they will remain in the waiting room until they are called, and then we'll bring them in one by one. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. So Lyra G, was that we had her. ML, does anyone know an ML? Mark Bilodeau. He's a witness, Your Honor. Okay. Nikita Shepard. Robert Arrington. Stephen Katz.
I believe that is an attorney, Your Honor. I just don't know if he's on any of these.
I agree, so I don't know. So I'm going to bring in Arrington and Katz just to double check. Then the only other one was someone who is labeled XI. So if anyone has witnesses, I will ask that you contact them however you have to let them know to wait in the waiting room. And if they know how, to change their name to make sure their name is reflected so we know who to bring in. All right, Stephen Katz, could you please turn on your camera?
Yes.
All right, good afternoon. Are you representing anyone on this calendar?
Mr. Biederman.
Okay, so that has two people representing Mr. Biederman? I believe Lyra G. Foster indicated she was representing Mr. Biederman as well. Where did Lyra G. Hold on.
That's all that I had heard so far, but I had not been able to. We had sent someone up there to talk to Biederman, and I was going to ask for a breakout room anyway. So apparently there may have been a miscommunication there.
All right,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say, what's your response, Mr.
Well,
Katz?
I spoke with him today, and I spoke with his parents yesterday, today, and my understanding was he had retained me.
Has anybody paid anybody any money to retain them on this case?
Not for me.
Not me either, not yet.
Okay. All right, well, I'm gonna y'all are gonna have to figure out who's representing him. I know, Ms. Foster, you have a couple of other cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm gonna let y'all, do you have each other's emails?
I don't.
All right.
I can send you that in the chat, I suppose.
Because when we get started, I'll have some general opening announcements that take a minute, and so y'all can try to get everything sorted out during that time. All right, and we can just ask him as well when we get to his case. Mr. Arrington, do you represent anyone on this calendar?
Good afternoon, Judge. No, Your Honor. I was contacted by a member of the National Lawyers Guild who indicated that there might be some individuals who would need representation in light of not having conflict attorneys. So I'm appearing as a potential pro bono counsel for that limited purpose.
Okay, but you're not, as you are right now, retained on anyone on this case?
That's correct.
Right.
I haven't been contacted individually by anyone.
Okay, and so let me ask this of the public defender. For those people who do not have attorneys, with private attorneys who have filed entries, have you spoken with those individuals?
Judge, I was made aware prior to today's court hearing that all of the people who were charged with domestic terrorism were being represented by outside counsel and did not need public defenders, so I have not spoken to any of them.
Who made you aware of that and how?
Attorney Bass and I discussed yesterday. He was setting up with other attorneys, some of them present here today, who was going to be represented by who. So I had a list of them assigned to each person that was arrested during that altercation. So I did not speak to any of them. And neither did Ms. Arnice.
Okay, well, what we will do, Mr. Arrington, is leave you in, we'll just leave the attorneys here, all right? If we get to anyone, because there are so many people and so many different attorneys, if we get to someone who is not represented, we will address it at that time, all right? But normally the process obviously is that a defendant is retained and an entry of appearance is filed. So it could result in some persons needing to be reset till tomorrow if you have not had a chance to speak with them. And I'm just letting you know.
I understand, Judge. Would it be possible to come up to be put into a breakout room with them?
Well, it would, but you see how the jail is right now?
I do.
Not really conducive to, we'll see what we do when we get there, all right?
For the efficiency of the process. There are also two other attorneys working with who are available. I'm not sure if they're still in the waiting room or not.
All right, so what I may do is leave you here because I don't want people on the screen at one time. What are there, and obviously, like we've told everyone, the people who are not with and who are not, they're all welcome to watch via the YouTube live stream once we get that up and going, if it's not up already. But we want to get everyone checked in and make sure everyone's audio and video is working first. Who are the attorneys that work with you?
The other attorney is Lisa Wolf.
Lisa Wolf, okay. So given the numbers, I'm not going to, maybe some people who are not witnesses and got this Zoom link from someone and are just hanging out there. If there anyone that you know as a witness, I again ask them know that they will remain there until they're called in. And anyone else who is there is free to watch on YouTube, but not to come into this part of the session because we want to be as efficient as possible. All right, so.
Ms. Davis?
Yes.
Put a number in the chat phone in case they need to speak to.
Okay, I appreciate that. So attorneys, there is a phone number in the chat that if you need to speak to someone, don't go ahead and call it. You have to let me know first to expect it. And then we will let you call that number to speak with someone, okay? All right. So we can go ahead and go live. Madam Clerk, you have a notification to join the Zoom calendar who is unable to. Is that right? Oh, and for her to give me a notice. So we will go ahead and go live. Great. All right. This is the March 7th of 2023 Magistrate Court of DeKalb County Felony First Appearance Hearing Calendar, meaning everyone on today's calendar has a felony attached to their case. I'm Judge Davis. I'm sitting for this calendar and will be presenting this afternoon for DeKalb County Magistrate Court. First, everyone needs to understand that to ensure that the public has access to our courts, this hearing is being broadcast on the Magistrate Court YouTube live stream channel. At the conclusion of the entire case, it will be removed from the YouTube channel and no longer available for viewing. Aware that anything you say is being live streamed, being recorded by the County Magistrate, used against you later in your criminal case. Other than the court, however, pursuant to OCGA 15-1-10.1, no one is ready to record these proceedings without having given receiving prior report. There have been some list requests are set up, maybe having gotten approval, but anyone else who has not received approval from the court, participants or viewers on the web, if is currently recording, you are ordered to stop recording now. The strict prohibition on recording applies to any video recording, but also screenshots and photographs. Any unauthorized recording is not official, shall not serve as a transcript for appeal purposes, and can result in criminal contempt consequences with the possibility of incarceration for anyone involved in the recording of these court proceedings. Now, for those who are on this calendar, this is your first appearance hearing, and it is not the trial of your case. It's what we call a non-evidentiary informational hearing to make sure you understand what you are charged with, to advise you of your rights in a criminal proceeding, and to set bond in your case if I have the authority to do so. I'm not here to take any pleas or determine anyone's guilt or innocence, so we're not really here to discuss the facts of your case at length in either direction. Please understand that not only is this calendar being broadcast over the internet, but as it is being recorded, anything you say will be used against you likely in any later court proceedings. In some of your cases, I cannot set bond by law, or I might deny bond, but that doesn't mean that you can't ever get a bond. It just means you will away from this court. Your attorney will follow up with you about motion for bond to be heard in Superior Court, and your case will be set down to be scheduled for a preliminary hearing in the meantime. Now I'm going to inform you of the rights you have in any criminal case. You have the presumption of innocence unless and until the state proves the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt at trial or guilty plea. You have the right to a jury or a bench trial, and at that trial, the state has the burden of proving every element of every charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to confront the state's case, to cross-examine their witnesses. You have the right to call your own trial and to introduce your own evidence. You have the right to use the subpoena power of the court to compel witnesses and evidence. You have the right to testify at trial, but it can be used when you would be cross-examined by the state, and that testimony would likely be used against you at trial. And you have the right to remain silent, and that will not be held against you. And you have the right to be by an attorney. If you can, anyone will be appointed you free of charge. Everyone generally has had time to speak with the public.
All right, everyone, as you can see the video there and audio feed getting a little bit choppy there. We'll keep an eye on this first appearance there by the suspects there in that Cop City riot that happened over the weekend there. This arraignment continues in Atlanta. And of course, we will continue to bring you more top feeds and top stories right here on Live Now. I want to go live right out to the State Department right here as